clear. Go.
Welcome to the gameplay demo walkthrough of CD Projekt Red's upcoming title, Cyberpunk 2077. A narrative-driven, open-world RPG set in a dark version of the future. Before we start, a small but important disclaimer. The gameplay you're about to see is from a work-in-progress version of the game. Everything you see is potentially subject to change. In Cyberpunk 2077, you can fully customize your character using a deep customization system. For this demo, we're going to play a female. Keep in mind that what you see here is not final. We just want to give you a glimpse of what will be possible in the released game. This is an RPG, so before we get into our appearance, we need to define our backstory. What you choose here will unlock different possibilities later in the game. Also, you can use an array of different options to modify how you look. These include body type, hairstyle, tattoos, makeup, skin tone, and many, many more. But visuals aren't everything. You'll also be able to customize your initial attribute setup. You'll notice we didn't pick a class. Cyberpunk 2077 features a fluid class system, and you'll be able to modify your class throughout the game. This demo takes place near the beginning of the game. V and her friend Jackie, along with a netrunner named T-Bot, are hired to find and retrieve a missing person, a girl whose locator implant went dark.
Always clear. Go.
12:37 on your right. Girls inside. Biomon's been down an hour. Better tell her.
Cyberpunk 2077 is a first-person role-playing game. This perspective enables us to maximize your immersion.
Should have full access in 2.8 seconds. Reached it. Your turn.
Órale, lead the way, I know.
Alarms neutralized.
Fucking late. Is that her? Is that our target, V?
Room's too simple. Not our girl, I think. Keep looking.
It looks like these scavengers are kidnapping people to harvest their implants. Okay, things are about to get heated. We'll take a reflex booster that temporarily allows us to use the Koreznikov ability. This is Koreznikov.
He's moving! Cover! Find cover! Blast the wall! You'll get him!
Can't see shit!
Oh, who's your fucking partner?
Got none to fucking you!
Got options here!
Room he's in looks out on the balcony. Got a window on the left. Go!
China, get his attention! West. Terminado! Won't be needing this anymore. Pussy.
Layout shows only one room left. The bathroom. Go.
Sure hope our target's in there. Cabrones.
Think I got her. Got our target.
We make it? She alive?
This does not look good.
No, in a minute. Jacking into Biomon. Sandra Dorset, NC 570442. Got a winner. Or she will be if we can get her to a hospital. Sheesh. Trauma Team Platinum, too.
Platinum? Shit, TT should have swooped in if she sneezed.
Something's jamming the biomon signal. Talk to me, T-Bug.
Virus, probably. Locate our neurosocket. Should be a shard slotted in. Shit's probably on that. If we clear it, free up the signal, TT could actually drop in, take her off our hands.
Got the shard. Removing it now. Done.
Greetings, Sandra. An emergency evacuation unit has been dispatched and is due to arrive at your location in 180 seconds.
Biomon claims trauma will be here in 3 minutes.
Like the fucking cavalry. Well, let's get her out of here.
Your premium plan will cover 90% of the projected costs of your
Oh, mierda, she's flatlining!
V, need to know what's going on.
Jackie, air hypo!
Get China!
She's stable.
Fuera, Jaina. Get her outside. I'll cover you.
It turns out a virus disrupted the girl's locator implant. We've fixed that, and now help is inbound.
Swarm of the sons of bitches, 2 vans full, just pulled up outside.
Fuera, get her out. Terrorists!
Stand clear. Landing. Stop where you are. Place the patient on the stretcher. Five steps back. Now! I said step back! TT-133 to control. Patient NC570442 secured. Stimulants being administered, 70 milligrams dopamine, 110 norepinephrine, 800 fibrin.
Hey, give us a lift out of here? No problem.
Cutting connection. T-Bug out.
All clear.
That was Trauma
Let's see when
Team,
we blow.
a kind of high-end premium medical
Don't
insurance.
have much time from what Bug said.
We've delivered the target, and T-Bug has notified us that the scavengers have called in reinforcements. Let's get out of here before they arrive.
I got the eddies for new wheels now. Eyeing something real fine, too. How about you, Jaina? Probably blow it all on booze in 3 days.
Talking about somebody else, Jack. You cleaner than a cunt out of combat.
Cyberpunk is a mature, visceral experience, and as such, it will let you explore a variety of different interactions with the game world. And as you just saw, its people.
Hello, Night City. Your man Stan here with a cheat sheet on all last night's bids. But first, remember the man, the myth, Johnny Silverhand. Been a year since he went on his last ride. All you gunks sitting in the afterlife nursing that scotch, waiting for something better. You know what I mean.
The job was a success, and V obviously has some money to burn.
Hey, sup, V? Look, I need to talk to you. Got news as big as my balls.
And I got a hot date with my Ripper Doc.
Come on, Jaina, make the doc wait. Pull some pants on your culo and get down here. Subway entrance, and bring your iron.
Okay, Jackie has just told us that he has some big news for us, and we have an appointment with our Ripper Doc today. Before we leave, let's take a good look around our apartment. Good morning, Night City. The song on the radio is by rocker boy Johnny Silverhand. It's part of our creative process to draw inspiration from the pen and paper system created by Mike Pondsmith, and to put our own 2077 spin on it. Let's go grab our gear. Okay, we'll take V's trusty pistol, and also grab our jacket. Since Cyberpunk 2077 is an RPG, the jacket not only provides us with protective stats like armor, but it also increases our street cred. Street cred is a form of experience the player acquires by completing side missions. It is used to unlock new vendors and content throughout Night City. All right, let's go meet Jack. V's current apartment is located inside a mega building, a huge building complex that forms a micro-society of its own. In this timeline, technology and the world have evolved in some ways that seem familiar, but entirely surprising in others. As an example, in this world, people pay with eddies, slang for Eurodollars. We make sure to root every detail in the world's lore, so everything has its purpose and stays believable. A big part of our RPG experience is having a world that is interactive. Here, a generic ad has morphed into an advertisement specifically tailored to V, informing her of the nearest vendor she can purchase the product. In this case, it shows us where to find some Nicola soda.
For the very first stages of food production, we prepare bioquality that even Mother Nature can own. Try out our freshly developed content and let your tongue be amazed. Yum.
This is Wilson, one of Night City's many gunsmiths. We won't be checking his wares today, but you can purchase and upgrade your weapons and gear throughout the city. Cyberpunk 2077 is set in Night City, a bustling metropolis located on the coast of the free state of North California. It's a dystopian city where violence and oppression are the norm. We are working hard to make Night City a fully realized, seamless open world with no loading screens. Currently, we're in Watson, a former industrial district where crime now mixes with money.
Very strong signal. You kidding me? Damn signal gonked out 3 times. 3 times, yo! It's a piece of shit. Now give me back my eddies.
Silverhand's debut album, that. Now he'll ever send some gas.
Could be some truth to that.
We've greatly enhanced our crowd and community systems to create the most believable city in any open-world game to date. The city's streets are bustling with crowds of people from all facets of life, all living their lives within a full day and night cycle. Okay, there's Jackie.
Fucking finally. Buckle up. Shit's happening.
What's up, Jack?
Dexter Deshawn. Huh? Sound familiar? Homeboy wants to talk to you. One of Night City's top fixers, eh? Okay, you see that caddy? Need to walk on over there and get us a job, Heina.
Fine, I'll meet him. Talk.
I'll be in Senor Rippers. Good news to me. Good luck, V!
It turns out we've caught the attention of one of Night City's biggest players, Dexter Deshawn, a fixer, a person who gets things done. He wants to meet up and discuss a job.
Get in.
Let's see what he has for us.
Yo, Miss V, a pleasure. Let's roll. Scanning a serious job just now. Playing gargantuan compared to smashing up a scare phone. You interested?
Interested, sure. Tell me more.
Well, glad to hear it. Before we can start in on this, though, I need to be sure. Sure you all right?
All right. And the nature of this test?
Slaughter in the show. See, got a classic tale for you. Psycho gang, just doing his thing, jumped a corp convoy, got away with gear. Now I need me that little combat bot. They call it the Flathead. Of course, I got the Eddies to buy it, but me and the Maelstrom boys ain't the best of friends. No flow to our convo, see?
Who's the woman?
Corporal agent. She's on the hunt for the dogs who sold the Gangoons info on the convoy. Got herself a prisoner. Her chief suspect, most likely. Going on 20 hours since the convoy was jumped, and she still don't have no guilty party. Gotta be desperate by now. Be wise to think how you could use that. Got any questions for me?
Clear on it all, I think. Time I got to work.
Beautiful. Here's hoping my inkling checks out.
So, see you at the afterlife soon as the job's done.
Do good, and this will be the start of a beautiful friendship based on heaps of eddies.
It seems Dexter has given us a test of sorts to see if we're worthy. He wants us to retrieve a piece of high-tech combat gear a local gang stole from the Militech megacorp. We'll be able to approach this job from a variety of angles. Let's try calling the Militech contact to see where that leads.
100 times what I could take.
Stout here. Hi, heard you were looking for some tech. Let's talk.
Hey, everybody shut it! Where is it? Come on, spill!
On the horn? No.
Amateur hour, Jesus. First exit off Skyline going towards the NID. Storm channel under the overpass. Meet you there.
The situation's tricky because the contract giver is a corporate agent who seems a little high-strung. Before we get down to business, it's a great idea to visit our Ripper Doc.
See this cam, huh? Yeah, got a real whack take, change your fucking life.
Crime is a common occurrence. Night City is not a safe place. Life here is not easy.
I'm Cindy. Got some real juicy super.
Chakra looks a little out of whack, babe.
V!
I can release...
How'd it play out with Dex?
It's all here.
All right, I'll check it out while I wait for you.
V? Dr. Vector, we'll see you now.
We're at a Ripper Doc clinic. Ripper Docs are specialist vendors who offer people the possibility to install or upgrade their cyberware.
Vicky, spry as ever, you old Ripper.
Hernandez pounces on the chance, coming in with a couple of hooks. Gaining the upper hand pretty darn quickly.
Need to bump up my specs and get a grip.
Really? Now? Finally?
Vic, shit just got real. Hitting the major leagues. Got a job from Dex Deshawn.
The Dexter Deshawn? Yeah, that is something. But let me guess. Hasn't paid you yet.
Quit crying, Vic. I'll bring you the eddies later. With interest. You know I will.
Last time, I swear. Now sit. That's Karoshi. Best I've got. And should be about right under the circumstances. Now jack in. You peruse and choose while I scan. See what's going on inside.
We're going to install both an optical scanner...
Mark 1, like I said. Decent enough scanner. Displays data on your cornea.
...and a subdermal weapon grip.
The link's not labeled. And to be perfectly honest, not entirely sure where the hell I got it. Still, looks like it'll talk to Kuroshi Tech.
I'm ready. Carve away.
Okay, all clean. Now for the fun stuff. Lay that Major League arm of yours right here. Just like that. Thanks. Now a bit of anesthetic, and I can start cutting. Feel anything?
Doc. Play-by-play. Makes you sound like a dentist. You're always going on and on.
Don't be me now. Remember, I'm old. I got a shaky Gannic hand. Could slip. Lights out for a minute, all right? Good. So let's test it. Linking you in. You might feel a little discomfort, maybe blurred vision, low contrast, glitches. So, how's it look to you?
With the scanner, we can zoom in on things and take a closer look.
This is fantastic.
Beautiful. Time for the scanner.
Additionally, we can analyze objects, get details on enemy weak points or gang affiliation.
It might take you a while to adjust, but first time's rarely the charm with anything, really. Scanner should eventually sync with your thought processes and read your intentions. That ought to work like a charm. Now draw your weapon. You should see your ammo count in a brand new sight.
The subdermal weapon grip links to our scanner and shows us weapon information like ammo count and fire modes. It also increases the base damage on all connected weapons.
Shit, Victor. Not bad. I don't know what to say.
Say you'll take this and remember the dosage. 2 whiffs now, and another 2 in an hour.
Thanks again. You're the best, Vic.
Go on, kid. Show them what you can do. And once you hit the big time, don't forget where you came from. Keep your guard, idiot.
While some Ripper docs operate legally, others provide black market services. For the right price, they can even offer to install illegal, military-grade cyberware.
Left a few minutes ago. Said he'd wait outside.
Well, well. Kuroshi. Well, Vig's got a soft spot for you, Heina. Come on. How about you use them fancy-ass optics to scan my new wheels?
Sure, but you'll have to let me take it for a spin.
Hey, just watch the paint job. Who's this pendejo? Hey, carnal! Hey, you got a problem?
This guy looks an awful lot like one of those scavengers we took out earlier.
Something tells me that wasn't no coincidence, huh?
Jackie's car is a super-powered sports car running on Chew-2, the super fuel of the future. Players can explore Night City freely, in many different cars, on bikes, and in other types of vehicles.
This does not look good.
Puta madre!
Grab the wheel, Jack!
Oh, fuck!
It looks like the scavengers from earlier are still angry.
They're pulling ahead, Heiner. Watch it now. Got it. All right.
I think we got rid of them. That was intense.
Shit! The fuck was that?
Devils.
Night City never sleeps. Danger lurks around every corner, even in daytime. Random encounters like these are an example of how your actions directly influence your open-world experience.
Let's get the fuck out of here.
Okay, Jackie.
So, they're done riding our asses?
Scavs? Sure, maybe. Should be looking for a new spot to slice and dice, not gunning after us. But who knows? Real messed up pendejos, Scavs. Saw it yourself.
Many forces are fighting for control of Night City, but the mega corporations are the real showroom. The agent we're going to meet represents Militech, one of the largest companies in the private military sector.
Why are we stopping?
Remember the corpo off Dex's shard? Ranger, she's in the area and looking to meet.
Let me guess. She's in hot corpo water. Desperate. Then you think you can use that?
See if I can, yeah.
Since Cyberpunk 2077 is an RPG, preparation will be key when dealing with Night City's powerful, especially when these are corpos. Instead of just rushing in, let's assess the situation with our freshly installed Kiroshi optical scanner.
There. Let's take a closer look.
Composite armor. Car's a fucking tank. Shit.
Yeah, Militech. No doubt about it. You sure you still want to meet him?
Yeah, gotta do this. But don't you move a damn muscle. Not unless I start, that is.
These guys are levels higher than we are. Let's try to approach them carefully.
Stout, take it you were the one to call?
Yep. Wanted... Think you're smart? Thought you could blackmail me, bitch? Set conditions? Calm the hell down! What is this?
I got you now, asshole!
You're insane! Who the fuck is this?
I'll know in 2 seconds flat. That fucking thing ready?
All set.
Are you here alone?
The corpos have hacked us through our personal link and have subjected us to a kind of lie detector program. The dialogue system in Cyberpunk 2077 is fully gameplay driven.
I asked if you came alone!
Yep, just little old me.
She's lying.
Search the area.
Now listen, folks, we don't need to be here all day. This piece of shit, Anthony Gilchrist, did he or another asshole at Militech leak info to you or anyone else about a convoy?
It might be tempting to reach for the gun, but the consequences
Got
could be
nothing to
dire.
do with him or
Remember,
Militech.
these guys are really tough.
Shit. Checks out.
You got nothing on me! Nothing! Won't get away with this, you bitch! You're dead!
Somebody shut him up.
Take me home! Now!
All right. I have no idea who you're working for or what you even want, but you better give me something solid or I will end you.
I've got an offer.
Oh, you are stretching. This better be fucking good.
Gang goons who ripped you off? I know where to find them. They got a bot I want. Give me the funds to buy that bot. You can do what you want with the gang.
I don't give a shit about the thieves. I want my mold. Cred chip, 50K. Just enough to buy you your bot. Thing is, chip's gotta make it into the thieves' terminal. That's all I need. Think you can do that? Then we got a deal. Fine. I'm in. Try to fuck me in any way, and I'll be seeing you real soon.
You're making a mistake! This cunt's good as dead! She'll take you down with her.
The agent gave us the money to buy the bot we need from the gang. By choosing to call the Militech agent earlier, we have now opened up a non-violent path through this quest. Of course, we could try and keep the money, but that would mean we'd have to take the merchandise by force, which requires a lot of firepower.
Looked a little fishy, you know? People tense. No signal, so I stayed put.
Good thing, too. Went down about like I expected. Made a deal, and we're good to meet with Maelstrom now.
Mm-hmm.
Be there soon. What do you expect?
Corps don't forgive or forget. Even these Borg fucks sense that. Feel the pressure. That's why they're holed up in this shithole, praying to the almighty Trip 6. Gotta move the tech, but they can't. Cause your new best friend from the tripped out, tanked out SUV is just begging them to try. How you want to do this?
Even now, we can choose how to approach this quest. Do we go in guns blazing, or do we try to negotiate for the bot?
Plan's simple. We pay with the Corpo's cred and get out.
I don't know, but you're calling this one.
For this demo, let's try the
What,
more
don't trust my
diplomatic
charm?
approach.
Tough shit. All we need's for them to buy it.
Don't know you.
Want to talk to Royce.
Main room. I'm waiting.
They get damn well prepared.
All strapped with Militech gear.
Psycho Borgs chromed out with military-grade hardware worth millions. Should be
The guys we're about to meet are dangerous. They are members of the Maelstrom gang, and their obsession with body modification goes way beyond even this world's standards. On their path to becoming machines, they don't shy away from even the most extreme measures.
Anti-personnel mine. Shrapnel splitter. My favorite.
Gangoon's getting creative with their gear.
It looks like they made this abandoned all foods meat factory their hideout. Charming.
Another one? Seriously?
Maybe we should have taken him by surprise.
A little late for regrets like that. Got us in their sights now. Just keep moving. Stay cool. They're just trying to spook us.
Remember, we've chosen to buy the tech, not steal it. Hopefully this will go fast and easy. This is a pretty well-guarded place. You can imagine what would have happened if we'd taken the violent path.
What?
Looking to buy a bot. Model MTO D12. Looks like a spider.
Couch planted. Yo, Kurt, peek around the corner, see if we got anything like that. Well, shit. Sit down.
I'll stand. Can't move on your culo. Makes you an easy target.
Sit down.
That really necessary, hombre?
I ain't your hombre. Sit. Sit your ass down before I plant a bullet in your skull.
Jack, sit down.
This ain't gonna end well, but...
Shit. Well, all right. Fucking bravo. Come on, lighten up. Have a whiff. Better. Now we can talk.
The bot. Need to see it.
Suit yourself. Fucking tricked out, state-of-the-art this thing. Don't even got no standard port. Bells and whistles though, dynamic camo armor and motor impulses rivaling that of the human nervous system. Its actuators are actually pimped with titanium fiber, and it can go anywhere, literally. Watch this. Fully integrated link too, so when the spider starts crawling up walls, dangling from ceilings, you could lose your lunch. So, what you think?
Pay up and let's get the fuck out of here.
The bot. I'll take it.
2 questions. What the fuck's going on? And who the fuck is this?
Got 50 large on this credit.
And you positively reek of Militech.
Dexter Deshawn sent me.
Dexter Deshawn. Dreads. Gold plate. Fat old fuck. That him?
We'll pay for the bot and be on our way.
How much you say you had? 50K?
Creds on this.
Move it.
Whew, not the smoothest of deals, but it worked out in the end, right? Flathead's good gear. It'll do the trick. Whatever that trick is.
Shit. Shit, shit, shit!
It turns out the cred chip we got from the Militech agent contained a virus which fried their system.
Virus must have tripped security.
Royce, their leader, is making a break for it.
Militech had to end this way.
Before we figure out a way to leave, let's grab the splinter that controls the bot from one of these dead maelstromers. The inspection system allows us to take a closer look at the splinter. You can inspect specific items to reveal details that can help in solving quests. Okay, let's equip the splinter to our chipware slot. With this done, the bot will now follow us wherever we go. All right, what else do we have here? Nice! A street-modified tech shotgun. Tech weapons fire rounds that penetrate walls and other types of cover. They also have an alternate fire mode that allows you to power up shots and deal more damage. It looks like there are several ways out of this room, like those gates, for example. However, you'd have to be a skilled netrunner to hack into this terminal. Luckily, our engineering skills should allow us to disassemble that maintenance panel so we can get through the door.
Got it.
There are many skills in the game that players can apply in solving problems. The engineering skill can be used to fix, disassemble, and disarm devices blocking
Production
your
line
path.
passes through here.
And we're gonna pass through with it.
So, from this point on, we're going to unlock the abilities of a high-end character to showcase some of the different mechanics we have in the game.
I'll get him.
One of the new weapon modules we now have installed is a ricochet targeting system connected to our eyes. This allows players to bounce bullets off walls and hit enemies hiding behind cover. This is another targeting system that will reveal enemies behind walls. Paired with the penetrating rounds of our tech shotgun, it's a deadly combination. Looks like we found some loot. This is a smart gun. It's one of the more advanced weapons in the game, allowing bullets to track and follow their target. It's one of many different weapons players can acquire. Weapons are built of modules that allow for deep customization and progression. This way, you can be sure to find something that will suit your playstyle.
They're the toughest bastards guarding this route. Probably some reason for that. Motherfucker!
Just a reminder, everything you've seen and are about to see, including this particular feature we're about to show you, is from a work-in-progress version of the game and may change over the course of development.
Okay, all exits covered?
Okay, let's try something different. We're going to take this guy down and connect directly to his neural sign. In the world of Cyberpunk, once you are jacked into a network, you have access to everything it connects to. Through this Maelstrom gang method, we've now connected to the gang hideout's internal network. This is the building's personnel system. Let's focus on the squad containing the Maelstrom ganger we just connected to. From here, we can deploy software that affects the whole squad. For now, we'll simply unlock the ability to perform quick hacks. All right, time to show off our new high-level abilities. With Quick Hack, using the backdoor we unlocked a minute ago, we'll install a virus that jams the connection between the Maelstrom ganger and his weapon. This will prevent him from firing. Looks like he's having a problem now. Nice. Some of you might recognize these mantis blades. We can also double jump and bounce off of walls, which makes us a very agile, fast solo.
I'll check down here.
Sweet, we just found a corporate tech rifle. Corpo weapons are top of the line. Let's scan this guy and see what's going on. It looks like Royce is back, and he's prepped. He's got an armored exoskeleton. We won't be able to get rid of him that easily. Our weapons are not dealing a lot of damage because he's packing an autonomous shield. Luckily, the scan we performed earlier revealed a weak spot. Attacking it should bring the shield down.
It's rarely the charm with anything, really. Scanner should eventually sync with your thought processes and read your intentions. Ought to work like a charm. Now draw your weapon. You should see your ammo count in a brand new sight.
The subdermal weapon grip links to our scanner and shows us weapon information like ammo count and fire modes. It also increases the base damage on all connected weapons.
Shit, Victor. Not bad. I don't know what to say.
Say you'll take this and remember the dosage. 2 whiffs now, and another 2 in an hour.
Thanks again. You're the best, Vic.
Go on, kid. Show him what you can do. And once you hit the big time, don't forget where you came from.
While some Ripper Docs operate legally, others provide black market services. For the right price, they can even offer to install illegal, military-grade cyberware.
Left a few minutes ago. Said he'd wait outside.
Well, well. Kiroshi. Old Vic's got a soft spot for you, Heina. Come on. How about you use them fancy-ass optics to scan my new wheels?
Sure, but you'll have to let me take it for a spin.
Hey, just watch the paint job. Who's this pendejo? Hey, carnal! Hey, you got a problem?
This guy looks an awful lot like one of those scavengers we took out earlier.
Something tells me that wasn't no coincidence, huh?
Jackie's car is a super-powered sports car running on Chew-2, the super fuel of the future. Players can explore Night City freely, in many different cars, on bikes, and in other types of vehicles.
This does not look good. Puta madre!
Grab the wheel, Jack!
Oh, fuck!
It looks like the scavengers from earlier are still angry.
They're pulling ahead, Heina! Watch it now! Got it! All right!
I think we got rid of them. That was intense.
Shit! The fuck was that?
Devils.
Night City never sleeps. Danger lurks around every corner, even in daytime. Random encounters like these are an example of how your actions directly influence your open world experience.
Let's get the fuck out of here.
Okay, Jackie.
So, think they're done riding our asses?
Scavs? Sure, maybe. Should be looking for a new spot to slice and dice, not gunning after us. But who knows? Real messed up pendejo, Scavs. Saw it yourself.
Many forces are fighting for control of Night City, but the mega corporations are the real showrunners. The agent we're going to meet represents Militech, one of the largest companies in the private military sector.
Why are we stopping?
Remember the corpo off Dex's Shard? Ranger, she's in the area and we're gonna meet.
Let me guess. She's in hot corporal water. Desperate. Then you think you can use that?
See if I can, yeah?
Since Cyberpunk 2077 is an RPG, preparation will be key when dealing with Night City's powerful, especially when these are corpos. Instead of just rushing in, let's assess the situation with our freshly installed Kiroshi optical scanner.
There. Let's take a closer look.
Composite armor. Car's a fucking tank. Shit.
Yeah, Militech. No doubt about it. You sure you still want to meet him?
Yeah, gotta do this. But don't you move a damn muscle. Not unless I start, that is.
These guys are levels higher than we are. Let's try to approach them carefully.
Stout, take it you were the one to call? Yep.
Wanted? Think you're smart? Thought you could blackmail me, bitch? Set conditions?
Calm the hell down. What is this?
I got you now, asshole! You're insane! Who the fuck is this?
I'll know in 2 seconds flat. That fucking thing ready?
All set.
Are you here alone?
The Corpos have hacked us through our personal link and have subjected us to a kind of lie detector program. The dialogue system in Cyberpunk 2077 is fully gameplay driven.
I asked if you came alone.
Yep, just little old me.
She's lying.
Search the area. Now listen, we don't need to be here all day. This piece of shit, Anthony Gilchrist, did he or another asshole at Militech leak info to you or anyone else about a convoy?
It might be tempting to reach for the gun, but the consequences could
Got
be
nothing
dire.
to do with him or
Remember,
Militech.
these guys are really tough.
Shit. Checks out.
You got nothing on me! Nothing! Won't get away with this, you bitch! You're dead!
Somebody shut him up.
Take me home! Now!
All right. I have no idea who you're working for or what you even want, but you better give me something solid or I will end you.
I've got an offer.
Oh, you are stretching. This better be fucking good.
Gangoons who ripped you off? I know where to find them. They got a bot I want. Give me the funds to buy that bot. You can do what you want with the gang.
I don't give a shit about the thieves. I want my mole. Cred chip, 50K. Just enough to buy you your bot. Thing is, Chip's gotta make it into the thieves' terminal. That's all I need. Think you can do that? Then we got a deal.
Fine. I'm in.
Try to fuck me in any way, and I'll be seeing you real soon.
You're making a mistake! This cunt's good as dead!
The agent gave us the money to buy the bot we need from the gang. By choosing to call the Militech agent earlier, we have now opened up a non-violent path through this quest. Of course, we could try and keep the money, but that would mean we'd have to take the merchandise by force, which requires a lot of firepower.
Looked a little fishy, you know? People tense. No signal, so I stayed put.
Good thing, too. Went down about like I expected. Made a deal, and we're good to meet with Maelstrom now.
Mm-hmm.
Be there soon. What do you expect?
Corps don't forgive or forget. Even these Borg fucks sense that. Feel the pressure. That's why they're holed up in this shithole, praying to the almighty Trip 6. Gotta move the tech, but they can't. Because your new best friend from the tripped out, tanked out SUV is just begging them to try. How you want to do this?
Even now, we can choose how to approach this quest. Do we go in guns blazing, or do we try to negotiate
All right,
for the bot?
plan's simple. We pay with the Corpo's cred and get out.
I don't know, but you're calling this one.
For this demo, let's try the
What,
more
don't trust my
diplomatic
charm?
approach.
Tough shit. All we need's for them to buy it.
Don't know you.
Want to talk to Royce.
Main room. I'm waiting.
They look damn well prepared.
All strapped with Militech gear.
Psycho Borgs chromed out with military-grade hardware worth millions. Should be
The guys we're about to meet are dangerous. They are members of the Maelstrom gang, and their obsession with body modification goes way beyond even this world's standards. On their path to becoming machines, they don't shy away from even the most extreme measures.
Anti-personnel mine. Shrapnel splitter. My favorite.
Cancun's getting creative with their gear.
It looks like they made this abandoned All Foods meat factory their hideout. Charming.
Another one? Seriously?
Maybe we should have taken him by surprise.
A little late for regrets like that. Got us in their sights now. Just keep moving. Stay cool. They're just trying to spook us.
Remember, we've chosen to buy the tech, not steal it. Hopefully this will go fast and easy. This is a pretty well-guarded place. You can imagine what would have happened if we'd taken the violent path.
What?
Looking to buy a bot. Model MTO D12. Looks like a spider.
Couch planted. Yo, Kurt, peek around the corner, see if we got anything like that. Well, shit. Sit down.
I'll stand. Can't move on your culo. Makes you an easy target.
Sit down.
That really necessary, hombre?
I ain't your hombre. Sit. Sit your ass down before I plant a bullet in your skull.
Jack, sit down.
This ain't gonna end well, but...
Shit. Well, alright. Fucking bravo. Come on, lighten up. Have a whiff. Better. Now we can talk.
The bot. Need to see it.
Suit yourself. Fucking tricked out, state-of-the-art this thing. Don't even got no standard port.
June is Icons Month at IGN, where we're profiling iconic video game industry figures,
Pop quiz,
characters,
hotshot. The
series,
year is
and
2077 and you're a cybernetically augmented street samurai trying to make ends
Today,
meet in
the
the
story director
neon-soaked
at
concrete
CD
jungle of
Projekt
Night
Red
City.
discusses
But there's
how
one
studio
problem.
fills
The
its games
cybernetic
with
ghost...
meaningful choices and iconic consequences.
My name is Marcin Blacha. I'm working in CD Projekt Red as the story director, and in The Witcher 3 I was working as the lead writer. In CD Projekt Red we want to build worlds that are believable and the worlds that are really engaging. The Witcher is set in a really grim and gritty world, and we always want to keep this world to be realistic. That's the reason why we avoid black and white choices, because they put the gamer out of the experience. In Witcher games we want to talk about serious problems, about, complex situations, about things that sometimes make the player uncomfortable. So we avoid black and white choices because they are not emotionally engaging. The world outside is not black and white, it's not simple. And when you want to create something as engaging as the real world, you have to avoid black and white choices. When you are doing a game with many choices and consequences, you can always fall into a trap and you start to creating a pattern. It's easy to recognize this pattern. And sometimes I play video games or I watch movies and at some point I start to see the pattern, and then I know what's going to happen next, and I know who done it, and who's the murderer, and we want to avoid it because we believe that our players are smart people, and we don't want them to be bored by the game. So what we do, is sometimes consequences in our games rely on many choices. For example, with theory, the fate of theory depends on many choices. And sometimes, on the other hand, very heavy consequence relies on something really simple and something, trivial. And that's the case of Anna Henrietta. We want the player all the time to be aware and suspicious that we are planning something really bad. So we want the player to pay attention and we want to surprise him all the time.
We shall go, accompanied by the best possible escorts. You, Captain, and Geralt.
So when we are working on our stories, usually we add those more meaningful choices and consequences later. And we do it because we want to be really familiar with all the stories we are crafting and with all the characters. For example, pretty late we understood what should happen to Ciri at the end. And I think it was a natural process because, we had some ideas how to end the game, but after, reworking it again, I think this enlightenment wasn't possible, at the beginning of the process. Games right now, visually they are like movies, and pretty soon they will be exactly like the movies. And I think that the games will start to look for their own identity, and they will find this identity in interaction. And what is interaction? It's choice and consequences. In the case of the story, you're choosing between two paths of the story or two moral choices. Let's say you play a game and you have this moment when you have to choose between something and something. At this moment, in modern games, usually you can pretty much guess what is going to happen if you choose this thing, and what will happen if you choose the other thing. The new generation of consoles will bring us more complex and more mature games. I expect that the storytelling will be more subtle and that you won't have these gamey moments. You will be just going through a fluent experience when you make choices and when you meet the consequences, but it will be more organic and you won't see those stitches that are usually present in modern games.
And you are afraid. You feel fear.
You lie. I don't feel a thing anymore.
Pop quiz, hotshot. The year is 2077 and you're a cybernetically augmented street samurai trying to make ends meet in the neon-soaked concrete jungle of Night City. But there's one problem. The cybernetic ghost of Keanu Reeves lives in your head. What do you do? We'll all find out for ourselves when CD Projekt Red drops Cyberpunk 2077, their ridiculously highly anticipated magnum opus open-world RPG follow-up to The Witcher 3 that's more than 7 years in the making. But you already knew this, and you're probably counting down the days till the game is out. Well, good news, because in just moments, CDPR is giving us some brand new gameplay and a deep dive on what we can expect from Cyberpunk 2077 via the Night City Wire. So wake the f*** up, samurais. We've got a stream to watch.
Hello everybody, Max Scoville here, and welcome back to IGN Summer of Gaming. It is almost time for the Night City Wire stream in which CD Projekt Red will showcase never-before-seen gameplay and reveal new details about the world and mechanics of Cyberpunk 2077. You already knew that, but we'll keep you company until then and get you up to speed on everything we know about the game so far. But while we do, there's something you can do for us. All summer long, IGN is asking you to give to the Bail Project and the World Health Organization by following the links in the video description or by heading over to donate.ign.com. The Bail Project provides bail for families in need of support in support of Black Lives Matter, and the World Health Organization's COVID-19 Response Fund, as you might suspect, is dedicated to studying, treating, and combating the coronavirus pandemic. By donating, you will have a chance to win IGN gift cards, game codes, or swag from companies like Bethesda and PlayStation, and donors who give more than $50 will have a chance to win a custom Summer of Gaming Xbox One X. For even more Summer of Gaming goodness, download the TikTok app, follow IGN, and search for IGN Summer of Gaming hashtag for a slew of bonus clips or to upload your own awesome gameplay moments. Or you can leave us a Yappa comment on IGN.com, and your Yap might show up later on the stream. Plus, later today, we've got a Resident Evil 7 speedrun for charity and an episode of Next Gen Console Watch, and you can catch all of it wherever you stream IGN or on channel IGN1 on your Samsung TV Plus. Anyway, as for Cyberpunk 2077, let us take a quick crash course on everything we know about this ridiculously highly anticipated game, which will all be obsolete when we find out more at Night City Wire. But let's take a look anyway.
In the 7 years since it was first announced, Cyberpunk 2077 has generated a monumental amount of hype, in part by looking awesome in everything that's been shown so far, but also by being developed by the makers of the incredible Witcher RPG series. That developer, CD Projekt Red, has managed to keep our interest peaked by being very tight-lipped about what's in store. However, Cyberpunk is far from an unknown quantity. Here is everything we know about Cyberpunk 2077, as of the middle of 2020.
Cover! Find cover!
Cyberpunk 2077 is a single-player open-world RPG with real-time combat which is seen almost entirely from a first-person perspective, with the rare exception of a few third-person cutscenes. You'll take on the role of a character known as V, but unlike Geralt of Rivia in the Witcher games, V is totally customizable, from stats and perks to their backstory or life path, and of course appearance, which lets you adjust everything from hair color all the way down to buttocks and genitalia. As the title would suggest, a major element in cyberpunk culture is body modification, cybernetic and otherwise, so expect character customization to be an ongoing thing. Just like in the Deus Ex series, upgrades to V's implants will affect gameplay, whether you're installing high-tech robotic eyeballs that help you aim your guns better, or a translator chip that opens up new dialogue options by making V fluent in a new language faster than you can say Rosetta Stone. In Cyberpunk 2077, it seems like many features we're accustomed to unlocking via menu screens could be applied more organically within the world thanks to the post-human setting. Meanwhile, street cred is an actual in-game stat, so picking out a cool outfit will do more than just make you look like a badass, it'll make NPCs treat you like one too. It sounds like how Fallout lets you boost your charisma stat with a cool hat, right? You might even have to make tough choices about whether to prioritize style or various combat resistances when deciding what not to wear. Would you rather die or look like a dork? That's the real question. CD Projekt Red's game is based on the 30-year-old pen-and-paper role-playing game Cyberpunk 2020, and the developers have been working closely with the original creator, Mike Pondsmith, to adapt the existing lore and rule set of the analog experience into a modern blockbuster video game. So if you're hungry for deep-cut lore, there's a stack of sourcebooks out there you can familiarize yourself with right now to get a head start, but given how much time has passed in-universe between Cyberpunk 2020 and 2077, the team at CDPR has had plenty of world-building of their own to do. Even die-hard fans of the original Cyberpunk will almost certainly have plenty of surprises. The overarching plot of the main campaign is still shrouded in mystery, but it seems like a major factor is the chip embedded in V's head. That sliver of silicon contains the digitized ghost of legendary rocker boy Johnny Silverhand. Johnny is a key figure in the original RPG, but even if you aren't up on your history, you'll probably instantly want to hang out with him because in Cyberpunk 2077, he's played by one Mr. Keanu Reeves. You may know him from such classic cyberpunk films as The Matrix, Johnny Mnemonic, or Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey.
No way!
But you can expect way more than a few hastily muttered celebrity one-liners. Keanu spent 15 days recording lines at CD Projekt Red's studio, and as a result, Johnny allegedly has more dialogue than any other character in the game, other than yours, of course. Aside from getting comfortable with this posthumous cybernetic stowaway sidekick, V will have to navigate relationships between Night City's numerous factions. On street level, that means tussling with gangs like, say, the Animals, who are a bunch of steroid-addled bodybuilders, or Maelstrom, whose body modifications are of a more high-tech variety. But on a larger scale, Night City is ruled by massive global corporations that manufacture everything and wield more control over people's day-to-day lives than the government. If The Witcher 3 is any indication, we're in for a substantial main campaign, but CD Projekt Red promises a wide variety of street story side quests on top of that, around 75 of them in fact. The team working on all that content is around 5 times larger than the one that built The Witcher 3's optional adventures, so we can expect them to be pretty meaty. At a glance, Cyberpunk's combat might look like straightforward first-person gunplay, but you can expect there to be more than one way to tackle your objectives. Depending on whether you choose to lean into combat or less confrontational skills like stealth and hacking, it seems like you'll have plenty of opportunities to talk your way out of tight situations. In terms of geographic scale, CDPR has estimated that Cyberpunk 2077 might be a bit smaller than The Witcher 3 in terms of square mileage, but acreage isn't everything. Night City is a densely packed urban metropolis as opposed to a medieval fantasy countryside, and that means we can expect a lot of towering skyscrapers that are potentially cities unto themselves. Of course, there will also be some wilderness areas. The Badlands on the outskirts of Night City are a drought-ravaged wasteland plagued by raiders. Either way, the team has put an emphasis on giving us an extremely detailed world to explore, and what we've seen so far suggests they might be telling the truth there. While Geralt's beloved steed Roach has left 4 big horseshoes to fill, Cyberpunk 2077 will have a stable of high-tech motor vehicles to get you from point A to point B in this sprawling dystopia. Expect to cruise around in everything from motorcycles inspired by Akira to kit-bashed muscle cars that pay homage to Mad Max. One thing CDPR has been very open about is Cyberpunk 2077's lack of microtransactions. Like The Witcher 3, there will be substantial free DLC updates post-launch and eventually some larger-scale paid expansions, likely akin to The Witcher 3's Hearts of Stone and Blood and Wine DLC. And there's also talk of Cyberpunk 2077 multiplayer down the road, but don't expect to see that until 2022 at the very earliest. So there you have it, a crash course in what to expect from Cyberpunk 2077. Undoubtedly, we will all know a whole lot more when CD Projekt Red shows even more in the scheduled Night City Wire presentation, and from there it's just a matter of counting down the days when this game finally comes out. What kind of character will your first run as V be? Let us know in the comments, and for everything else we find out about Cyberpunk 2077 before and after its launch, stay jacked in to IGN.
We've got to take a quick break right now, but stick around because the Night City Wire is just moments away, and later on we've still got Next Gen Console Watch 2020 and a whole bunch more. Keep those donations to the Bail Project and COVID Response Fund coming, and don't go anywhere.
IGN Summer of Gaming is presented by The Last of Us Part 2, available June 19th, rated M for mature. By the Army National Guard, working in our communities throughout the COVID pandemic to deliver food, build hospitals, and more. Go to nationalguard.com/esports for more info. And by Fuser, who will be partying with us all summer long.
I've got some big news. The bank finally came through. And I'm holding the keys to a brand new.
We're happy to present IGN's Summer of Gaming, featuring the latest and greatest in game reveals, news, trailers, next-gen coverage, and more. Our month-long event features our first-ever series of IGN Expos, where you'll get first looks at world premiere game trailers, exclusive game demos, and interviews you won't find anywhere else. IGN's Summer of Gaming, only on IGN and IGN One on Samsung TV Plus.
Tired of watching IGN on those tiny cell phones and tablets? Well, IGN is moving to your living rooms. Starting in June, tune into IGN One on your Samsung TV Plus to see all that IGN has to offer, beginning with our exclusive Summer of Gaming event. You'll get first looks at world premiere game trailers, exclusive game demos, and next-gen console coverage that you won't find on any other network, only on IGN One.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
News, games, and more is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent, going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and you can find us on mixer.com/IGN, youtube.com/IGN, and twitch.tv/IGN. See you there.
And welcome back. We are back, and we are just moments away from the start of CD Projekt's Red Night City Wire stream, and when it kicks off. And before that can happen, we're going to unpack as much of that as we possibly can about what we think is in store. Here to discuss, please welcome IGN's Tina Amini and Paris Lilly of Gamertag Radio. Welcome.
Hi, Max. Good morning. Exciting day.
Yeah, thanks for joining
Indeed.
us. So, Paris, I just want to get ahead of this. You got a chance to play the game earlier this week, and you cannot talk about your hands-on impressions quite yet. But can you talk about what you hope to see in this presentation without spoiling anything or getting in trouble with any people with, embargoes and NDAs signed in front of them?
You're right. Absolutely. What I really hope to see here with Night City Wire is just kind of just the big reveal of Night City itself. I want to see just this world, everything that CD Projekt Red has been creating, and just, like I said, the big reveal. I think the biggest thing I want to see out of this is the mega corporations potentially, because we've not had a lot of information about them. So when we talk about that, we're talking about Kang Tao, we're talking about Militech, and we're talking about Arasaka, because I think ultimately they may be the big villains of Cyberpunk 2077. So I really hope we get a focus on those three factions and get a lot more information.
Awesome. Tina, what about you? What are you hoping to see?
I mean, a little bit of the same thing. Like Paris basically alluded to the fact that we have seen a lot, but there's so much that we already don't know too. I mean, this world is going to be big. The storyline is clearly going to be big, filled with characters. So far in a lot of the presentations and demos, we've heard a little bit about that lost society story. We've seen the world and
right
the
now. I think we might have you muted in somewhere else right now.
Sorry.
Okay.
Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you, Tina. I think you're muted in Discord, so I can't hear you. Anyway,
Hi.
We're off to a great start.
Sorry about that, guys.
Going
Sorry
well.
about that.
It's all good.
Can you hear me now?
There we go. Okay, perfect.
Okay, so I'll recap. Yeah. I'll recap what I was saying. So yeah, Paris was kind of alluding to the fact that there's a lot that we haven't seen as far as the storyline. So we do have, we know a little bit about that like lost society background. We've seen a couple of forms of quests in a lot of the demos that CD Projekt has been gracious enough to show us, and what those different play styles look like. And we know that it's an M-rated game, but I want to see more of that maturity that extends beyond just, customizing your genitals and sex scenes and relationship building. I want to know about like the mature moral complexities in storytelling. And I think Paris, you talking about the villains and the corporations and a lot of those factions and how they're incorporated into that world is going to really bring out what those conflicts are going to be. I want to know who the villains are too. I want to know what my moral gray areas are going to be in terms of picking and choosing different elements of dialogue choices or actions that I want to take. I want to see like the cybernetic body augmentation truly corroding humanity, because so far they've alluded to a lot of, a lost empire, but I want to like see that actually kind of play out and see if that means, is this like a justice versus survival thing? I want to know how painful a decision-making process basically this whole story is going to be for me when I play it out.
Nice. Now, so what's crazy to think about is this game was first announced over 8 years ago. It was in May 2012. That was a year before the Xbox One and PS4 were even revealed. It was 3 years before The Witcher 3 came out, and we even really fully understood exactly what CD Projekt Red is capable of as a developer. Hype is pretty record-breakingly high. We're talking, this is like some, this is like easily some Half-Life 3, Last Guardian, Duke Nukem Forever levels of hype, which can go either way, Are you concerned at all about maybe this letting people down, or is there anything that you kind of want to guard your expectations about, Tina?
I mean, given their pedigree with Witcher 3, and honestly, the fact that they already said that it was going to be bigger than Witcher 3, no less, and how seriously they've been taking their delay, I would say no. Apparently something like, this was a report from about a year ago, but apparently something like 400 people of their 1,000-person studios working on this thing. And I have to imagine at this point, it's even more than that. So I think that they're obviously putting a lot of their resources into it. Their delay message was super apologetic. They were really taking what the expectations were going to be seriously. They said something like they knew they would take the heat if it was anything beyond what they'd been hyping it up to be. So I think there's a lot of emphasis that they've put into the fact that they understand expectations of how players' imaginations will kind of run wild. And this is the sandbox environment where they do want it to run wild. They've referenced Rockstar before and Rockstar's style of development. One of the quest designers said something specifically about how they wanted to make sure that the game was available to help engage players that were doing unconventional activities. So I think they're very well aware of what player expectations are. For me personally, the big test is going to be how impactful those consequences are going to be in terms of the storyline, and make it feel like it's organic and natural and not programmed, because let's face it, it is programmed, but it sounds like they certainly have that top of mind.
Definitely. Paris, what about you? What are your thoughts on this in terms of sort of gauging hype safely?
Yeah, I would say on that, my biggest concern would be you have to remember that CD Projekt Red learned how to make an open world game with The Witcher 3. Obviously, it came out to be amazing, and this is going to be even more ambitious with Cyberpunk 2077. So I think, are they taking on too much? Are they trying to do too many things at once? Not only is it an RPG, you have these branching storylines, you have this huge open world, you're launching it across multiple platforms, current gen, next gen, PC, etc. So we've obviously already seen it be delayed a couple times. So I do think it's going to ultimately be amazing. But if I had any concern, it would just be that is this too ambitious of a product, and can they actually pull it off? And hey, we're about to find out in a few minutes.
Definitely. I think ambitious is exactly the right word. I wish we could talk about Cyberpunk forever, but right now we need to take a very quick break. We will be right back for more talk about Cyberpunk.
IGN Summer of Gaming is presented by The Last of Us Part 2, available June 19th, rated M for mature. By the Army National Guard, working in our communities throughout the COVID pandemic to deliver food, build hospitals, and more. Go to nationalguard.com/esports for more info. And by Fuser, who will be partying with us all summer long.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game. But what if you got the opportunity to peek into the minds of the developers while they watch their games getting completely wrecked? That's exactly what happens in every episode of Game Devs React to Speedruns.
You can do that. Oh my god!
We invite you to ride along with the developers as they react to, question, and enjoy some of the most skilled players exploiting and speeding through a game it took years of their life to create. Join us every Saturday for a new episode.
Hey there! Do you have opinions on games, movies, TV, or other weird stuff on the internet? You can take part in our new show, Power Ranking, where you can vote on all your favorite things on the internet. Do it now! Do it! Just go! Vote! Go vote!
News, games, and more is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern. See you there.
Welcome back. And now, not surprisingly, we are not the only ones who are excited for Cyberpunk 2077. I think a lot of people are. Summer of Gaming is presented by the Army National Guard, so let's check in with our gaming guardsmen to see what they're looking forward to in today's Night City Wire event. All right. Well, unsurprisingly, we aren't the only ones excited for Cyberpunk 2077. All right. Summer of Gaming is presented by the Army National Guard, so let's check in with our gaming guardsmen to see what they're looking forward to in today's Night City Wire event.
Hey everyone, my name is Specialist Flores. I'm with the Army National Guard. I'm the Stream Team Media Manager for our esports program, and I'm currently stationed in Texas. When I'm not on guard duty, I actually work in medical billing. However, what I really love is gaming. And for this Summer of Gaming, what I'm looking forward to the most is the Night City Wire event for Cyberpunk 2077. And I'm really looking for two things. One, I want to see more of a gameplay demo. It's been months since we've seen the last one, and I'm very curious to see what the final product is starting to look like. Now, two is Johnny Silverhand. I want to be able to play Johnny Silverhand at least in a flashback or an origin story. So hopefully they hint at that, because that'd be super cool. Because I mean, come on. Who doesn't want to play as Keanu Reeves? Well, in short, I hope y'all are having a wonderful Summer of Gaming, and see y'all in Night City. Bye.
Okay, so we've had 8 years to prepare for this game, but when everyone finally starts it up, they will undoubtedly spend hours in the character creator. Have either of you put any thought into what kind of V you'll be playing with your first playthrough? Tina?
It's so tough because, well, obviously I'm going to go female V because I usually do for self-representation there. But yeah, it's so tough because normally I love stealth. I'm big on stealth, which should mean I should go the Netrunner style. But I feel like, you know, if you're constantly putting points into hacking specifically, you kind of detract from those panicked moments when you inevitably get caught and need to go guns blazing. Fortunately, in Cyberpunk's case, they have got a fluid class system, so I'll probably do a combination of those things. And then in terms of life path, because there's just so many elements to a Cyberpunk character that you could possibly make your own. So for life path, I like the philosophy behind Nomad because it's very much about like justice and freedom. But more realistically, I'll probably go street kid because you need those street kid sensibilities in those tough neighborhoods, I imagine.
Paris, what about you?
I may or may not have had a little practice with this already, but I'm definitely going to go with a female V. She's definitely going to be African American. She's definitely going to have a lifestyle. She's going to have a corporate background, and I'm going to be a techie for sure.
Nice. I'm really tempted to just fully lean into the role-playing side of it and try to recreate like an iconic Cyberpunk character. Molly Millions from Neuromancer is sort of like she's kind of a street kid, but she has like, I don't know, cybernetic claws. I don't know if you can even do that in the game. Hero protagonist from Snow Crash, be like a Netrunner with swords. I think I'm going street kid either way, though. But I mean, obviously, you know, this is a game meant to be played multiple ways. Now we've got just a few seconds to go. I don't even know what to do to kill time for 30 seconds left. This is finally kicking off. We have a ton of stuff lined up for later in the day. We also have next gen console watch later today, where we're going to be still talking about this. We're going to be unpacking this demo for quite some time. We've got a ways until the game actually comes out. And of course, we have Up at Noon, a show that I do where me and my pal Brian Altano goof around. We're going to be talking a little bit about some recommended Cyberpunk reading and watching, as well as checking out some exclusive statues. 9 seconds to go. I'm going to shut up and get out of the way. Wake the F up, Samurai. We got a live stream to watch. Let's check it out.
Thanks.
You don't believe in no fate. Every day digging the grave. Step in the pit with the snakes. City of dreams, city of...
Hello and welcome to this, the very first episode of Night City Wire, a brand new series from us at CD Projekt Red where we'll be talking about all things Cyberpunk 2077. For today's episode, we'll be starting with a brand new trailer. One of our developers will be joining us to help unpack everything you're going to see. We'll have some news, an announcement about a secret collaboration. We'll be taking a look at some braindance gameplay and welcoming back our developers just to have a chat about everything you're going to see. But there is one more thing. Media all over the world have been getting hands-on with Cyberpunk 2077, and when this episode finishes, you'll be able to go and check out exactly what they thought. So, let's get started. It is time to take a look at our brand new trailer, and after that, our lead quest designer Pavel Sasko will be joining us because I've got a feeling you're going to have a few questions after watching this. So, let's take a look.
I love this town. The city of endless opportunity. Ready to get your cherry popped? Yeah, come on!
City like any other, just bigger.
Nah, mano, not just any other city. Legends are born here.
The major leagues. We're only here because Dex is pulling the strings. Doubt that puts us in the same league as them.
But we are. They just don't know it yet. But if you got the cojones and you know how to use them, you can do damn near anything.
Unless you catch a bull.
Even then, you go out with a bang, right?
You know, you can make heaps more eddies as a motivational speaker.
Yo, Mr. V, a pleasure.
So what's the gig, Dex? You meant to come out in one piece? How about we go over the plan?
There's this prototype tech, a biochip to be precise. Jobs to grab it.
Guessing it belongs to a court.
Mm-hmm. Arasaka.
We're robbing some heavy hitters.
Thought you could blackmail me, fucker?
High risk, high reward. First rule of the afterlife.
Ka-ting, baby.
Goes without saying, we do this on the hush. Ideally, no bodies, not a one.
Sounds simple enough.
Eat lead, assholes!
Is it gonna be dangerous?
Don't you worry, mi amor. We're bulletproof. Get your ass moving now!
What the fuck just happened in there?
Can't stop digging Night City.
Fucking major leagues. Happy now, Jackie?
Yep, that's fucking high! Time to bail!
Oh my god, we're so fucked.
Dex, what the fuck?
Dream risky, V.
And you, who are you?
Fuck.
So the trailer contains footage from the game's prologue only, but there was an awful lot in it. So Pavel, why don't you try and help us unpack everything that we just saw?
Oh yeah, I mean, absolutely, I can try. So what you have just seen is only the prologue of the game. So that awesome stuff is only happening in the first few quests. What the trailer shows you is really our stage, the Night City. You know, this gigantic city built of 6 completely unique districts, surrounded by the 7th one that we call the Badlands. As a player, you are meeting Jackie. Jackie's your friend. Now, they together are trying to reach out for something that is very precious. They are trying to reach out for this chip of immortality, this gateway to eternal life. Jackie introduces you to Fixer Dexter Deshawn. He's a very important person in a social ladder of Cyberpunk. He is able to provide the player with various jobs and contracts to be able to gather money, to be able to modify their bodies, push themselves to the limits, to put their hands on the chip. But as you can expect, not everything goes as planned, and but to see it, you have to play the game.
There are an awful lot of really cool things in this trailer, and there's a few that I would just love to talk about a little bit more for the people at home. So let's start with talking about a gang called the Mox. Now, we see a few flashes of them in this trailer. I personally think they're really cool and one of my favorites, but can you give us a little bit more information about them?
Oh yes, so the Mox is one of the gangs that player is going to interact with throughout the game. The Mox is the gang that has been formed in 2076 after death of Elizabeth Borden. She was called Lizzie. Now, she was an owner of a brothel and former sex worker, and she was protecting working guys and girls from harassment, from abuse, and the gang is really continuing her mission. And as a player, you are going to interact with that gang, meet multiple different NPCs, and craft your own relationship with them, and understand what they are all about.
So earlier on, you did mention a 7th district, a place called the Badlands. Now, we saw a few shots of this in the trailer, but I'd love for you to give us a bit more detail about the district outside of the city walls.
Okay, so the Badlands is this like dead, dried out space going around the whole Night City. And as a player, you'll be able to traverse that space in your car or motorcycle. This is a space that is inhabited by the nomads. Nomads are living in different families, and they are traveling across that space in convoys made out of the cars and motorcycles. And as a player, you'll be able to traverse and access different type of open world content that has been prepared specifically for you to get that awesome feel of the Badlands as an area.
In the trailer, we also saw like a completely metal creature. Now, he didn't look like he was from the Maelstrom gang. This looked like something else. So please tell the people at home, who is this giant metal monster?
Okay, so that big dude, that was Adam Smasher. He has been introduced in pen and paper in Cyberpunk 2020 by our senpai Mike Pondsmith. Adam Smasher is a fully converted cyborg. He was always a loyalist of Arasaka. And time has changed, and in 2077 he had to find his own space in Night City, but to find out, you'll have to play the game.
In this trailer, we do see some flashes of a Ripper Doc called Victor Vector. I think if people have watched our previous gameplays, they might remember him. But I'd really like for you to give the people at home some more information about what Ripper Docs are and how they'll be interacting with them when they play Cyberpunk.
So Ripper Docs in our game, they are surgeons. They are like a specific type of a job in the social ladder of Cyberpunk. They are accustomed and specialized in replacing limbs to the metal ones. They can basically update your body, enhance your body, change you into this walking war machine. And as a player, you are going to meet different kinds of Ripper Docs in the game, craft your own relationship with them. Some of them are like important characters for a story. Through that, you will invest eddies that you're gathering to turn your body into this tool that allows you to survive on the streets of Night City.
Pavel, thank you so much for joining us. I know you'll be back later in the episode because you're going to be helping us to analyze the Braindance gameplay. But before that, we do have some news to share. Earlier in the year, we announced that if you pick up Cyberpunk 2077 on Xbox One, you'll be able to play it on Xbox Series X when the console launches. And just in case you missed it, it will be the same for PlayStation players as well. If you pick up Cyberpunk 2077 on PlayStation 4, you'll also be able to play it on PlayStation 5 when the console launches. And that's not all. There will be a free upgrade for Xbox Series X and PlayStation 5, but we'll have more details on that soon.
To Night City.
Before we reveal our first look at the Braindance gameplay and welcome back our developers for a chat, there is just one more thing we want to announce, something that we've been working on in secret for a while. We are very excited to announce our partnership with Studio Trigger and Netflix to bring you Cyberpunk Edgerunners, a standalone anime set in the Cyberpunk universe, which we've been working on for some time now. Edgerunners is due to launch in 2022, but for some more information, let's go to the team in Tokyo.
Hi, my name is Saya Elder. I am the Japan-based producer for Cyberpunk Edgerunners. What I do basically on this project is that I am a fixer, to put it in the words of the Cyberpunk universe. We are a game company. We are a bunch of nerds, and wherever there are nerds, there's going to be anime fans. So it's was always a dream for us to make anime. When we began this project, we were certain that we didn't want to make a recreation of the game. Cyberpunk Edgerunners is a standalone story set in the same universe. The stage is still Night City, but everything else is totally new. New characters, new story. I do like to think that it's going to be a great gateway for newcomers to come and check Cyberpunk game and also the Cyberpunk genre as a whole. Right now we're in Nakano, which is one of the biggest anime meccas of the world. I'm going to take you to Studio Trigger right now because we have the wonderful opportunity to talk to the dream team that will be bringing you this anime.
こんにちは。トリガーの代表取締役の大塚です。監督の今石です。キャラクターデザインを担当する吉成です。ゲームのサイバーパンクのファンの方、今回初めて触れる方両方に満足していただけるようにアニメを作るつもりです。よろしくお願いします。今回はそのサイバーパンクという僕らが10代の一ファンにしか過ぎなかった頃に生まれたジャンル、そういうジャンルのものをまた、時代が何周もして作れるというのが非常に楽しみです。トリガーも10年ということで、監督に今石、キャラクターデザインに吉成というトリガーの最強の布陣で、トリガー10周年にふさわしい作品にしていきたいと思います。お楽しみに。
Now it is time to show you some gameplay of Braindance. This is a feature that you'll experience when you play Cyberpunk 2077. Braindance is essentially a recording of somebody else's experience. It allows you to relive their sense of sight, smell, touch, and even hearing, all thanks to a special device. After the gameplay, I will be welcoming back Pavel Sasko, and will also be joined by Patrick Mills, our senior quest designer and all-round lore master, who will be helping to answer your questions and give you some explanation on how you'll be interacting with Braindance when you play Cyberpunk 2077. So, let's take a look.
Plan simple, do nothing odd. Don't get creative. You go in, snatch the cash, get out. And we sell the BD to those psycho freaks from the studio.
Got it.
And remember, everything on full blast. They'll spot us extra for a wicked adrenaline high. Okay, on you go.
Down! Everybody! On the ground! I want to see you kissing the flooring! Money! Now! Or I will fucking drop you! I swear to God! Well, yeah, hey... now! Before I blow your fucking head off!
Ah! Slow, deep breaths. Your cortisol and adrenaline spiked, but the soft activated your hormone blockers. Nothing happened. You're alive and well.
That was too much. Could feel the guy's pain, his stress, his hope. Hope wrapped up in something else.
Mm-hmm. Probably took a booster just before. You'll be fine. Got everything set up? Let's switch over to editing mode. I'll sever the link to the BD Roller's sensory array. You'll be able to look around freely. Whole scene's yours. Full cam control in analysis mode, so move around, zoom in and out, whatever else you come up with. Think of it as your own little sandbox. So analysis mode, you control playback. Can even pause when you feel the need. Then you use the editor console to unpause. Try it.
Plan simple, do nothing odd. Don't get creative. You go in, snatch the cash, get out. And we sell the BD to those psycho freaks from the studio.
Got it.
Dream as hell, right? Well, that's not all. You can speed things up or rewind, whatever you like. Give it a try. Rewind, roll it back to the top. All good, neat. Now try fast forwarding a bit.
Plan simple, do nothing odd. Don't be creative. You go in, snatch the cash, get out.
Okay. You can also reset the recording. That'll take you right back to the beginning. Try it. Now for some fun. This here's why you came in the first place. In analysis mode, you get to view and even scan details of the enviro recorded by the BD roller. Focus on the heat, the gun this gonk gets from his buddy at the beginning. Now scan it.
Plan simple. Do nothing odd. Don't get creative. You go in, snatch the cash, get out. And we sell the BD to go cycle freaks from the studio. And remember,
Okay, right here. Excellent. Let's move on. Now heads up. In analysis mode, you can ferret out background noise and conversations if the roller got close enough. This tech records everything, every little detail, even the sights and sounds the roller was never aware of. To see the sources of the recorded sensory signals, switch to the audio layer in the editor. Go ahead and try that now. Okay, good. Now you should see several sound signatures in the store. Choose one and hone in on it.
Pack of 6, case of brosif, and a couple of zappers.
Okay, we have a deal today on 2 flavors. Curry and surf and turf. Everybody!
So, any thoughts?
Unbelievable. Seriously, like what's happening right next to me.
Yeah, it's how BD recording implants work. They pick up everything, all the elements in the background. Then an editor tweaks them, makes them pop. Keep playing with the sound, explore it a bit. We'll move on when you get bored.
Wanna see you kissing the flooring? Money!
Sometimes you can analyze extra layers in the raw, stuff the roller's cyberware picked up.
Like what?
Ev's got Kuroshi optics that grab infrared, meaning you should be able to grab heat signatures from her recording.
Huh. Hella nice.
Scanning works on peeps, too. Walk up to the wounded chick. Try scanning her. Alright, next thing. Scroll forward to the part where our artist gets a lead injection.
Or I will fucking drop you, I swear to God! Well, now, fucking head off!
See that? They shot him and he never saw it coming. But you will. Here it comes. My favorite part of the game. See the blinking thing over the entrance? Surveillance cam. Must have caught our shooter. You'll see in a sec. Cam feeds to the screen behind the clerk. Roll back to where the screen's in the kid's field of vision, then scan it. His own Chumba shot him. Probably planned to all along. Must have got a nice slice of cred on the black market for a BD like this. BD freaks are ready to pay a preem for a real flatline. Anyway, if you've seen enough, you can exit. Yeah, it's impressive, right? It's too bad most of the BDs we do here are only good for flogging the log.
So Braindance is a pretty big part of the Cyberpunk universe. It's not just something used for adult films. There is an awful lot to it. And there's 2 sides I'd really like you guys to help me explore. First is the lore, so how this actually fits into the universe. And then there's the gameplay side, so how players will be interacting with it. So Patrick, could you tell us more about the lore of Braindance?
I would love to. So in the world of Cyberpunk 2077, Braindance was invented way back in the early 2000s at UC Santa Cruz. It was developed as a way of recording a person's experiences and then playing them back for someone else so that they could relive them as though it was happening to them. It was originally used for things like therapy and prisoner rehabilitation, but by 2077, it's become this global media industry, including things like movies, mass entertainment, things like that, video games, some interactive things, and of course, adult fare as well. Now, in our game, we deal a lot with black brain dances, or XBDs as we call them, and there are different types of those, but the one that you saw in the trailer just there was a flatliner. Now that's where the person recording it actually dies during the recording, and it's popular with sort of an illicit kind of a thrill, but A mercenary can also use them for various things, and you'll see that in the game, of course.
And from the gameplay perspective, we have been working a lot throughout last years trying to figure out the best way how to use the braindance in the game as a mechanics. So what we have settled on is this braindance editor mode. As a player, you will be able to run the braindance in the editor mode and see different clues that have been registered on the peripheral of given actor. Now, as a player, you can slide on the timeline of the recording back and forth, trying to uncover different clues. And that clues are actually telling a story in the game. So as a player, you will run different investigations that will lead you to different mysteries, and you will uncover them actually using that braindance as a mechanics in the game.
So, as Pavel was saying, we use braindance as a storytelling tool. It's not a collectible. It's not something where you're going to go in and you're going to play it and you're going to be like, I've seen this before. What we use braindance for is to give you a keyhole into the life of the residents of Night City. And we can explore things like childhood trauma, religion, various philosophical ideas in a way that you might not otherwise experience in a story about a mercenary on the tough streets.
So we've tried to talk about some of the aspects that we think the community will find really exciting, but you know, while you're both here, I'd love to know, what is it about Cyberpunk that you guys are really excited for? Patrick, why don't you start?
So one of the things that I'm most excited about in this game is the characters and the way they interact with the world. We've got this really interesting world that stretches all the way back to the Cyberpunk 2020 source material and all of these events and all of those things, but those don't mean anything unless they connect with characters. And so when we come up with a character, we start with their function. What is this person? What do they do in the story? But we don't stop there. We go back and we figure out, what was their childhood like? What was their upbringing like? What kind of obstacles did they face in this harsh reality, and did they overcome them? And how did they overcome them, or did they not overcome them, and why? And you can see all of those things in their environment, in their dialogues, in sort of how they operate in the world. And we come up with that for all of our characters. Now, you look at someone like Victor Vector, and you're going to see stories about his past in his environment and in his dialogue. You know, we come up with that stuff even if we don't use it in the game, because it helps inform us as to who these characters are.
And for me, I would not be myself if I would not say that I'm the most excited about our quests. Like with our Witcher 3 team, with Patrick and like everybody that has stayed with us since the Witcher 3 time, we really have grown so much. We have learned so much, and we have used all that experience to put them into the quests that we have made. And you will not find really a filler in this game. Like everything has a meaning. Like we put so much effort into making sure that everything is rewarding, is interesting, is talking about characters, as Patrick said, is talking about worlds, is talking about emotions, like touching the player in a really, like a real way. And I just can't wait to find out what you think.
Pavel, I know you mentioned story and quests and writing quests, and when I was last in the studio, I had a look and I saw a notebook on your desk, and I would love for you to show everybody this notebook.
Okay, Holly, I mean, you asked for it. So this is my notebook. It says Salsa Quest Designer. The reason is because I dance salsa, and I'm a quest designer, so you know. So I started this notebook actually when we were really starting Cyberpunk. At the very beginning, I wrote like a first note, and it says pretty much something along the lines of that we were starting with a prototype. And then, you know, I kept on basically noting things that we've been working on for like next years. I remember once when our concept artists actually approached me, and they said that they want to take a look on my notebook. I was like, what for actually? And they took some pictures, and they told me, yeah, well, you know, because we are looking for a reference material for notes of a psychopathic killer. Yeah, well, you may find maybe some of my notes in the game.
Pavel and Patrick, thank you so much for joining me. I'm pretty lucky because I have read some of the stories that you and the team have written for Braindance, and I'm pretty excited for people to discover them. But before we do finish today's episode, there is just one more thing we'd like to talk about. Earlier in this episode, I mentioned that media have been getting hands-on with the opening of Cyberpunk 2077, and they should be posting their impressions right about now. And if you missed anything from today's episode, don't worry, we'll be uploading everything to our channels very soon. And finally, on behalf of everybody at CD Projekt Red, we just want to say thank you so much for joining us for this, the very first episode of Night City Wire. But don't worry, we'll be back with episode 2 in just a few weeks. So, we shall see you soon.
Holy moly, there you have it, another heaping dose of Cyberpunk 2077 to hold us over for the 147 days until this game comes out. I wish those were less days. If you just tuned in, I'm Max Scoville, and I'm joined once more by Tina Amini and Paris Lilly, along with Miranda Sanchez. And don't forget to support the two great charities by following the links in the video description, or get yourself some bonus Summer of Gaming content by downloading by downloading the TikTok app and searching IGN Summer of Gaming hashtag. Back to Night City. There is so much we want to talk about, but let's start with some general impressions of the stream. What stood out for everyone here? Let's start with Miranda. I think I know what you want to talk about. Take it away.
Hi, yes, I am screaming because we saw a logo for Studio Trigger. Sorry, we're having some technical issues, but we are good to go. But yes, we saw a logo for Studio Trigger because they are working collaboration with CD Projekt Red to make an anime for Cyberpunk. It's in 2022, so it's like forever away. But this is like my favorite anime studio of all time, and for very good reason. I think they have an excellent team paired for this, with the whole idea of how like Cyberpunk is like kind of like that crazy futurism, that crazy action, and like Trigger's gonna nail that. So I am so excited, and I was seriously just shrieking the whole time, and I apologize, but also I don't. I'm so excited. And that's not even about the game. There's so much more to talk about too.
Yeah, I think the fact that they like mentioned Trigger, like, man, CD Projekt Red just comes out swinging every single time. Like, bringing in celebrities into video games has become such a thing in this industry these days. But CD Projekt is like, nope, Keanu Reeves actually. And now they're doing the same thing. Like, you know, a lot of people work on spin-off projects and whatnot, but Trigger is such a, you know, clearly as Miranda's reaction would indicate, is definitely a heavy hitter. And it's just so impressive to see that they're like clearly very focused on quality in every quadrant of anything that represents Cyberpunk 2077.
Now, Paris, what about you?
I mean, I think they said it all. The fact that Studio Trigger is doing this, I remember even just thinking the past few weeks, I was like, man, I wonder if Cyberpunk's going to do some kind of anime, something, you know, outside of the game. And then they dropped this bomb on us today. I mean, 2022 cannot get here soon enough. I'll tell you that.
Now, they have mentioned that they're going to be doing a multiplayer component to Cyberpunk, but that it's still a ways off. It would seem like launching something in 2022 alongside an anime would be pretty smart. Kind of, you know, we saw the massive surge in popularity that the Witcher game got when the Netflix show launched. So that they clearly took a little cue from that, I guess, though it might have been in the works for much longer.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, because if you think about, if you just use The Witcher 3 as the template, obviously we're getting the game this year. They're going to probably spend 2021 putting out DLC expansions. So by 2022, they'll be ready for the multiplayer. And then you obviously launch Edge Runners right alongside it. I mean, it's perfect timing.
I think it'll also be a lot of good time for them to have that established story of Cyberpunk, and then that gives the team at Trigger plenty of time to figure out like where their story could fit amongst that without like overstepping, but also still making their story impactful in that world as well.
Yeah, and I'm really curious. Yeah, I'm really curious if it's going to, because the team specifically mentioned, obviously this is sort of like a throwaway line to a degree, but they specifically mentioned that fans of the game would be able to enjoy the series. So my expectation is that there's going to be some sort of tie-in, even though it's new characters and new stories in general, it's still that same world. So there might be elements where you can, stories or backgrounds to things, that areas that you visited, maybe NPCs that you've talked to. It'll be really curious to see how that all plays out.
I'm so excited about this. I feel like, to touch on what you said, Tina, like they really do know how to come out swinging. I was completely sold on this game, and now I'm somehow more excited about it. Like it's very smart to be like, hey, I know you're all really, counting down the days to November, and that seems like it's really far away. Here's something to get excited about for 2022. That seems like a lifetime away. So,
and Paris mentioned the DLC too, and they've been saying that before the game comes out, we'll have an understanding of what those expansions will be. We know that they'll be on the level of expansions that we got for Witcher 3. I don't know if they've shifted their announcement plans now that they've delayed the game, but I assume we'll hear more about what those are too.
Now, Paris and Marietta got to play Cyberpunk, and so did IGN's Ryan McCaffrey, and we have his hands-on impressions ready to go. Let's take a look, and we'll come back to talk more in just a second after that.
After playing the first 4 hours of Cyberpunk 2077, it's tough to know where to begin. No, literally. You're offered 3 origin story choices for your V, no matter what gender and appearance you choose, and how you allocate your initial allotment of skill points. I chose the corporate backstory in order to put myself right in the thick of Night City from the jump, and what I quickly learned is that no matter where you start, there are so many layers to Cyberpunk 2077 that a 4-hour hands-on session isn't even enough time to scratch the surface of any of it, in a good way. But I nevertheless learned a lot about what makes Cyberpunk special, as well as what it still needs to work on between now and its new November 19th release date. After agreeing to take out my boss's corporate rival, Abernathy, my next stop is to meet up with my good pal and crew member, Jackie Wells. It's during Cyberpunk's early moments, including the AV ride that conveniently takes you on an aerial tour of part of Night City, that makes clear the #1 most impressive thing about Cyberpunk 2077 in its first 4 hours: the absolutely incredible job CD Projekt Red seems to have done on world building. As you'll quickly come to see, Night City feels both alive and lived in, and its unique districts are just that, genuinely unique. There are people everywhere, from shopkeepers to sex workers to gang members to even, surprisingly, children. And interactions with just about every person of interest have many dialogue tree choices. The visual identity of Night City is also strong, with neon colors and hazy lighting giving the world an appropriately gritty feel. Advertisements for in-universe products are everywhere, cars have upwards of a dozen radio stations to choose from, the urban favela near my apartment is teeming with shops and food stands, etc. The quests do a great job of adding to this as well, with bigger jobs featuring multiple layers of setup, pregame, and intrigue, and you'll have the chance to change allegiances numerous times during these major quests as well. Anyway, after illegally parking on a basketball court, which upset the guys playing, until I spiked one of them in the head with the ball and punched a second one, leaving the third to cower in fear, I walked into Lizzie's bar to talk to my pal Jackie. He encouraged me to abandon the corporate life, but of course, it can't be that easy.
Now sit down and tell me what's got your shorts in a knot.
A driving sequence a short time later again showed off Cyberpunk's wide acting range, so to speak. 1 minute, Jackie is driving and more heavies sent by Abernathy are on our trail, so I lean out the passenger window and shoot the guys out of the back of one van and the driver of another. The next minute, as we approach the entrance to my neighborhood, Jackie, with a dialogue tree assist from yours truly, sweet-talks the female officer and convinces her to let us through a roadblock after the area has been locked down. Later, I encounter near opposite gameplay from the chase sequence when Judy Alvarez puts me into a brain dance, a sort of interactive video built from one's memories, in an effort to gather intel in support of the overarching main quest. Think of the Braindance editor as a cyberpunk version of Detroit Become Human's investigation scenes, where you'll scrub the timeline back and forth and examine the scene from multiple angles using audio, visual, and thermal cues. Both of the Braindances I played dragged on a bit too long, but hopefully they're tutorial-leaning exceptions. There's so much to cover during the first 4 hours of playtime that I'm leaving out a lot of stuff I also did to further invest in my character and immerse myself in Night City. From visiting the Ripper Dock to get my first cybernetic upgrades, to joining an underground fight club, to completing the same rescue the cybernetically overloaded naked woman from the bathtub full of ice mission we'd previously seen at E3, and more. Again, there is a lot going on here. It is highly unlikely that you'll burn through everything Cyberpunk 2077 has to offer in a single weekend. Well, did you just hear a lot of spoilers about Cyberpunk's early game? Technically, yes, but in practice, not really, as there are so many different choices to be made about your backstory, your playstyle, your quest choices, and more, that odds are good you'd never have my exact same experience anyway. It's also important to mention that my 4 hours with Cyberpunk 2077 weren't perfect. I barely got a chance to use any of the hacking and stealth skills I invested so many of my first upgrade points into, though that's admittedly more of a time limit problem than a game problem. And for what it's worth, I didn't even see Keanu Reeves' Johnny Silverhand the entire time I played, so it remains to be seen how large a role he plays. Mechanically, the inventory management was a bit clunky in the build I played, with some gear and upgrade screens best described as annoyingly unintuitive. So too were some of the tutorials, and the driving controls didn't feel particularly good either. But most, if not all, of these issues are exactly the kind of things CD Projekt Red can spend the next 4+ months ironing out. Cyberpunk 2077 feels like the spiritual successor to Warren Spector's legendary original Hall of Fame inducted Deus Ex. I personally cannot pay it a higher compliment than that. It just might somehow live up to the last half-decade's worth of hype. For more on Cyberpunk 2077, check out 15 minutes of gameplay from the Pacifica district of Night City from last year, as well as a look at the character creator. And for everything else, keep it right here on IGN.
To Night City.
And the afterlife. Ha ha!
You can catch lots more of Ryan McCaffrey's thoughts later today on a brand new episode of Next Gen Console Watch, but we still haven't heard from Miranda and Paris about their time with the game. Lots of Cyberpunk 2077 still to come, but right now we need to take a very quick break. We'll be right back.
IGN Summer of Gaming is presented by The Last of Us Part 2, available June 19th, rated M for mature. By the Army National Guard, working in our communities throughout the COVID pandemic to deliver food, build hospitals, and more. Go to nationalguard.com/esports for more info. And by Fuser, who will be partying with us all summer long.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
News, games, and more is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and you can find us on mixer.com/IGN, youtube.com/IGN, and twitch.tv/IGN. See you there.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art, memes, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
And welcome back. Don't forget to follow us on TikTok for bonus content. Check out our charities at donate.ign.com or leave us a yap of video content anywhere on ign.com for a chance to appear in the stream. But let's talk about Cyberpunk right now. Paris, Miranda, you guys played the game. We can finally talk about it. Paris, let's start with you. I saw you on your Twitter. You have a 37-minute long impressions piece going up on your channel. Can you maybe whittle that down to a little bit?
Yes. Yes, I can. And it's actually 41 minutes because I went back and edited it again. But yeah, to sum it up, yes, I played Cyberpunk 2077 and Night City is incredible. I mean, that's literally my first thought as I was playing this. For the past 2 years, I have obsessed over this game, and to finally get a chance to play it, it was everything I thought it was going to be. I mean, this huge open world, and it feels alive. That is the best compliment I can give CD Projekt Red. Is I didn't have to go on a mission. I didn't have to do anything. I could have walked around the entire time, and I would have been perfectly fine. That's how alive this world feels, and I'm just so excited. I want to play it again. It's like 4 hours wasn't enough. I want more time to play, but the world is alive, and it's an incredible accomplishment of what they've been able to pull off so far.
Miranda, what about you?
I was actually very surprised by what they said during the stream. Just kind of bring back to that for a second, that they said that everything they showed in that trailer was from the prologue. And I also spent 4 hours in Cyberpunk and did not see like a lot of that. This game's gonna be huge, guys. This game is massive. I also spent just a ton of time exploring. If you guys don't know, I lead our guidance team. So like a big part of this for me was like exploring just like, how are we gonna cover this game so that we can get all the game help possible, but also just like, how much is there really here? Because that's one of the biggest questions I've had seeing all these demo trailers and like all these other previews like that are hands off over the years was like, what can we actually get into? Like how far of that city street can we actually walk down? How many of those people I can actually talk to? How many of those buildings can I actually go into? And it's a lot. Like it is almost overwhelming. And it's really cool. And like, granted, like there's not something always super interesting to do in each of those places, but just seeing that there's people doing things and existing. Like I just walked up to this one guy eating a burger and he was just talking, like you can go walk up and talk to a lot of these NPCs. He was just saying like, there's a solution for everything. And he just kept talking about that. I was like, what? I mean, enjoy your burger, dude. I don't know what's going on. I've got a contract to go kill some person over here who's causing trouble. So I'm going to go do that instead. But it was just so cool to see how much there is to actually explore. I know there's this one area where I just found this elevator to nowhere. I was like, what's in here? And so that I was able just to go up and I found like this like abandoned rooftop and like there's just like some little cookout that happened there, but there was nobody there. But I found a sniper really early on and I found some like crafting materials and like there's just so much to pick up in this game, guys. My pockets were not full, but I picked up everything, which is super exciting.
Miranda, if I can ask you really quick, did you find the No Tell Motel that was from the E3 2019 trailer? It's in the game.
I did not go to that one, but that's awesome. Yeah. There's just there was so much to find.
That's something I want to touch on, which is kind of blowing my mind, is the fact that this has basically 3 different, drastically different starting points, which is, I feel like we're totally accustomed to a game having multiple endings, but the idea of a game having multiple unique beginnings is really exciting to me. This feels like kind of almost three games in one. Tina, what are your thoughts on the stream?
Yeah, I mean, well, just to directly answer what you're talking about there, the fact, whatever life path you choose, you actually start up in a different location. So, and then obviously your experiences are very different. So you're right that it's amazing that there's these multiple beginnings. I think Keanu Reeves said it best in an interview with us, actually, I believe like 2 E3s ago, when he said that it's not just a choose your own end kind of game, but a choose your own path. And it just really speaks to the breadth that this game is going to take. And I actually had a question for Paris and Miranda that speaks to that, because in the stream earlier, they mentioned, the developers were talking about that they had such a focus on detail to make sure that everything connects back to the stories and the characters and even those life paths and those districts. So part of the narrative is really just embedded in even minor NPC interactions. So I'm curious, Paris and Miranda, if you guys felt like you got to experience any of that or scratch at the surface. I know 4 hours seems like a lot, but for a game like Cyberpunk 2077, it must be like 30 minutes worth of content, really.
I think I got to scratch the surface with it. I did a corpo to start. So I started in Arasaka Tower, and you get this awesome, you take off from Arasaka Tower and you fly into Night City. It's literally breathtaking, for lack of a better term. But in the dialogue choices with certain characters, I would have that corporate option. And like, as an example, when you deal with the corporate agent, when you're trying to get the flathead that Dexter Deshawn sends you on, you see it in the E3 2018 demo. Well, in my playthrough, because I had corporate options, I knew she was handing me a chip with a virus on it, and I called her out on it. So we had a whole dialogue where I'm like, I know there's a virus on there. And she's like, okay, you got me. Let's work out another deal. I say, here's the deal I want to do. She declines. And then we just walk away. So we don't make a deal. I don't get a chip from her, and I have to go to the gang hideout to go get the flathead without her assistance at all. So completely different from what we saw in the demo. So yeah, it was really good. And like you said, it's just scratching the surface of the various options that we'll have when we're in the game.
Miranda,
So
what was your experience?
Yeah, so I started as the Nomad path. So I actually got to start outside of Night City, which was super exciting because I hadn't felt like we really had an idea of what the rest of the world looked like outside of that part. And even then, like, Night City is so diverse. And then you get outside and it's like, well, here's a desert. Which is actually pretty cool. I made sure to drive to the end of the map as well, so there is an end. So basically, you start in this like small town. It's pretty much just trailer parks lining a kind of an old road, and this is like a very tight knit community, and you're not really welcome. There's not a ton to explore out there, but it was cool getting to start and have like a different perspective to what that's like. I actually didn't focus too much on just playing the story stuff. So I actually didn't even get to that interaction with the agent who's supposed to give you the chip. I didn't even get there. I instead just went straight to the brain dance stuff, and that's as far as I got because I spent so much time doing side quests and exploring. But I think that I didn't see too much relating to the fact that I had started as a nomad, but I have faith that that will come back in some pretty significant ways.
So that's something I'm really curious about, because we've got there are 6 districts in Night City, and then the 7th is the Badlands, which is the whole, like, the outskirts. One thing I remember when CD Projekt Red first showed off the demo for The Witcher 3, one thing they pointed out was that as Geralt would go from Novigrad out into sort of the wilderness, they really stressed the fact that, like, it doesn't just go from like city and then you go through a door or across a bridge and suddenly there are monsters everywhere. They really were like, there's nuances. There's kind of a gradient between, deep inner city and then like out in the middle of nowhere. Miranda, what was your sense of sort of the middle ground? Are there like suburbs? Are there like nicer areas between the Badlands and the big city? What's that like in terms of just traversing the map?
So there's a border crossing, actually. Like, you have to actually go through security to get into it. And that's like part of the mission in the prologue when you start out at the Badlands, is like you have to go, you're smuggling something through the border to get into Night City. And you don't really get to see a lot of the in-between there. There's essentially a shootout scene as you're getting into it, and then it jumps forward and then you're already in Night City. So you don't get to see too much of that, but it was interesting seeing that it's very established, like, there are people kept out of Night City and you must get permission to go in. And I think that was like a pretty unique thing to experience. And even though I did get to play through that, I think I will probably roll with a Nomad character whenever I actually do get to play in November. Because it was that cool.
Now, Paris, you mentioned being in Arasaka Tower at the beginning. I'm really curious about the sort of corporate side of things, because I feel like so much of what we've seen has either been, the Nomad wilderness stuff or the very like street level kind of, street kid kind of stuff. What was the sort of, is it all ritzy? Does it look like a fancy hotel lobby up there? Like what's it like up there?
Yes, it does. Absolutely. I think you nailed it. It looks like a very just super fancy hotel in the tower. And there is a Witcher 3 Siri Easter egg in Arasaka Tower as well. Let's see if people can find that. But very corporate. Like there's even the big meeting rooms with the big glass windows, and I kind of would walk by there and I would listen to the conversations, which again with the NPCs, amazing. Just the dialogue that's happening that doesn't involve you at all, and you just hear so many things going on. But I won't spoil anything for people when they get the game, but there's definitely a storyline that happens inside Arasaka Tower, which literally leads to V going to Lizzie's bar, meeting Jackie, and then that just kicks off the rest of the prologue that we know in the game.
Man, that's crazy to think about. Like, given the sort of scale of the DLC that we had for the Witcher, I wonder if, like, I was thinking that they would probably make like a whole new area. Like maybe they would do an orbital colony or like some, you know, I don't know, like something geographically, you know, adding on.
Yeah.
But I feel like they could entirely add a whole new life path as an expansion.
Yeah, you would think.
Yeah.
You know, something I would love to see, I guess while I'm still talking, is Trauma Team. We obviously see Trauma Team in the E3 2018 demo, and I had a fun encounter with them when I played that is different than the demo. But I would love to see maybe something branches off into like that faction. Maybe, I don't know if you're still going to be V or whatever it is, but I would love to see something that goes around those type of characters who they aren't really a villain, they aren't really a hero, they're just literally doing their job. What is that like in Night City? And then to your point, maybe there's a whole new area that you create that's quote unquote Trauma Team area where you have to start from before you even go back into Night City. So those are the kind of possibilities that were just racing through my mind as I was playing the game, because there's just so much going on. It's incredible.
So it's fun that you say that, because they are doing an actual comic series about the Trauma Team. So
That's going to be interesting. Now let's talk about the brain dance sequence real quick. We got a chance to look at that. It seems it's kind of, people are comparing it to sort of detective mode in Arkham Origins. People also, you know, note that it's kind of like an expanded version of the Witcher senses. My first thought is that it's basically the whole plot of Strange Days, which is a great cyberpunk movie, where you're basically seeing somebody else's, visual perception of things, or stims from the William Gibson books. But like, can we talk about sort of how this comes into play in a video game, Miranda?
Yeah, absolutely. So I love that originally this is used as a form of sex work, and then they using, hey, wait, we can use this for other things too. And so we're going to use it essentially to help you pull off a heist. And so what we're seeing right now was like kind of your tutorial with how this whole function works. And so the idea here is that these two are about to go rob a store, and the guy who's actually doing the robbing gets murdered. And so you're trying to use this brain dance to see how he gets murdered, like who is the person who murdered him, because he gets shot, but since you can pop out of his senses, you can see what happens. And it was so cool to be able to see that. One thing I appreciate about this is that there are layers to it. So it's not only the visual layer that you can like manipulate and move around in, but it's also the audio layer. So you can like kind of hear different conversations around and like kind of scan into those. And not only are they helpful for solving whatever you need to in the brain dance, but also just for like cool, more perspectives on the world of Cyberpunk. I'm super one who's like really into world building, and I think they take every single opportunity they can to like really nail down like what it is like to live in this world. And it's really impressive, honestly.
Paris, did you get to mess with brain dance?
Absolutely. And I was even going to ask Miranda, I know you do the initial tutorial, but did you get to do the second part of the brain dance, which involved Arasaka?
I did about half of that. So I had to stop like midway through. They're like, all right, it's that time. And it's like, no. Go ahead, please. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just asking about that because I think the second one, even more so than tutorial, was really just laid out how this is going to work in the game as a mini game and as a puzzle solving thing. The way I equate it to, again, going back to The Witcher 3, is take The Witcher 3 senses, which was basically hold the button, you see a bunch of red and you follow the trail and you really don't have any interaction. And then take Batman Arkham's detective mode and combine those. And they've created what I feel like is this very interactive puzzle mini game inside the game. So I just see so many different possibilities for problem solving things that you'll use for brain dance. And the one thing that really stood out to me was, sure, it's pulling the memories from people, but you can't interact and scan things unless a character is in the correct place, has line of sight vision to the thing that you're trying to scan. So there's all these little small details that are inside brain dance, which again, I think the possibilities are phenomenal for how this will play out in the game.
It
I
seems
loved
very
how
rooted
complex
in.
it seemed. Sorry, Max. I was
No,
just
go
going to
ahead,
say,
Tina.
I love how complex it seems. And I think even just generally speaking, the UI, not even just in this detective mode, in this brain dance mode, but just in general in the game, the UI is so complicated. A lot of the systems are complicated, but it feels narratively fitting, kind of speaking to what Miranda said earlier. It feels a little bit Minority Report to me, obviously, like, the Batman Telltale series. Ryan McCaffrey, our previewer, mentioned Detroit Become Human. There's lots of elements, but it really feels like Cyberpunk 2077-ified, if that can be a word, just because of those layers of the audio and visual and the way that you can make it, all the complexities can make it like a very specific puzzle into itself, depending on what the case is, or at least that's how it seems.
No, exactly. It seems like the puzzle is the curious thing, because like a lot of this game that we've been seeing is very like front and center kind of action, but this almost seems rooted in, adventure games. Like it looks somewhere between using a photo mode and doing a point and click adventure. Like you're solving a puzzle using environmental clues, and but at the same time it seems so like wide open, like you have full control of the entire environment. Anyway, was there anything else you guys wanted to touch on? Miranda, was there anything that jumped out at you that you dying to talk about?
Ooh.
Any villains?
Let me think, because there was a lot. I guess we can also note a little bit about combat. I felt like it was kind of surprising how little combat it actually did. There were options for it, but I guess I want to talk a little about exploration and leveling. So by the end of my demo, I was about, I think, level 3. Granted, I wasn't trying to do a lot of the main path stuff, and that's obviously where you get a lot of your experience points and stuff. But as I was exploring, I was like, okay, so what can I do early on at my level? And it turns out not a lot, because there's a lot of like skirmishes on the street. Something that I love when I was walking around is like I would turn a corner, I'd see 2 NPCs just screaming and running back. They're like, he's got a gun, and I'm just like, you guys okay? No, they weren't. And so I would turn around a corner, and like there's this whole like gang just shooting something up, and like they're just taking over this area, and you have the option to go like contest that. And I tried. They were 2 or 3 levels above me. I almost did it, and then I was like, you know what? I don't have time to keep doing this. So I died. I respawned. Instead of going back for it, I left. So I kept on exploring. So it was really cool to see that things are going to be a challenge. And like, if you are smart enough, if you do have the tools to take that on, then maybe you can do things that are higher level than yourself. I also did get a lot of side quests that I couldn't complete because they were also too high of a level for me. So that was interesting to see, that there is a lot of things out there for you to do, but you may not be able to do just because of that restraint. But I am excited to see if that scales well, because I didn't really get a sense of that. We were also limited to 1 district whenever we are in the main, or I guess past our individual prologues. You get into like the rest of the prologue, and you're only allowed to go through the Watson district because of a narrative reason. So I was surprised by just how much I found to do only there.
Paris, do you want to speak to that? I have been sort of curious about how much freedom players have in spite of this still being, a somewhat of a rigid video game, having rules and all that.
Yeah, it's funny because the situation she just mentioned, like I also witnessed a full-on gang versus the police shootout, right? And I'm looking at it and I say to myself, not my problem. And I just kept going, and I kept exploring the city. But it just goes back to what I was saying before. The world just definitely feels alive. The NPCs are just doing their own thing and having these conversations completely without you. One thing I did want to bring up, that this is more on the negative side. I didn't enjoy the driving in the game, and even the dev that was with me kind of mentioned that they are still tweaking that. It felt ultra sensitive to me and just not a fun experience. And even with the combat, at first my shooting, I'm like, well, maybe I'm just not great, shooting in this game. But they were pointing out to me, even the combat early on is not going to feel that great, because you are literally leveling up your skills with your weapons. The more you use a weapon type, the better you're going to get with it. So it was kind of a good reminder that this is not Grand Theft Auto. This is an RPG. This isn't Call of Duty, Destiny, anything like that. We are playing an RPG that is in first person mode, but it is not a first person shooter at its core. So you have to go in thinking RPG as you're traversing through this world, and understand the more you play, the more you get your skills, your perks, etc., the better you're going to be in the world. And that's not even touching on the hacking, because I could talk about that for an hour.
Yeah, to your point, I definitely noticed, like, right off the bat, like, the shooting, and I always like try to couch that too. It's like, this is an RPG. This is not a first-person shooter. It is not intended to feel that way. Right. And so I when I picked up that sniper, I'm really bummed that I didn't get a chance to use it, because I am really curious to see how things do feel right off the bat. If you do find a higher level weapon, like, does that feel better versus the lower level weapon that I found? Or is it more so about me just trying to find perks for myself and, like, level up my own abilities? And customization is a whole other topic we haven't even touched, but there is so much to that too. Also about the driving, I did find that, like, sometimes it was hard to control, especially at faster paces. But again, this was a work in progress that we saw, and I think there are a lot of caveats to things, like crafting wasn't even in the build we played. So there's just still a lot going on as far as them developing this game still. And that's, I think, a reason that they did push it out to November, is because there's still some stuff that they want to polish. Also fair to note that with preview builds, it's usually just a slice of the game, and it's not like the entire game. So sometimes things get put out.
No, the sort of emphasizing the RPG side of this, I think, is important, because a lot of people are really hyped on this. I think some people have sort of gotten in their heads that this is going to be like Grand Theft Auto, but it is still an RPG. And it's like, if you approach it like a full-blown driving action shooting game, it's gonna maybe surprise some people. So I'm sure they're going to tweak all the things that are weird. But regardless, good God, I'm excited. I'm actually still kind of angry I didn't get to play Cyberpunk 2077. However, I did get to interview the game's lead quest designer, Pavel Sasko, whose enthusiasm would be infectious, even if he wasn't telling me about a video game that I've been wanting to play for almost a decade. That is coming up right after a quick break. We'll be right back.
IGN Summer of Gaming is presented by The Last of Us Part 2, available June 19th, rated M for mature. By the Army National Guard, working in our communities throughout the COVID pandemic to deliver food, build hospitals, and more. Go to nationalguard.com/esports for more info. And by Fuser, who will be partying with us all summer long.
News, games, and more is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent, going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and you can find us on mixer.com/IGN, youtube.com/IGN, and twitch.tv/IGN. See you there.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art, memes, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
Hello, everybody. Cyberpunk 2077 is one of the most anticipated games ever, and I think you knew that. Here to tell me a little bit about it, I'm joined by lead quest designer Pavel Sasko from CD Projekt Red. Pavel, welcome. Good to talk to you.
Oh yes, pleasure being here. I love talking to you guys and love talking about the game.
So I want to just right off the bat, I have a million questions about Cyberpunk, but you guys are always famously very tight-lipped. Is there anything just right out the gate you want to draw people's attention to, or anything you want to get off your chest about the game that you're excited to tell us?
Oh Jesus! I mean, we've been working so long for this game to just put it out of the door finally, and it's just this last stretch of polishing and just back fixing. I mean, the game is this non-linear RPG that allows you to fill the shoes of V on the streets of a night city, and we put so much work into making sure that the city feels the best, all the art styles, all the fashion of the characters, all the voiceovers, so that you as a player, you can really see and really feel being there in a night city. All those like facades of the buildings, neons, REX, everything helps out, to build up this amazing feeling. And for me, what's important is like to get the player into that world, to immerse the player and just get him there and keep him, in shoes of V throughout all the time, so that you can really feel all your choices, all your consequences, and really be the character you really created, you customized.
Now, we've learned a lot about the game sort of since the last time we spoke. One thing that kind of jumped out to me is we know that when you're creating a custom character, you choose your character's background and basically where they're coming from and where that drops them into the story. I was curious, does your choice for what your V's background is, does that affect where physically in the game you start?
Oh yes, absolutely. Actually, like you start off having completely three different opening quests, introductory quests, those origins that you have mentioned. And as a player, you actually meet, different characters important for the main story. In that case, I mean, Jackie, but also some other characters playing that different life path quests, as we call them. And throughout the whole main storyline, actually, your life path will be reflected in your choices. You will actually have access to different choices, different options than other players. That is also reflected in your choices and your options inside the scenes, but it will also open you branches in the quests, and some quests are completely closed off from another life paths. So basically, this is a place for you to just replay the game more times. And as a player, you can actually as a player, you can actually sort of continue, this role play and being like, okay, I'm a nomad, and get to meet nomads, go outside Night City, travel in convoy with cars and motorcycles with other nomads, become the part of their family, and actually finish the game in that way, right? This is one of the bigger, I would say, side quest storylines we have in the game. And as a player, you really don't have to do that, but you can, right? And that opens you up as another endings and other possibilities. So as a player, you can really take your life path, your origin, and really role play like this. But if your choice is to actually switch to something else and start acting like a corp or like a street kid, or everything in between, that's also an open possibility for you.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. So, I mean, we've seen that CD Projekt Red isn't afraid to hide certain portions of the game. Obviously, a choice you made halfway through The Witcher 2 would pretty much lock you off from one entire half of the game. And this seems like a similar thing here. I guess I'm curious, how much does character customization, how much does player choice affect sort of the outcome of the game? I'm not asking you to spoil anything, but can you talk a bit about how varied the endings are, how open that experience can be?
Oh, wow. Okay. That's a cool question. Well, I mean, so we have taken lots of the things that we have learned from The Witcher 3, and we have taken this, as a teachings, and use that and updated that and expanded and just basically learned that, use that as a foundation to build a Cyberpunk quest structure and the whole story structure. And as a player, you have this main core storyline that you can follow, but then, on the side of that, you have the additional storylines
those quests actually alter the main storyline in a really meaningful way. You can actually have completely different endings if you did the side quest or not. So it's really up to you as a player, and some options won't be even available if you didn't do it, because you simply don't know that characters, or you don't know about that possibility that just opens up. So it's really up to the player, you know, to look for it. Now, when it comes to the number of endings, I mean, we have tried to go way higher than with Witcher 3. Like, you can divide those differences into like major differences, and there's, let's say, few more than in The Witcher, but then in between, in like the boundaries of that different endings, you can actually have different variations, and that those variations are actually decorated on top of that additionally with like smaller choices that the player has been making, and that all together like just gives you this like actual ending, your own ending, you know, the way you would actually play the game, the way you see yourself in Night City, the way you decide you would like to be, you know, in a reference in relation to the characters that you have met.
That's kind of what I was expecting to hear. It seems like very much everything is scaled up here. Now, you mentioned convoy stuff, and obviously being a nomad has a lot. Obviously, Cyberpunk has a lot of driving involved. I'm curious, how does vehicle ownership work? I'm used to sort of being able to whistle and Roach walks out from a bar onto a roof. Are we able to steal any car we see on the street? Do we have a garage? I guess talk about sort of vehicles a little bit, please.
Oh wow, okay, I love that topic. So there's actually lots of different options that you can do. So as a player, when you will build your character in a specific way, you can actually start stealing cars, and you can just throw off people, you know, from the cars. I'm just laughing because I love doing this in the game, that I just approach somebody like and throw him under the wheels of another car, and then it's just driving by. So you can do that if you want to, but so you can steal different vehicles, and really in the game you can steal everything that has wheels pretty much, and just drive around with it. But then in the same time, as a player, you own your own garage. The garage is actually something that is like with your flat in the mega building that V owns. That small space, and then throughout the quests and throughout the game, you can actually, in open world, you can obtain different cars, different motorcycles, but also doing quests, you're rewarded with completely different vehicles. And our vehicle team did like amazing job to just like flesh out those cars in a really interesting way. I just love the interiors of the cars, you know, and they look completely different. There's lots of different models that you can own as a player, and you can buy them or you can just get them. And there's also like lots of different cars that you can steal and drive around. Now, nomads, though, they are yet another, like I would say, specific group or layer, you know, in the social structure of Cyberpunk, because they augment their cars. They actually update their cars to be able to survive on the Badlands. So the cars that they have additional type of graffitis. They have special like augments and add-ons on the top of the car. So you may actually see, like, for instance, Quadra Type 66 that we have shown at some point, you know, this yellow car, but then you can see that there is a version called the Reaver, you know, the one that we have shown recently on Twitter, the one that is actually updated by the Raids gang that lives between nomads on Badlands. And you can see that this car is completely different because those guys just took like the same frame and just reworked it completely. And this is the cars that you can also own as a player and steal and drive around with them.
Would you say that the amount of customization we've seen available to the player for just creating a character extends to other stuff like weaponry and cars and living spaces?
So as a player, you are able to customize everything that is pretty much around your character. So you can customize weapons that you're getting, and I'm talking here both visuals and functional part. You can update all the cyberware, pretty much everything that you can actually wear. We have pushed like really ourselves to the limit to just give the player a lot of different options. And we have looked both into like visual and functional way of doing this. When it comes to the vehicles, as a player, you can own different vehicles, but you do not really customize them. What you do, you actually own different vehicles that have been already customized. And you can find different vehicles that have been already tuned up, but you do not do it yourself. When it comes to the flat, V owns an apartment in a mega building. This is the one that you may have seen in the demo that we have shown in 2018. It's still available on YouTube. So it has been slightly updated because we've been working, of course, on the graphics of the game a lot. So it looks, I would say, slightly differently. But this is a space that V owns, and there's a small, I would say, customization planned regarding this. But V is not she's a mercenary, right? Or he is a mercenary living on the streets. Like, we do not really see V like decorating interiors and whatnot. However, of course, some small some small options to reflect your personality, your build are there in the game.
Right. It's not Animal Crossing. Okay. So we got the ESRB ratings, which talked a bit about customizable genitalia. Obviously, The Witcher was a very mature, adult-oriented game. Can you speak a little bit about romance options? Geralt had a sort of canonical existing romances, but V is totally a blank slate. How are you approaching romance differently in Cyberpunk versus The Witcher?
So when it comes to romances, we actually looked at it from a bit different perspective. So as you mentioned, Geralt was a defined character, right? So he had a specific traits. There were females that were interested in him and he was interested in them. That was pretty much it, right? When it comes to Cyberpunk, we approach it from the perspective of player building his own character and finding his own way in a night city. And that the night city is really inhabited by lots of different people that have their own preferences. And that was something very important for us. We just really wanted to make sure that those people that live in a night city, they're real. So what we did, we looked into the characters and build them in a way that they can have a friendly or a romance relationship with you, depending on these choices, but they won't always fulfill you. If you're an asshole, or if you don't fit for them, or if your build, your personality, your gender, your genitalia, if it doesn't work for them, they won't fall for you. This is how it works. It's sort of as in real life, and they just won't go for anything. And what we really have put a lot of emphasis on their personalities in the way they exist in a night city. So the way they are. And when you will be actually developing the relationships with them, you will go through the whole chains of quests. When you get to know them better, understand them better, you will see, what kind of dilemmas, I would say, they have in their lives. And then, depending how you act, they will, react to what you have decided. And that may lead to the friendship or really a romantic relationship. And that, customized genitalia may come into place, come into play eventually.
Wonderful. So one last question. This is on the console side of things, this is sort of spanning the gap between console generations, but at the same time, you're clearly targeting, PC gamers as well. Can you speak a little bit about sort of what sort of next-gen types of features PC players can expect, and conversely, are the demos that have been shown off sort of reflective of what people should be expecting from the next-gen builds of the game?
Okay, so there's a bunch of things actually. So I think I could start probably from the graphics of the game, and this is probably the most visible thing that we can talk about. We have announced some time ago that we are working on RTX. Specifically, I'm specifically talking here about global illumination and ray tracing, and this is something that we're working on a lot, and the game really looks amazing with ray tracing enabled. And this will be, of course, available for the players at the release of the game. But there is also other things that the sort of a next gen or high-end PCs brought into play, and of course things like fast hard drives, things like things like resolution and textures and memory usage and so on. And of course, we are looking very closely and optimizing right now the FPS. Right, we really try to make sure that the game runs as smooth as possible. And at this stage of the production, we are at the moment when we are optimizing the most and putting lots of work into finding ways, how to make Night City run really smoothly, because the city itself is gigantic. It has lots of layers. There's lots of different NPCs. The texture budget is just insane. So there's lots of tricks. And our technical magicians are doing their best really to just pull it off in a best possible way. So I think those are the spaces that we're looking at, to just make sure that the Cyberpunk feels the best. But what I wanted to assure the players is the fact that when it comes to content, like for us, when player buys the game, it's always the same game, right? No matter of the platform, no matter of your build, no matter of like your technical build, no matter what machine you own, it's really the same game. And I think when you look at The Witcher 3, you can actually see it that when we have packed Witcher 3 on that small on the Switch, right? There was lots of work put into it, but there was no content actually that was removed from the game. It's actually a gigantic, rich game. And this is exactly the same philosophy that we're using when building Cyberpunk. We want to give the player exactly the same content. It's just that the tech that you own, the machine you own will just make it probably work better, maybe will look a bit better, but it's still the same game. It will be still really rich, like Cyberpunk experience.
Well, that's wonderful to hear. I am dying to get my hands on Cyberpunk 2077 and dying to ask you lots of questions after I actually get to play the game. Pavel, thank you so much for coming by. Cyberpunk 2077 is out on November 19th on PC, Xbox One, Series X, PS4, PS5, Stadia at a later date.
That's
Nintendo
correct.
Switch someday. Who knows? I don't know. You'll probably port it to phones or something. Anyway, thank you so much, Pavel. I think I speak for a lot of people when I say we're all dying to play Cyberpunk 2077. Thank you so much for your time. Looking forward to it.
Thank you a lot. It was a pleasure talking to you, and I'm just dying to find out what you think about the game.
You don't come here often, do ya? It's good to see you, cabron. Now sit down and tell me what's got your shorts in a knot.
Well, that's about all the time we have to talk about what we expect from Cyberpunk 2077. I'm only kidding. We actually have 4 months and 25 more days to talk about that. And then the game comes out, we can actually play the game and then actually talk about the game. That being said, we are tapping out for right now. Paris, thank you so much for joining us today, along with Miranda and Tina. It was really fun to actually just chat about a game with people who've actually played the game. I'm dying to play it. Paris, where can people find you?
You can find me at Gamertag Radio, and you can obviously find me on Twitter. There has links to my YouTube channel, our Twitch channel, everything at Vicious696. And thank you very much for having me on today.
It was a pleasure. And of course, you can find me, Miranda, and Tina on IGN all the time. And we have lots more coming up on IGN. Later on today, we've got Next Gen Console Watch and Ryan McCaffrey, who also played it. We'll be jumping on that to talk about his impressions. In the meantime, we have a speed run of Resident Evil 7 coming up next, all to raise money for our awesome charities. Stick around, and thanks for watching. See you later.
IGN Summer of Gaming is presented by The Last of Us Part 2. Available June 19th. Rated M for mature. By the Army National Guard, working in our communities throughout the COVID pandemic to deliver food, build hospitals, and more. Go to nationalguard.com/esports for more info. And by Fuser, who will be partying with us all summer long.
News, games, and more is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and you can find us on mixer.com/IGN, youtube.com/IGN, and twitch.tv/IGN. See you there.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art, memes, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game. But what if you got the opportunity to peek into the minds of the developers while they watch their games getting completely wrecked? That's exactly what happens in every episode of Game Devs React to speedruns.
You can do that. Oh my god!
We invite you to ride along with the developers as they react to, question, and enjoy some of the most skilled players exploiting and speeding through a game it took years of their life to create. Join us every Saturday for a new episode.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Hey everybody, sorry, it's me again, I'm back. My pal Brian and I got an exclusive hands-on time with Fuser, which is a virtual music festival game where you can control the music. And if you can't imagine what kind of a festival we would throw, don't worry, we recorded it. You're welcome, and I'm sorry. Let's take a look. Hey everybody, Max and Brian here, and we got our hands on an early build of Fuser, which is a game from Harmonix and NC Soft, which lets you take control of being a cool DJ in front of a giant festival. The version we have has a handful of songs in it. The final version is coming out later this fall. It's coming to PC, Xbox One, PS4, and Nintendo Switch. It's going to have a huge library of over 100 songs at launch, covering a wide variety of genres, from rock and pop to hip-hop and country, all sorts of stuff. Brian, you have some experience actually making music, correct?
Yeah, I love to produce music, and so I'm super interested in this game. This game has a lot of options in terms of how you want to construct mixes and take songs and bring them all together.
Brian, that's great. I have no experience making any kind of music. I think I'm pretty bad at it, but I also love to play dress up, and I have a cool DJ persona that I've never told anyone about, so I think I have what it takes to make a much more impressive festival set than you do.
Okay, all right, fine, fair enough. Let's have a DJ battle, and we'll let the audience decide which is more important. Is it the music, or is it the pageantry? I'll go with the music because I love to make music, and you go with the costumes because you love to dress like a buffoon. I'll go first. Here's the rules. I'll pick my own songs, and for the second round, we'll pick each other's songs.
All right, well, you, watching at home, could be the judge. May the best man win.
I agree.
Let's give it a shot.
It'll be me.
Stop that.
All right, Max, so this is my DJ. As you can see, he's dressed exactly like I am in real life. Very simple, very comfortable, very casual.
Yeah, you look like you just got out of bed.
I did. I'm going to pick out my crate because that's the most important part. Let's start with The Message, one of my favorite songs of all time.
Can't knock that.
We'll throw in a little DMX, 50 Cent. Absolutely throwing in some Regulate.
Middle school, high school, okay.
Yep. Some Rock the Casbah, one of the dopest bass lines of all time. Let's get a little Nelly. Let's get some Hot in here. You know what? Let's go crazy. A little bit of Coldplay. How about that? And then we'll do a tiny bit of Whitney Houston. Are you ready for this?
You look like you just woke up. I'm sure.
I did. And you know what? Look at that energy. You see that? Let's start one of my favorite beats of all time. Here we go. That's a drop. That is a drop right there.
Oh.
Ooh. Ooh, you see those perfect beat drops?
Well, you're gonna mix it up a little bit? That's just a regular song, man.
Okay. All right. Ooh. 50, bring the drums in.
Well, which is it? Are you in a club or a Casbah?
I'm in a club bar.
Pick one. Those into club strings give me the anxiety. They give me the palpitations, man.
There we go. We got Nelly getting hot, taking off his clothes, and we got Whitney Houston's drums. It's a sentence I never thought I'd say, but here we are. Okay, I'm gonna shake it up a little bit. Bring in a little bit of Coldplay, because that was my wild card. That's my secret ingredient.
Was everyone having too much fun there? You gotta have like a nice sad song, get all serious. Too much dancing.
No, these drums are good, man. I'm gonna bring it full circuit for you. Ready? Here we go. See? Now it's like an emotional classic hip hop song. So I think I killed it. What do you got?
Well, I would like to introduce you to my character, Cap'n Hot Dogs. He's the DJ at the International Hot Dog Festival, which is primarily about hot dogs, but also music. So we're going to be doing lots of music, and everyone's going to be having hot dogs.
Can you talk about this tattoo and this blazer?
It's a rainbow, but instead of a cloud at one end, it's ice cream. And also, I'm wearing a lot of body glitter. That was actually unintentional. I got glitter bombed backstage because someone was having too much fun.
All right, well, let's see what you got musically.
All right. Well, obviously, I want Smash Mouth, because that's the best song ever made. They do All Star. Do you know All Star?
Yeah, dude, I've seen Shrek.
All right, fair enough. Lizzo, because there's the good horns and stuff on there. Also good horns on DMX.
Definitely.
Yep. Yeah, let's get some Brad Paisley in there, because why the hell not? Get some Gaga.
No, you're making it
Harley Rae.
You're making it difficult for me to pick the songs for you when this is your choice here.
I don't listen to a lot of music, you know. All right, let's get the Fatboy Slim in there.
Okay.
Cool.
What is happening?
Oh, also I have cowboy boots because I like to mix it up, and they have good arch support.
All right, what are you starting with here?
I mean, obviously, some Smash Mouth, and then everyone loves the dulcet tones of Brad Paisley. Hell yeah, baby! And I've always let's speed it up a little bit. Let's get wild. Yeah, baby.
Oh wow.
Yep.
This is a lot. This is a lot to take in. Okay.
Where's the DMX horns?
That might be a bit much.
All right.
I think the crowd might get a little.
There we go. There we go. Now we're talking. People look at how much fun everyone's having. They got funny stuffed animals and stuff.
Trying to nod my head to this, figure out the right. Wow.
My big problem with X Gon Give It To You is it's honestly too slow of a song. I think that it's...
I think your big problem with music is all of it.
DMX would love it here. I have a great time at my festival.
I don't feel well.
Everyone else here is having a great time. I wonder what this does. There we go. Getting a little help there. There's my dog friend. Look at that. Yeah.
Okay, that's a good drop.
That might have been cheating, but I'm doing okay.
Wow.
Look at that. Having a great time up there.
You know, that's really what counts.
Yeah. So that's the International Hot Dog Festival. It's the #1 music festival on Earth, and everyone loves to go here. Have a great time. Listen to my music.
You know what? You brought it back around, and I appreciate that. All right, Max. So I think I knocked it out of the park in the last one. So I want you to pick 8 songs.
I have great taste in music, and I also know that you don't always agree with my taste in music. So let's start out with "Don't Fear the Reaper," BOC.
Got it.
Okay, that's a sufficient amount of cowbell to start with. Let's get some Panic at the Disco there.
I should take these sunglasses off. It's very hard to see.
Are you just like fumbling around there?
Yeah, I'm in the darkness.
Okay, Call Me Maybe. Dude, let's get Coldplay in there too.
I'm really good at Coldplay. I just proved that.
Ooh, Old Town Road for sure.
Okay.
And let's go down a little further. There we go. Thunder.
Okay.
Imagine Dragons. The kids love it. They love the Imagine Dragons. Oh, you love Jonas Brothers. Get Sucker in there. You have all those posters up in your room. You love the Jonases. All of them.
Don't tell people about my room.
We got to do some party rock, and let's get the party rock anthem with the LMFAO. There we go.
All right, I'm ready for this.
There we go.
And look, it's the daytime. You know, we're gonna have a different vibe than last time. All right, I'm gonna let you pick the first song that I have to start with.
Oof.
Who do you got for me?
Let's do some Jonases. Get the Jonas Brothers in there.
Oh man. All right.
And then let's get some LMFAO in there.
This is a challenge.
Yes, that's what we're doing here. And what about some Old Town Road? Just get that in there too. Yeah.
All right. Okay, this is working. I'm taking over from here. I don't need you anymore.
All right.
That is totally working. Are you kidding me? Shades are going back on for this one. Wow.
Those strings, man.
Oh my god. Are you kidding me? We're bringing the Jonas vocals in. All
crowd
right.
is just losing it. They're going crazy out there.
Yeah, this is crazy.
Throwing balloons around.
Oh my god. Are you kidding me?
You're good. You're good at this, man. You know what you're doing.
I am so proud of that mix.
Nicely done. Nicely done.
All right, Max. Let's get a little fun here. Let's start with the Chainsmokers. Don't Let Me Down. Head on down and Give Me Everything. I think we should get a little bit of Post Malone because he's got tons of tattoos. You have tons of tattoos. Let's get a little bit of Cardi B. You love Lady Gaga, right?
Yeah.
Throw her in there.
You know she's half motorcycle?
That is true, yeah. You know, a lot of people were born like that. Or born this way. Thrift Shop with Macklemore. I know you love him. And then we'll do a little J Balvin and Willy Willy from Magente, a song I don't know anything about.
Okay.
And you know what? Let's give you some Stir Fry by Migos.
I know 2 of these songs. Oh, I know I was screwing me up last time as I wasn't wearing cool sunglasses. So let's try this out this time.
There we go.
All right.
I'm gonna pop some tags.
Yeah.
Starting with an acapella, I dig it.
It's really it's kind of a spoken word festival sometimes. People like to mix it up. All right, and I am having a hard time seeing with the glasses on, but I'm gonna make the best of it. A lot of musicians have this problem.
This is working for me, man. I'm popping the shades on too.
Crowd is going bananas. I think. Again, it's yes.
It's hard to see with the glasses.
They are in fact going bananas.
I'm into this.
You know what? I'm gonna get crazy here. I'm gonna add.
This is working. I don't understand. This is working really well.
It's because I'm an international DJ at the International Hot Dogs Festival. I know what
Let's
I'm
not
doing,
push it. More vocals, huh?
You know, about 80% of music is what people are saying over it.
I feel like a lot of your strategy is just to keep people confused.
Yeah. No, it keeps it exciting. Keeps it
Right.
interesting.
What?
Music.
So is this your first time hearing music?
I've heard some of it before. 2 or 3 songs in the past. Look at that, I got a light show.
Okay, I think
having a great time. Let's see if they can get crazy for me. Help me out. Here we go. Yeah, music. Music. Yes. Everyone dance to the music. There we go.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know who won the Battle of the Century. Well, I do. It was probably me. Max, you did a lot better than I thought you would. Although, I think you definitely put a lot more work into your character and your personality than you did the actual music. But you know, you're getting better and better. And I think
It's called showmanship, and it's a big part of it. Okay.
I think a big part of music is music. But if you want
I
to,
think a lot of people would come to my festival.
I think they would also leave early. Does that count?
Got glow sticks, hot dogs.
I had glow sticks.
What about you, viewers at home? Would you come to my festival, the International Hot Dog Festival of Music and Dance?
I think I won. Max thinks he won. Ladies and gentlemen, sound off in the comments below and let us know who you think won the DJ Battle of the Century. Was it DJ Brian at the Casbah Club, Knock It Out of the Park, DJ Festapalooza World Tour 2020, official title, or DJ Hot Dogs at the Hot Dog Festival?
That's Captain Hot Dogs.
Let us know in the comments. And for all things Fuser, which is coming to PS4, Xbox One, PC, and Switch this year and lets you mix music with over 100 different songs, be sure to check it out. Stick with IGN because we got your backs. Head down to those comments and just type DJ Brian 1. It's really easy.
Just all you have to do is write Captain Hot Dogs. I promise. It's free and it's a great time. Just write Captain Hot Dogs in the comments.
Go check out Fuser either way, even though I won.
Hey folks, Mark Medina here, and welcome back to IGN Summer of Gaming. All summer long, we're bringing you the latest news on brand new games, world premiere trailers, next-gen console news, and never-before-seen gameplay from big names like Sony, CD Projekt Red, and more. You can catch it all wherever you stream IGN or live on your Samsung TV Plus by tuning into channel IGN1. Right now, we're back with what I think is the best part of summer of gaming, the charity speedruns. It is the best. All summer long, IGN is asking you to give to the Bail Project and the World Health Organization by following the links in the video description or by heading over to donate.ign.com. The Bail Project provides bail for families in need, and the World Health Organization's COVID-19 Response Fund is dedicated to studying, treating, and combating the disease. By donating, you'll have a chance to win IGN gift cards, game codes, or swag from companies like Bethesda, Sony, and id Software. Donors who give more than $50 will have a chance to win a custom Summer of Gaming Xbox One X. We actually got a donation during the Cyberpunk stream. William Gibson gives $20, and he says, "Damn, Cyberpunk looks amazing, but that delay really hurts. Instead of being a college student with all the time in the world to live in Night City, I'll be in hardcore looking for a job mode. Oh well, at least it'll be polished." I agree. For even more Summer of Gaming goodness, download the TikTok app, follow IGN, and search for IGN Summer of Gaming hashtag for a slew of bonus clips or to upload your own awesome gameplay moments. Or leave us a Yappa comment on IGN.com and your Yap may just show up on the stream. It is that time again where I bring in my co-host, and hopefully he's not frozen this time. Jay Hobbs, are you there?
I think I'm here. I think I'm tangled instead. No, I am here. I think it's working. Thanks for having me back again, Mark.
I just got the tangled joke, so
yeah.
I'm here. I'm with it. This is like day 9 of these speed runs. I can't believe we've already done so many.
I know it feels impossible that we're still going with this, but I love it, and we keep just trying to help push that donation total higher and higher. And everybody out there's been helping out a lot with that, and I really hope we can continue to do that today.
Yeah. No, it's been really, really cool. But we're not alone. Of course, we also have a third person with us. This is Marforia, and she's here to play Resident Evil 7 for us. Hello.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for having me today.
So, give us a quick rundown. What is Resident Evil 7? I've never even heard of it. And what category are you running? I'm joking about it.
All right. Resident Evil 7 is a first-person Resident Evil game. We've been used to the fixed camera angles and the third-person views, which is great, by the way. But this game takes that camera, brings it into that terrifying first-person view, and our wife has gone missing. She's been missing for 3 years, and we are going to go rescue her. So we kind of have to travel into the middle of nowhere, Louisiana, and fight off some molded monsters and some moldy bioweapons and rescue her. So,
real quick, are we going to pretend that Resident Evil Survivor, the greatest first-person Resident Evil game to ever exist, doesn't exist? Guys, come on.
It absolutely exists.
Not a good game. So what category are we running? We're beating the game, correct?
Yes. So we are running New Game Easy. And so with Resident Evil 7, there are 2 difficulties for the categories. We either run on Easy or we run on Madhouse. And you can either run on New Game or New Game Plus. And New Game Plus gives you the ability to use like a circular saw and like some other neato weapons and infinite ammo, which is a really fun speed run. And that's actually the speed run we recommend to start off with. But we are going to do New Game. We're picking up some ammo. We have to time our boss fights correctly. It's a very clutch speed run, so it's pretty fun.
All right. Well, then, as they say on every charity speed run, let the clutchness begin. Right, that's our catchphrase, right?
That's what we say. It's the time-honored tradition at Games Done Quick and every online marathon. That's what all of them say.
To go with, man, I need a shirt that says that now.
Alrighty, so whenever you guys are ready, I will count you down.
We're ready. Let's do it.
All right, so time will start as soon as I hit the difficulty up here. We do not do speedruns on normal. You do see there are 3 difficulties. So the reason we don't is because easy and normal are exactly the same. It's just that the molded have more health, and just to make it easier, we have the fastest category and then the hardest category. So small little detail there. Anyways, enough talking. Let's go ahead. 3, 2, 1, and go. We are off.
All right. You heard it here first, folks. Mark Medina is going to be the first one to run on normal. He's going to get world record.
I guarantee you wouldn't be the first one, even if it's not on the leaderboards. I'm sure somebody's done it.
Well, we get questions all the time in the RE7 Discord about, why are there no normal speedruns? And, we say the same exact thing. I mean, if you guys want to go speedrun on normal, feel free. It just won't be on the leaderboard, but, you guys do what you want with your speedruns.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty classic thing for a lot of games, too, is either having it the fastest, which is often like easy and stuff, but again, that lends you to be able to do a lot more interesting things sometimes because you can go faster with it. And the hardest. That's like common across a lot of different speed games. Sometimes you get lucky and like every difficulty has its own interesting things about it. And you get to split it up by every difficulty, but that's not always the case. I'd say majority of the time, not the case.
Yeah, like when you mentioned games having like every category, for some reason, I don't run this game, but I've looked into it. I know Kingdom Hearts has like every single difficulty, right?
Yeah, because things, a lot more kind of changes for the different categories rather than it just being like, okay, this enemy's health is more. And like that just kind of affects strats a lot more than just, oh, it's going to take 8 more bullets to kill them than it would otherwise.
Anyways, so one thing you guys may notice, so you cannot skip cutscenes in this game. And a lot of the Resident Evil, and like at least some of the earlier games, you can skip cutscenes, but here, and some of the remakes you can as well. But here in RE7, we cannot skip the in-game cutscenes. There is one cutscene you can skip in the middle of the run after the boat section or during the boat section, but you know, during our speed runs, you know, we got these nice cutscenes to sit through.
It's a great looking cutscene. I'm just gonna throw that out there.
Sure.
Well, no, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, it's just always unfortunate when you can't skip them, but sometimes it's weird because sometimes that leads to some really interesting strats because you're trying to get around cutscene triggers and stuff. Like if you think about Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time, I can't imagine like half of the strats that have been found in that game would exist if you could skip some of the cutscenes. Like it's just sometimes that leads to some really interesting stuff.
I think a lot of the runners in this game have, you know, been in the lab and have tried to experiment with things like that. But one of the things about this game is that it's very sequence and event-based and trigger-based and things like that. So we can do a couple things out of sequence, but not a whole lot. If you try to do too many things out of order, or if you don't complete certain events, then the game will soft lock. So, yeah, I'll bring those up. I'll bring that up when we do a couple things up here.
And how long is this speed run, by the way?
So this category right here, this one is, well, my personal best is 1 hour 32 minutes and 48 seconds, and that's going by in-game time. We actually do go by the in-game time for this, not real time. So yeah, so I guess real time, you know, you'll add like maybe a minute or two on top of that.
Yeah, that sounds ridiculously fast for both a game in which you can't skip cutscenes and also a Resident Evil game. Like those two things, the games are generally much longer than that.
A lot of the older and newer Resident Evil games are actually a lot quicker, or like under an hour. This one's probably one of the longer speedruns, but I guess in terms of like speedruns as a whole, then yeah.
Yeah, I would say speedruns as like a whole that have no cutscene skips, and then also like casual playthroughs of this game, I'm sure are like upwards of 8 or 10 hours and stuff. It's like super always great to see how fast games can be done. I will never cease to be amazed by speedruns.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's why like we have like there's tons of different speedrun events going on, and it like doesn't matter what speedrun is up there. It's like I'm interested in seeing this run.
No. Were you supposed to fall down that ladder?
Yeah, the ladder breaks. It's been infested with termites or something.
It happens.
So yeah, we're playing as the protagonist, Ethan. Ethan's just kind of like a normal guy. He doesn't have any like formal training or background training. Like, you know, when you play other Resident Evil games, you're playing as, you know, like Jill Valentine or Chris Redfield, Leon Kennedy, like these people who have like police training and such. But, you know, in this game, we're just playing as a normal person. So interesting in that regard.
Ian works at a bank, guys. He's just a normal guy.
We're actually about...
It's Ethan, right? Not Ian. Come on, Mark. You gotta get caught up on that lore already.
I'm also pretty sure he does not work at a bank.
I think he's a computer guy. So yeah, we actually just did our first skip right there. It's the body skip. So when you traverse in that water, you just move your camera to the right a little bit as you're traversing through it, and it avoids the body popping up. It's like your first jump scare of the game. You see like this rotted body that was like waterlogged and all that stuff that just kind of pops up, and then you fall into the water, and it's very slow, but you can actually skip that, which is nice.
Her hair looks like it's in water right now.
Yeah. So
it's really weird.
You may notice we play on really, really low graphics settings, at least the PC players do. The reason we do that is so we can get the highest frame rate possible, and I actually have my frame rate in the top left corner in blue numbers. So I'll explain here, coming up, but basically there are some tricks in here that are tied to frame rate, or the damage is tied to frame rate. So we want to be sure to have really high frame rate to execute a couple of the tricks here in this guest house.
We got like
damage
400
being
frames now.
Yeah, damage being tied to frame rate is not something I've really heard of before. Like I definitely heard of frame rate based speedrun skips and stuff, but speedrun tricks, but damage being tied to it is really interesting to me.
Yeah, so essentially the higher the frame rate, the more hits you can get. And and actually there's only one weapon in this game that's affected by it, and it's the axe. And so when you swing that axe at a certain angle and you do certain movement, it'll do like a ton of hits into here. If you guys are familiar with the Resident Evil 2 remake speedruns, the knife in that game is also affected by FPS. So and to make those games more fair, there's different speedrun categories. There's either a 60 FPS or a 120 FPS category, because if it's left uncapped, you can kill people like so quick.
Yeah, I learned about the Resident Evil 2 one from Hazeblade, who explained he did a pros react to one of our people speedrunning the game, and he explained that it's like every frame does damage, so the more frames the knife is in the person, the more damage it'll do. And
right,
yeah, pretty cool.
So when Resident Evil 3 came out, they took that away, or rather, they changed Jill's knife animation, so you can't do the same thing, unfortunately.
So Mark, this is probably what, like 15 times the number of frames you're used to per second. Mario being a 30 FPS game.
Yeah. I played the weird PC port that put it up to 60 frames, and I did not like it. I was like, this is unnatural. this isn't good. Real quick, I just want to mention we got a donation from Ian Malcolm, who says your scientists were so preoccupied with whether they could, they didn't stop to think if they should. I have no idea what that is from.
Isn't that a Jurassic Park reference? I'm pretty sure it is.
It totally is.
Okay.
I have to live up to that. I've never seen that movie, and it's like
what?
a big.
It's like, all right, we're just gonna stop it right here.
Yeah.
Let's just Jurassic Park watch party.
Yeah, stream's over. We're gonna watch Jurassic Park.
I will just leave. My wife turned it on once, and I just left the room.
What you got against it if you've never seen it?
I don't know. Nothing. She was just like, I'm gonna watch Jurassic Park, and I'm like, cool. I'm gonna go do something that actually interests me. And I left.
Man. How did dinosaurs not interest you, though?
I don't know. It's just, I don't know. There's something. I don't know. The movie looks.
The official GDQ mascot is a velociraptor. So I mean, come on, man. You got to get with the times. you got to get with the old times.
Yeah. I just rewatched the movie Twister, everyone's favorite movie about tornadoes. I don't know. I've also never seen like Ghostbusters. It was a whole thing, like. Where it's just I have this like gap where I grew up watching the movies my mom had, and if she didn't have those movies, I didn't watch them. By the time I got the chance to watch Jurassic Park, I'm 30 years old now.
There you go.
What are you gonna do?
So I can't help but notice me is a little different.
She is attacking us because she is infected, and we are running towards the danger because we are the danger. I'm kidding. That's my subtle Breaking Bad reference.
Breaking Bad. Now we're talking.
I saw like a season of Breaking Bad. I gotta like actually go back and finish that whole show at some point.
All right, that's it. End the stream.
Yeah.
Jurassic Park and Breaking
Bad watch party. We don't have time to watch Jurassic Park, but I do have time to watch Breaking Bad like 4 times through.
5 seasons of it.
There was a movie I was gonna watch the other day, and I was like, I'm not gonna watch this. I'm gonna just start rewatching that show 30 Rock, and I watched the entire like not in one sitting, but over a few weeks I watched the entire thing, and I was like, I probably could have just watched that movie. No. What are you gonna do?
All right,
That's what happens.
We're doing a thing right here where we're trying to get Mia to stand up on the earliest possible frame. We're basically trying to look right at a specific spot. She's not standing up like she should, though, so when she doesn't do that, then, well, she does now, but, like, I didn't get her on the earliest frame, but it's okay. But it's all good.
What is it about kind of looking? Is that one of those tricks that is known why it works, or is it just like, nope, just kind of look here and it kind of just works?
It totally works because it's like where your camera's at. Oh my god, this fight is not going well, but it's okay. We still killed her quickly. I did not get those quick axe hits into her, but we could still kill her rather quickly before she does a ton of damage to us. We definitely want her to fall towards the hallway though, because we're going to be picking up that axe a little bit later. So if she falls anywhere into the room, it's kind of a small time loss. But yeah, she fell kind of into the hallway, so we're a little good there.
I'm getting sad all over again. Poor Mia. Rip.
I mean, she can take a lot of damage. She'll be fine. But
to
yeah,
be fair, she tried killing us first.
True.
Yeah.
And then in the RE8 trailer, Chris comes in to somewhat do the job, I suppose.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, that part's brutal. Right at the end of the trailer.
Yeah.
Yeah, rough.
Yeah, I was gonna ask how you felt about. Well, go ahead if you've got.
I was just gonna say, so guys, so we're at 34,226, and I think we can make it to 35 by the end of this stream. It's a long stream.
Yeah.
But I believe in you guys. I don't know if it's too early to start calling for the. Okay, we just got $100. So there we go. Oh, and it's a callback from yesterday's stream. It was donated $100 from Man Bear Paradox.
Oh, nice.
That's pretty good. Thank you so much. I was gonna call for a $5 donation train already because might as well get that started early. But we'll start with a $100 donation train. Let's go.
Yeah. There we go.
Hit goal. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no. I was just gonna say one thing. So I was gonna say I'm running the Steam version, which is just like the normal, English version and regular version that came out. And there's another version that a lot of the runners will run called Sero-D. It is the Japanese censored version, and it cuts out about 25 seconds. And it skips a lot of gore and decapitation scenes. So if we were running on Sero-D, this would be the first instance. Like, the scene would be blacked out.
Oh, wow.
And Ethan would keep his hand, because I guess in Japan, they have a thing against, like, decapitation and, like, body gore and things like that. So, but yeah, there are some big time saves in Sero-D, and if you're aiming for a top time, you should get that version. I actually just got it last week, so I'll be running on that soon.
I would say I have a little bit of a thing against decapitation, but
but just to me, like this.
I just don't want my kappa dictated. So
right, yes.
All right, so we're about to go on to the second boss fight, and this is where you'll definitely see that whole damage tied to frame rate thing. The best hit we can get here is a one hit to kill her exactly in one hit. So it's all in the setup. We want to be sure that we trigger her spawn in. We want to be sure that we're lined up exactly perfect, and then we want to swing our axe in a particular way. Did not get the one hit, but we got 2 hits, so still quick. Should not do any damage to us.
We just got another donation from T-800 who says, "Come with me if you want to live." I don't know. Is that another is that another Jurassic Park thing?
Oh, no. I feel like that's Arnold Schwarzenegger said that.
Maybe.
And he's not in Jurassic Park. Sorry to say.
I didn't know that Arnold Schwarzenegger was in Jurassic Park.
Things we have to explain to Mark in 2020.
Things you learn. I watched the first half. I've never seen Terminator 1. I watched the first half of Terminator 2. I got bored and I turned it off. When I first started at IGN, my boss gave me a stack of like DVDs, and he's like, "You have nothing to do. You're just like living with a roommate. I need you to watch all of these." And it was like Ninja Turtles, Jurassic Park, Ghostbusters, all these. And the only thing I watched was the first half of Terminator 2, and I got bored and I turned it off.
Wait, which Ninja Turtle films were you given? Were you given like 2 of them, or just one?
I don't remember. I don't know.
You gotta watch. You gotta watch Ninja Turtles 2: Secret of the Ooze, because Vanilla Ice is in it.
Is that the one they dance in?
Yes.
That's probably not
Mark,
gonna happen.
you're gonna need to start a new series. Like Mark watches old movies or something. Just
And reacts to them.
just watch a bunch of classic movies finally.
Alrighty.
At least you know Back to the Future.
Yes,
Ooh.
that's good.
Back to the Future, though. That's good stuff. Yeah. We have Back to the Future pop-ups. They're the best. Well, that was The Office, so I don't know what that was. Anyways.
Looks like we've got a very normal family meal here going on.
This is what dinner at my house.
I mean, sometimes mine can look like this too. This is the Baker family. You could tell that they have a very delicious feast here of human guts and intestines and pancreases and things of that nature, trying to force feed us. I mean, you could tell the scene was definitely made for VR.
Yeah.
Oh, come on, Capcom. Why you gotta do that? It's like they just want to put everybody on edge.
What happened to that man's arm?
So, Jack, the dad here, cut off Lucas's arm, but it's okay. It'll grow back. I promise.
Got it. Okay. I was worried. But since arms normally grow back, I wasn't that worried. So we should be fine. We got,
oh, go ahead.
sorry. $10 from Revsir, who says, "Good luck, Mar."
Oh, Rev Sir, good friend of mine.
Just something about these cutscenes. It's like so unbelievably creepy, but something is really comical about it at the same time to me.
It definitely is. I mean, I've seen it enough times where I'm just like, eh. I think the first time, I think the first time people play it, they're truly disturbed or like, you know, very scared because they're just like, oh my god, I gotta get out of here. But I'm just like, eh.
Yeah, and also like not being the one in control of it, I think also does it. And I've seen a few RE7 speedruns before, so like it's I've seen some of these cutscenes before. But something like the hot sauce on the table, for example, it's just so funny.
Or the spam can.
Yeah.
We got in the chat, Justin Ray says, "Hey J Hobbs, what is the status of SGDQ this year?"
Well, SGDQ has moved online this year. So we got Summer Games Done Quick Online 2020, which is August 16th to the 23rd, if I'm remembering correctly. I'm pretty sure I am. Definitely not stalling to pull it up. August 16th to the 23rd, which you can find more information about that and how to like help out, because we are still going to need people to volunteer while we're online at gamesdonequick.com. And yeah, it should be a blast. We're still going to do a full week of speed runs. We're going to be raising a lot of money for Doctors Without Borders. It should be great. I'm excited to help out with it and do the normal interview stuff that we do.
Just remotely. That'll be fun.
Yeah. We'll figure it out. Everybody has Zoom nowadays, so it's fine.
That's true. Everyone has internet.
You do some fun backgrounds, all that good stuff. Totally.
Oh yeah.
Green screens.
We'll have to get creative. So you were picking up some items along the way. What did you get, and why are we kind of here now?
So I picked up a hatch key. That was to give us access to that hatch that we just crawled through. And we also had to touch those double doors over there because, like I said earlier, this game is very trigger-based, and it, touching that triggers this cop scene right here, because normally in this game they want you to explore and you're trying to find a way out, but the trigger for this cop to show up is by touching those aux doors and trying to do everything in one fell swoop. So during that whole Jack interaction, we were grabbing that hatch key, touching the door, trying to avoid Jack's attacks, because he can do a whole number of attacks to you, and he could kind of hold you back some. And I mean, he can kill you on easy, not as much because we're a tank. if you're running on Madhouse, he can kill you in like 2 hits. So gotta be wary of that. But yeah, essentially we went to go grab that key, touch the door. We also had to touch at a specific spot in the kitchen because the game wanted you to explore a little bit before this scene pops up. So yeah, we did all that in one fell swoop, and we had to answer that phone call from Zoe, which we actually did not talk about. So the family that we saw sitting at the dinner table, she's the daughter, and she's kind of been observing all of this from afar. Like ever since her family got infected, she's basically stayed away from them, and she's helping us out because she knows we're here and trying to help us get out of here.
So what you're saying is Zoe has been socially distancing from her family.
Exactly.
Wearing a mask,
ahead of the
all
curve.
the things that you should be doing.
She absolutely
Remember,
has.
Donate to the World Health Organization for COVID-19 relief.
Speaking of that, guys, don't forget, you can go to donate.ign.com or click one of the links in the description of the video that you're watching on right now. They're right below you. Anybody that donates has a chance to win game codes, swag from companies like you have a chance to win a code for Resident Evil 3. So there you go. It's very fitting. And then, of course, $50 or more, you have a chance to win the IGN. There it is, the Summer of Gaming Xbox One X. We're letting our speedrunner get a hot splice in there. That's definitely, yeah. And then I have some donations here. One from Ham Porter, who says, "You're killing me, Smalls." Okay. And then one, $20 from Lagaya, who says, "Hey, Mark, good luck on the run."
Thank you, friend. All right.
Oh,
Great job,
also, I'm
Stephen.
supposed to mention that at 35K, there's a really dumb new pop-up that our producer really wants to show everybody. And I would agree that it is really dumb.
So you can tell Jack can't drive.
It happens.
That's actually our car that he stole and drove into the wall, so I'm actually quite upset about that. 'Cause now it exploded. Now we don't have a car.
But do you have insurance, though?
I mean, I do. I don't know if Ethan does, but
Well, he is a
you know.
computer guy. You would think he's smart enough to get insurance.
Probably. You were talking earlier about how the game kind of wants you to explore around, but you know all the triggers. I always think that's super funny in speedruns when you have sections of games that are like, oh yeah, normally you're just gonna kind of walk around and things are just gonna happen, and maybe they happen in slightly different orders or whatever. But once you start to like boil it down and figure it out, it turns out it's like, oh, touch these 4 places,
Yeah.
or like go to these 3 spots. Kingdom Hearts is a very similar thing where they want you to kind of explore Traverse Town the first time you get there, and it's really, oh no, kill 5 Heartless and turn back, and you're good to go.
I think Zeus was doing that. He's like, oh, I have to go like touch this door because it triggers a thing and all that good stuff.
right.
It's like fun. You just have to like learn all that stuff.
So we did touch the store earlier, but now we have the key to get out of here. So now we have more of the house to explore. There's actually one thing of this game that I did not explain. It's called menuing. So, well, I'm sure that's pretty common in a lot of speedruns, but the inventory in this game works in real time. So you can open up that inventory and move your cursor. And it's very unique in this game because the cursor stays where you last had it. So it helps us set up for certain tricks, and we can move our cursor to prepare us for certain things. And speaking of being prepared for certain things, this is an out-of-bounds setup and this is the first part of it. So what we're doing here is we're kind of manipulating Jack's movement and trying to keep him at a certain distance so we can complete a couple puzzles. So for me to complete this first puzzle, I'm going to try and keep him up here as long as possible. So I grabbed the statuette. I am going to use this clock pendulum. Did a little bit of menuing there. Alrighty, so he has not dropped down yet. Oh, he did. And I messed up because I didn't hear him drop, so that was my bad. So I have to wait for him to come on out here. So
There he is.
there he is. So we can't have him too far away because if he's too far away, he's gonna bust out of this wall right here, and it's going to lose a lot of time if he does that. So I'm gonna go ahead, stagger him a little bit, go back into this main room. And the menuing again comes into play. Since my cursor is hovered over that wooden statuette, we are ready to go right here with our puzzle. And yeah, it's the menuing is pretty awesome in this game. A lot of us who speedrun RE7 just rave about it. And if unfortunately in RE2 and in RE3 remake, the menu is not like this. It looks the same, but the cursor always goes back to the top left corner.
So you can't set things up ahead of time.
Not really. Like, you can kind of move stuff and drag things with your mouse, but you can't do what you can in RE7. So now I downed him. I'm going to swap my FPS to 30 because that will help us kind of go by him quicker, kind of pushes him out of the way a little bit easier. We're going to swap back to variable because that'll throw us out of bounds, and we have to be lined up with a very particular pillar. And we are now officially out of bounds.
Whoa!
We got thrown out. We got thrown out.
It sounds like you can just leave now. So I would just keep running, pick a direction, and you're fine. We beat the game.
Is this really just confirming that this entire house is not actually in Louisiana, but it's really just like in the void of time and space somewhere? It's a parallel universe.
Alrighty, so the reason we do that out of bounds is actually to pick up that red key card that we just picked up right there. It's it'll basically save us an additional trip into this basement later, and we're just going to keep this in our inventory until we need to use it. Oh, I missed that shot. That's okay. This part can be a little stressful because we have to kind of craft some items while getting that key, and those two molded being on your tail can be a little stressful, but we're good.
Do we make it? Could I read some donations? Are we good?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Sweet. We got one from Thomas Andrews, the architect of the Titanic, so that's amazing that he stopped by. And he says, "She's made of iron, sir. I assure you, she can, and she will. It's a mathematical certainty." So,
I am totally okay with all donations being in the form of classic movie quotes at this point.
Movies,
Titanic,
shows.
one of my favorite movies ever made. So
I love Titanic.
Very good movie. And then we got Ann Casey was like with $10 who says, "Good luck, Mar. Keep killing it."
Oh, thanks, Casey. 1, 2, 3.
That's okay, Dan. Don't worry about it. Nobody knows who I'm talking to.
All right, if you can't tell, this is yet another boss fight. And we had to do a little bit of menuing there before we can do the second part of this fight. All right, let's see.
I love how that just like glitched into his hand. I have this now.
Oh, excuse me, sir. Yeah, nah, I got hit. I got hit, unfortunately, so it screwed up the strat a little bit, but it's all good. The chainsaw's pretty powerful. Chainsaw's quite powerful.
A little bit. Oh, jeez.
Getting chainsawed in the face, just like any other Thursday, am I right?
Yeah, so this fight can be very, very tricky because we have to essentially do very specific hits, and we can't get staggered like at all. And we have to do all the hits before our chainsaw runs out of juice. So, excuse me. Oh, there we go. I ran out of juice. Actually, thought he was going to go into another cycle, but we did it. Not super fast, but we didn't take a ton of damage and we didn't die, which is always important. So.
Just in time, apparently.
And also remember, kids, always wash your hands.
Yes.
Just like Ethan here. When
Maybe a little better than Ethan did.
When chainsawing zombies in the face, remember to wash your hands after. That's the only rule.
We also, unfortunately, do not get to keep that chainsaw, so
you
sorry
broke
to say.
it.
It's actually really funny because in New Game Plus speedruns, we use a handheld circular saw, and that thing never breaks. It is the most OP weapon in this game. It kills everything so quickly.
It's cool that this game has a New Game Plus. This isn't a game that I would have, thought just thinking about various games that it would have had a New Game Plus mode in it.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's really cool.
Yeah, there is lots of various items you can use in those runs. The ones that we use, so we use the circular saw. There is another handgun that we pick up. It's called the Albert 01. It's actually named after Mr. Albert Wesker. So that's a more powerful handgun than this handgun that we have right here. And then we also use this thing called the walking shoes, which is kind of weird in a sense because it looks like we're already walking and, our movement isn't super fast. So it does actually help you walk faster when you're like in crawl spaces and stuff. So yeah, just various other items. But here in New Game, we have to pick up all of our ammo. I also said we use infinite ammo in New Game Plus. Did I say that?
You got to do it the old-fashioned way.
Yeah.
I think it's implied.
Yeah, it's a very fun speedrun though. It's very quick. It actually is the fastest category in RE7. So we always tell like beginners that if you guys want to start running this game, you can do that because all you have to worry about really is just movement and boss fights. And not just that, there's like a lot of opportunity for optimization. So it may seem easy, but to get the really fast times, it's actually really hard.
Is it like New Game Plus easy, or like what's the difficulty on New Game Plus?
So New Game Plus, there are 2 categories. So you can do New Game Plus Easy or New Game Plus Madhouse. And New Game Plus Easy is the fastest one. Oops.
So
Alrighty.
are any... sorry, go ahead with whatever you need to do.
Oh, no. I was going to say, so I picked up a broken shotgun. That's going to be the main weapon that we use in this speedrun. Since it's broken, we do have to repair it, but the game gives you a free repair kit right here. So,
convenient.
There we go. Anyways.
It's not broken anymore.
Yeah, all I was going to ask was, with New Game Plus speedruns, like, are any of your weapons that you find here in a New Game speedrun, are any of those also story triggers? And if so, how does that change things in New Game Plus? Or is it just really all of the triggers are kind of related to other items?
The triggers are more related to like in-game events, such as, you picking up a key item. They're not tied to the weapons per se. They're just tied to like key items and certain puzzles being complete.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
We got a few donations coming in. One from Jack Dawson. He made it, guys. He made it.
He got a spot on the door?
The second Rose swam away, he like came back up. He's like, guys, I'm fine. I'm fine, actually. I just don't feel anything. That's a really long comment, and I'm sure it's from my wife, so I'm not going to read it. All right, fine, here we go. Just the other night, I was sleeping under a bridge, and now here I am on the grandest ship in the world, having champagne with you fine people. I figured life's a gift, and I don't intend on wasting it. I don't know what hand you're going to get dealt next. You'll learn to take life as it comes to you. And then we have another $1 from Dr. Emmett Brown, who says, roads, where we're going, we don't need roads. He puts his sunglasses down.
Yes, he does. There's very, very good detail.
Oh, she's saying it wasn't her, so okay. So yeah, definitely keep up with the donations for classic movie quotes. Also impressions. Don't forget, Jay Hobbs can do an impression of anybody on the universe after
why do you
just
keep... Oh no.
Marforia, can you do any impressions?
Yeah,
that look is what I had when you said this a couple times ago.
I'm thinking if I can't think of any on the top of my head right away, then the answer is probably no. I can do a good crash whoa. That's about it.
All right, well, $50. Okay. If we get to 34.5, Marforia will give her best crash whoa impression ever.
God.
I just signed her up for it.
So these kind of like statues that are causing these shadow puzzles, which are really cool, by the way. Do they always start in the same spot, or are they shuffled around randomly? Like, do you have it down to just a muscle memory mouse movement, or is it that they're different every time you got to look at it?
It is not different every time you look at it. So they are set in a specific spot every time. So yeah, It is a muscle memory thing. You just kind of move your mouse in one particular order. You could also move the statue with like A and D on the keyboard. But yeah, if you got that mouse movement, then you can just kind of do one swipe and it's like, okay, there it is.
Okay, cool.
There's actually very little RNG in this game, which is another reason why I try it. Any of my friends that like this game, I'm just like, you should try the speedrun. It's really fun because very, very little RNG. The only RNG that kind of exists is that it does exist is in these crates. So throughout the game, there's these crates with yellow tape, and they have items in them, and they can have anything in there. There could be handgun ammo, shotgun ammo, health, and you have no idea what's going to be in it. So, so yeah, that's the only element of RNG in this game.
How much can you not getting ammo out of some of those crates hurt or help you?
So in the easy speed run, we actually do not rely on the crates for ammo pickup.
Okay.
I did there at the very beginning. Uh-oh, she spotted us. Close the door. Close the door. That's okay.
You just close the door on her and like that's it. She's fine. She's like, oh,
yeah.
Where'd you go?
She doesn't follow you. She doesn't know how to open doors.
Wow.
No, if that happens,
it's harder than it looks.
But we actually rely on static ammo pickups, like, you know, the guarantee ammo pickups in this game. So to run this game on Madhouse, you actually do have to get a lot of your ammo from crates, which is why that run is not as optimized right now as the easy categories, because it's really hard.
Yeah.
Like, I do plan on going to that category at some point, and I know a lot of my friends are interested in doing that too. It's just, you know, we got to put in the work to do it, and that's totally fine.
So that one woman can't open any doors. Did you know, Mark, that raptors actually can open doors? And you can learn this in the hit documentary Jurassic Park.
Oh, it's a documentary? I didn't know that. I didn't know that it was a documentary. Oh, okay. Those are all real people.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely, a documentary that happened.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I didn't know that. Back to the Future, also a documentary that happened. Yeah. That's really cool. That's really cool to know. I guess I'll watch it now. Is it narrated by Morgan Freeman?
They just play it on loop on the Discovery Channel.
It happened, guys. I always make a joke that that movie was spoiled for me. That's why I don't watch it. Because growing up, I thought that the dinosaurs were just still on the island, and one of our old bosses was like, "Yeah, when they grew them on the island or something like that." And I was like, "What?" My world has been shattered. Spoilers. Now I never need to watch the movie.
That's like the first 5 minutes of the movie, though.
Well, it shows how little of it I've watched. I haven't even watched the first 5 minutes.
Oh man.
We have a $1 from Count Dracula. He's still over there in Transylvania, just living. And he says, "Listen to them, children of the night. What music they make." That was Dracula. If
that sounded like a vampire Sebastian from Little Mermaid.
What was the impression? Oh, it was Christopher Walken. People wanted me to try to do Christopher Walken. It just sounded like Dracula.
Yeah.
I was like, Mark. It's just Dracula.
I'm glad you guys are. I'm glad you guys are talking, because I just missed one of the skips right there. But I got it halfway. I didn't get it fully, but there was a little sequence break we could do there where we could skip Marguerite grabbing her lantern, and before, you know, the game wants you to figure out, oh hey, you need a lantern to progress through this area, but we could kind of skip that by looking up at the ceiling at a particular point and jumping down into the pit. But now we're actually about to fight her yet again.
You gotta learn. You can just tell us that you did like 4 frame perfect tricks in a row, and we're not gonna know.
We won't know. And also, if you mess up a trick or you die or something like that, you just say it's for comedic purposes, or it's crucial to the speed run. You're like, we're supposed to die there because then it resets the whatever, and then you just kill them, and none of us will know. Well, just take your word for it.
My friends would know. Excuse me, you're not supposed to go anywhere, miss. All right.
That does not look natural. That is.
All right. It's okay, because she's dead.
Good.
That's it.
She was moving around quite.
I didn't like her.
I don't know. You got from one side of the building to underneath it pretty fast there.
Yeah, I didn't like that at all.
So we do a thing in this fight where we manipulate where she spawns. So she'll always break out of that one window, like at the very beginning of the fight. But once the fight starts, if we stare up at that ceiling in this room, we force spawn her in the corner. So, and that's consistent every time. But if you happen to kind of look away or you're not looking up at the ceiling, then she'll spawn in the ceiling, that kind of thing. So yeah, we were able to kill her in one cycle there, which is what you want to do.
I like that you don't have to climb down the ladder there. You can just straight up fall down the well.
And there's no fall damage. So
in the
there we
entire
go.
game, or is there just like there's no fall damage because there's like no reason for there to be?
To my knowledge, there's no fall damage throughout the whole game because later on we'll be like falling from like a story height in a ship, and we don't take any damage. So
He's got long fall boots from Portal. It's fine, guys.
Yeah.
well, what was really funny, like back when I first started running this game, I needed I'm sure a lot of us can empathize. Like when you're grinding a game for so long, you kind of need to take a break and then learn another game. So I started learning Outlast glitchless, and there is fall damage in that game because I fell from the top of a building and I died.
Just
and I was like, oh, there's fall damage.
Too used to know fall damage and everything. Yeah, I definitely have that happen when bouncing between speed games sometimes. Most often, the worst is when like one game has forced inverted camera and another has like forced regular camera or something. It's like the hardest thing to switch between. Takes days.
And I try to tell people if they are speedrunning this game and Resident Evil 2 Remake at the same time, we try to recommend against that. Well, I guess you guys can, of course, do what you want. But if you're trying to speedrun them seriously, like I was trying to juggle both of those games at the same time, and yeah, it is a totally different beast because they're both made in the same engine, and the inventory is kind of the same, but it's different. It moves different and all that stuff. Like it's similar, but it's not similar enough. So it kind of screws you up a little bit.
It makes me think of what was it? A bunch of us were playing Fallout 76 because like Wastelanders had just come out, but we were also all playing Animal Crossing, and so then we would just like open our Pip-Boy and then like instantly like drink a bunch of things because that's like the back button on the Switch. Anyways, that's, we got a couple donations here. If you have a moment for me to read them.
Yeah, go ahead. Absolutely.
All right, remember guys, you can go to donate.ign.com. You have a chance to win swag and game codes. You can click on the links in the description of the video, or if you donate $50 or more, you get a chance to win a custom Xbox One X, the IGN Summer Gaming one. So yeah, definitely do that. Let's see, the incentives we have going on right now is if you donate, I'll read your donation. Make it as silly as you'd like. At 34,500, Mar is secretly telling me that she will do her best Crash impression. So that's the
Watch your profanity.
that's
As a
the
Crash
donation.
speedrunner, I want to hear that one. So
Well, I used to speedrun Crash 3 quite poorly. So
NST or OG?
I started with OG. I did like a couple speedruns of those like 7 years ago, and then I did NST for a little bit, but I could not get hob sliding down.
Ooh,
Wait, what's it called?
Should have come to me.
Hop sliding?
Hob sliding.
Hob sliding, yeah, it's named after me.
I was like, whoa,
Just casually
J-Hob
named
sliding?
after.
Yeah.
Wait, is it
For the
really
record-
named after you?
Yeah, I found it.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, for the record, I did not name it that, but
Still
other
amazing.
people did.
Still
Yeah,
amazing.
You just got to come to me, Mar. I'll hook you up with all the strats and stuff. We'll get you set up.
There you go. Yeah, well, I downloaded it on PC because I heard it's easier on PC.
Yes.
So I just got to commit to it. That's really it. I started learning Spyro 2, and
Oh,
I
yeah.
was just kind of hooked on that. So that's my platformer speedrun for right now.
Another great run. What a wide spectrum of speedrun games. You know, you got your Crash, your Spyro, you got some just great little platformers and stuff, and then Resident Evil 7
and
Yeah.
Outlast.
Yeah, like some of my friends, like they look at my speedrun.com page. They're like you have such a wide interest in games. It's like, well, if I like the game, I want to learn the speedrun of it.
There
you
you
know,
go. That's
it's like,
awesome.
yeah. So
All right, so we actually got some donations here. If I could read them really quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
We got what the from yesterday. He's back with another $5. Who says, "Okay, wait a second. You haven't seen Jurassic Park? Here's an incentive. How about if we get to 35K, you are forced to watch Jurassic Park." I'll tell you what. If we get to 35K, I will watch and live tweet Jurassic Park.
Oh yes, as proof.
As proof that I'm watching it, I will live tweet it. I will take a picture.
Yes.
Follow me on Twitter at Mark_Medina, and I will tell you my thoughts, and I will give it a rating because we need to review that movie.
Open mind though. You can't be sitting here thinking that for some reason it's a bad movie just because
I'm gonna hate it. And then we got LP Soldier 0303 with $20 who says, "You're doing great, Mar. Make sure to paint the wall for when you encounter Lucas. Works every time." I don't know what that is.
I'm trying to think. I'm like, oh god, he's gonna hate me for not getting this. Oh man, I'm sorry, LP.
And then we got one from Bobby Boucher who says,
Oh,
"Mama
goodness.
says that alligators are ornery because they got all them teeth and no toothbrush."
No, it's because of their medulla oblongata.
Their medulla oblongata.
So one thing I didn't mention. No, you're good. So earlier I did a puzzle up in a bedroom with a clock, and that's one of those things that is trigger based. So since we did the out of bounds earlier, we have to do that clock puzzle, because if we don't do the clock puzzle, then the game will soft lock up here at this cutscene. So yeah, one of those random things where, you know, if you're watching someone do the speed run and you're just like, why did they do that puzzle but they didn't go down into the door it opened, that sort of thing. So yeah, if you don't do that puzzle and you do the out of bounds, this cutscene here will not play. You will not be able to access this TV, and this whole thing won't play out.
I think the funniest thing is when you see a speedrunner like run up to a door, run up to something, and like do this whole complicated sequence to like, oh, and we unlock the door, and then you just turn around and run the other way because you don't need to go through the door for any reason. Just gotta open it.
Yeah, exactly. Well, speaking of cutscenes, this is actually quite a decently long one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, well, I'd say this one probably lasts about 3 or 4 minutes, something like that. As many hours as I have in this game, I don't know. I don't know how long certain cutscenes are. Like, I know the one at the beginning is 2 minutes and 30 something seconds because that's how long Live Split tells me until I can move. But all these other ones, I'm just like a few minutes.
You gotta time them all out though, so that way you know exactly how long of like bathroom breaks you have, or like I know like my one of my roommates actually speedruns Final Fantasy X, and he knows how long they all are, so that way he can do exercise during various cutscenes.
That's cool. I hate watching this scene. I'll play it for you guys, but
I don't like it.
Ooh, yeah, that's
Final Fantasy X, I love that game, but man, that sounds like a miserable game to speedrun.
It's one of those where it's like, man, if you just got a full day where you're cool with just kind of chilling all day.
I got nothing to do today. I'm gonna speedrun Final Fantasy X.
The notes for that game are so good that like anybody, even if you've never played the game before, you can basically like do a 12-hour run of that game, and world record is like 9.5 or something.
Wow.
Or close to 10 hours. So like that's pretty close, like pretty, you know, good. But yeah, no, that's a hard one. Hard one to do a lot of runs of.
We got really JJK's cool, in the chat who says, "Wow, this is the first time I've seen Marissa watch this cutscene."
I didn't watch it though. I covered my eyes.
Do you normally like turn the camera away from it or something?
I do. I tell everyone, I'm like, we're never gonna watch this in the stream, but if I do this for a marathon run, I'll keep it here, but I won't watch it. Now, it's one of those things where it's like, you know, seeing the molded monsters and the heads pop off and stuff. It's like, okay, whatever, but fingernails getting ripped off, that's something you can imagine happening to you.
Yeah.
So that's why it creeps me out so much.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. It's like the you know, dream everybody has had of like their teeth falling out and
Yes.
stuff. It's the same kind of just no.
Yeah, exactly.
We got a couple donations here. One from Brian O'Connor. Are there any Fast and the Furious fans on the stream right now? Or is it just me?
They're fine.
I actually have not seen a single Fast and Furious movie.
All right. So it opens with Brian. He's in the car, driving fast. He spins out. He gets very angry. Turns out he's a cop. He gets pretty furious. He was going fast, and now he's furious. We can do it if we need to. That's just the opener. Now you're intrigued. Now you want to go watch it. Anyways, he says, I'll have the tuna, no crust, because that's the sandwich he orders in the first movie.
No crust?
From me. So it ties to Resident Evil 7.
Wow.
It's Mia from Resident Evil 7 who gives him the sandwich. So
it's actually just one big cinematic universe.
Yeah. Turns out Resident Evil, Fast and Furious, they're all in the same universe. And then we got Lewis with $20 who says, Mark, J Hobbs, Marforia, what's the best controller to use for a speedrun? Xbox, PS4, or controller? Or keyboard? I would say it depends on what you're speedrunning, I would assume.
Yeah, it absolutely does.
Mark's gonna say an N64 controller or something.
What's funny is I play an emulator, and I'm not really shy about it. So that's the controller I use to play Mario 64. This guy has been to hell and back with me. But if it's on computer, I would there was something. Oh, I was speedrunning a Ghost Runner, and that was mouse and keyboard. So, and I would assume you're playing on mouse and keyboard right now.
Yes, I am. So for games like this, pretty much any Resident Evil game, or like first-person game or third-person game, I would like mouse and keyboard. But if it's a platformer on PC, like Spyro, I would rather use a PS4 controller.
Yeah, that's pretty much the same thing I do. I use mouse and keyboard if it's a shooter, but otherwise I'm pretty much always using a DualShock 4. Unless it's Mario, which I actually use an N64 controller, even if I use emulator.
Nice.
I have one of those, like, I don't want to say knockoff because they're actually really well made, but it's a Hori pad that is a USB.
Oh, yeah.
But I was using it for a while, but the notches got a little worn out, and I was like, I'm not gonna like try to fix this thing. What are you gonna do? And when the notches wear out, like almost, I feel like it's impossible to play correctly.
I know the one thing with like N64 controllers, don't the joysticks get really loose or something? Yeah.
Yeah, they die real fast. Those things were not meant to withstand that kind of amount of play. But yeah, I mean, the real answer is just whatever you find most comfortable. Like so many of the games I run for, like the GDQ show, the first step, I race against Kizaron, and I'm often on a DualShock 4 and he's on a GameCube controller, or he's on keyboard and mouse, and then I'm on a DualShock 4. I'm on keyboard and mouse, he's on GameCube controller. Like it's totally preference. I definitely think there are some games where some things are better. Like I would never use an N64 controller if I can avoid it, except when I run SM64, because something about that game is just like, I think it is because of the notches, like you're saying. Like to do canonless, you got to hold down, exact down.
Yeah,
and that's something that's harder to do sometimes on some of the other controllers.
Messed me up. I played so much on an Xbox controller that I realized how out of the notches a lot of my angles were, and so then it messes me up trying to use. Also, just want to show everyone my DualShock 4 because it's got a cool Death Stranding sticker on it. I love that sticker.
Nice. Love it.
We got a donation from Spoopy Penguin, who says, "Doing great, Mar, and bless for Jack 3."
Bless for Jack 3. Heck yeah. So this password right here is always loser, and it's always 5 spots away. And a lot of us will sing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll do like a nice little like song while we're doing that puzzle. Yeah, because it's crazy. It's 5 spaces whether you go up or down. So that was always neat. Oh, I actually didn't explain what's going on here. So this is like an escape room puzzle of sorts. Where just the key is to light the candle and stick it on the cake. And the cake is supposed to explode and you're supposed to die. Like you're supposed to take this little winding key and, well, you're not supposed to, but the goal is like you have to turn off the water, light this, and you're not supposed to die and all that sort of stuff. And since, you know, we're speedrunners, we know the solution already. So we don't have to watch the video to find the solution or anything like that.
Oh, yeah. Oh, this is like one of my favorite parts of the game, though. I love this like little escape room. It's super fun.
Same here. And Lucas just drops a stick of dynamite in the room, and you know, my friend LP, he always says, he's like, yeah, Lucas has watched too many Looney Tunes. He's channeling his inner Wile E. Coyote. Who does that? Just drops a stick of dynamite, like multiple sticks of dynamite with a timer.
That seems so weird.
The Joker.
Yeah.
We got a $25 donation from Terry Clever Girl Schwartz, who says "Life finds a way." I had to look up what that even meant because I didn't know.
Both the name and the quote.
Well, I know who Terry Schwartz is, but the Clever Girl and the Life finds a way. I got
Girl.
nothing. Yeah. I had to look it up. I just typed in "Clever Girl," and it was like top 10 times the words "clever girl" is used in movies. But then I scroll down a little bit more and I see Jurassic Park Clever Girl scene.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. All right, it's fine. We're gonna hit 35,000. Remember, everybody, that's the target.
We're in our private Slack here at IGN, and my wife is telling people that I said 34,500. That is a lie. I did not say that. That's when we get the Crash Bandicoot impression.
Yeah, we are very close to that one.
$26 away from. And Marforia told me secretly through text that it's spot on. It is perfect. And once you hear it, if you close your eyes, you'll feel like you're playing Crash Bandicoot. She didn't feel that. I signed her.
To be fair, when you do think of playing Crash Bandicoot when you close your eyes, you think of the dying sound.
Or like the one.
Well, you'll have to find out.
Yeah, this is what I want to know.
Have you played Crash Bandicoot?
I wouldn't say for more than a few minutes. I even tweeted about it the other day. I was like Crash 4. Like a lot of people were excited for it. I've probably never back in the day. We hit our goal, by the way, but I'm going to just tell the story. Back in the PlayStation 1 days, I was super into like RPGs. So all the old Final Fantasies, Legend of Dragoon. I wasn't into like mass platformers. So then I totally missed Spyro, Crash, all that stuff. What's funny is a lot of people talk about Mario 64, and I played it when I was a kid, but I would say I played it really for the first time only a few years and never stopped playing it. But we did hit our goal.
34.5.
You know, that's.
Is there any like point where you're about to get? Well, I guess I should have asked this like 30 seconds ago, but where you're about to get like knocked on your back or something, because then you could time it up perfectly. But...
All right, I have a perfect moment I can time it with if I hit it. All right. Oh my God, my heart. Whoa! That was not it. That was totally not it, but I was just happy I hit it. Oh my God.
You're a guy. I want to hear your whoa.
Oh jeez. I can't get my voice that high, I don't think. It's pretty high. Wow! No, I can't. If I try to get my voice high, it's the same thing with the Gilbert Gottfried thing. It goes like scratchy. If I try to do it, it won't go that high.
What do you mean?
Yeah, you can do it. I can't.
I can just do whoa in Gilbert Gottfried. Whoa! Son of a...
Now I want Gilbert Gottfried to be the next voice actor.
Shut your mouth!
Watch out, profanity.
So I was taking this fight a little bit slower because I didn't pick up extra shells for prep, but we were able to get it with one shell left, so
nice.
Good to go.
Perfectly calculated.
Yeah, there's like an extra bit of shells that I pick up for safety, and I totally blew past him on the way here. So I was like, I gotta take this fight just a tiny bit slower. As you saw, all of his weak spots were his eyeballs, because no Resident Evil game is complete without an enemy with a ton of eyeballs, or like eyeballs as their weak spots. So this game is no different.
The end of Resident Evil 2 is like an eyeball boss.
Basically, yeah, William Birkin mutates into the G monster like 5 different times. Every time he grows like new eyeballs, and then at the very end, he takes up a whole train car with a giant eyeball, and it's like,
wow.
Yeah, he's gnarly. So, I didn't explain. Well, you saw me throughout the game pick up a couple key items. I picked up a D-series head and a D-series arm, and that was used to create a serum to heal us of the mold infection here. So Zoe, she crafted it so carefully in a food processor, and we had 2, and she told us to use one on her dad. So now we have 1 left, and because we have 1 left, we are now left with a choice. We either have to heal Mia, our wife, who's been attacking us this whole time,
Sure.
or we heal Zoe, who's been helping us out this whole time. So
Who do we
common
choose?
dilemma.
Or does it not
I don't
matter
know.
toward-
Which one of these beautiful ladies do we choose? We choose Mia.
Oh.
We cure Mia. So Mia is the fastest route. I know it breaks a lot of our hearts because, you know, of all the torment Mia put us through. I mean, she lied to us about her whole babysitting job and all that sort of stuff. And, you know, she tried to kill us like 3 times. But yeah. Mia is the faster route. 1, because this upcoming cutscene is shorter. And 2, if you pick Zoe, this upcoming cutscene is like 2 minutes longer. And this is actually one I did time, J Hobbs, because I was trying to put it in for like a marathon incentive and stuff. So the cutscene is 2 minutes longer, and then it gives you an extra boss fight later on. Like you'll have to fight Mia. But that boss fight, depending on how quick you do it, it lasts like a minute and a half. So it adds like an additional 3.5 minutes, and so it's not enough to make it its own speedrun category, and it's just, you know, we just don't do it.
Spoopy Game going says Zoe %, so.
Oh yeah, yeah. Spoopy's a big fan of Zoe, and we've joked around about routing a couple different categories in this game. Like, there's a gun that you can pick up in this game, but we don't pick up the Magnum, because every Resident Evil game needs a Magnum.
Sure.
But to get that Magnum, you actually need to collect 8 antique coins. I think it's either 8 or 9. It's been a long time since I've tried to get it. So 1, you kind of have to reroute your path on where to pick up the coins efficiently, and then 2, it's like, you know, having different boss strats now. So I've joked around about routing that. We were trying to route like a New Game Plus route of that, because if you try it in New Game, there's honestly not enough Magnum ammo in the game to make a difference, I guess. Like, it's cool to pick up, of course. But yeah, we joke around about routing different stuff and never got around to it, but it's okay.
ZGL in the chat says, to be fair, choosing Mia means Zoe lives, actually. So choosing Mia is really choosing Zoe.
That's true. So another thing that choice influences is the ending. So you will not get the canon ending, but you'll get a different ending. So Mia will die because you killed her in the last boss fight, and then Zoe actually dies in this cutscene right here. So yeah, both of them die if you choose Zoe, but if you choose Mia, then both of them live. So there you go.
Wow.
It's kind of a weird thing because that's the only choice in the game, and it doesn't affect a whole lot. So it's not like Resident Evil 3 OG, where you're given multiple different choices throughout the game, and it affects like where Nemesis spawns later, or, you know, different cutscenes and things of that nature. So yeah, it's kind of interesting.
Now knowing that every Resident Evil game has a Magnum in it, I'm just going to be running through all of Resident Evil 2 next week, wondering where Tom Selleck is. I'm just going to keep looking for him around every corner.
J-Hobbs is going to have a fake mustache. Would it be cool if I read some donations?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
We got Rev Dr. Dingus with $20, who says, good luck on the rest of the run.
Watch your profanity.
We got Beer Barian, who says, recommend us a game, old or new, that you loved, but not many others seem to care for. Big fan of Klonoa myself, but it didn't seem to catch a lot of folks. I can recommend a game that is pretty old that a lot of people didn't play, just to go with my theme of old PlayStation RPGs. It was a game called Brave Fencer Musashi. Not a lot of people love that game. I love it, and most people don't even know what it is anymore.
I have not heard of it, so I'm one.
Yeah, definitely never heard of it. Mar, what's a game for you?
It's made by Square. Anyways, go ahead.
Yeah, Mar, what's a game for you?
So for me, I think a lot of people have played it, but I personally don't like I know a lot of people who have played games have played it, but I personally, like in my friends circle and like other people I've met, not as many people have played it. But The Curse of Monkey Island is like my favorite game of all time. So LucasArts point and click adventure game with beautiful artwork. It's hilarious, like it's absolutely hilarious, and it's just good fun. Excuse me, this cutscene's supposed to happen. There we go.
I think for me, it'd be recently found out by myself, Dark Souls 2. I've
Interesting.
become a Dark Souls 2 apologist because I played through that game and I really enjoyed it. And I didn't even apparently get to like the good stuff. Like I haven't done the DLC yet. I literally just played it last month.
Interesting.
And I still I found it really, really fun. So screw all the haters. Go play Dark Souls 2.
And then we got What the with $5 who says read in a British accent. I don't think I can do a British accent. This is
I definitely can't, so don't try to get me to do it.
Dennis, all lives are in your hands and you have butterfingers. There you go. I don't know what that's from, but there it is.
That was like the British accent that like little kids have.
Yep.
When they're still like,
100%. When they think they're doing a British accent.
Well, no, I just mean when they're really young and somehow they have a bunch. What is happening on the screen right now?
And then we have Dennis Nedry with $1 who says $1 closer to 35K. You better watch Jurassic Park. Don't get cheap on me, Dodgson. And then we got Francesca Rivera with $20. She didn't leave a comment, but I know her, so it's okay. Don't worry.
There you go.
Remember, guys, go to donate.ign.com or click one of the links in the description below. At 35K, we have a new pop-up, and apparently I'll watch some movie about dinosaurs that's based on a true story, and I'll live tweet the entire thing.
Absolutely based on a true story. Don't look that up. So what are we looking forward towards now here in the speedrun mark?
So we just came upon the ship section, and we are not playing as Ethan anymore. We are playing as Mia. So we are now looking for Ethan, and there's this creepy little girl who keeps popping up, and we're trying to find out more about who she is and why she's here. And I mean, I know, but for everyone watching.
Spoilers, Dad. The spoilers.
So this is one of the slower paced sections of the game because, one, we have no items on us or anything like that. Two, we actually have to watch a mandatory videotape to. So in this game,
it Jurassic Park?
It is not Jurassic Park. It is also not a Tony Hawk secret tape either, so don't ask that either.
Yeah, that was my question.
So throughout the game, there are various videotapes that you can watch that kind of give you some backstory and lore, and this one also gives more lore. It kind of teleports us to the year 2014 with Mia, but this is one that you have to complete. You cannot leave this room, or there's no skip or anything found yet that we can skip this videotape. So we essentially have to play this ship section twice, once in the present day and then once in the past day. So.
I love that word "yet" because it's thrown on like any speedrunner who's been around for more than 3 months knows there's no skip for it yet because games continuously develop like in perpetuity, like all the way until people stop playing it, which never happens. So
eventually somebody will figure out if you stand on a lamp and drop an ammo clip, it pushes you through a wall and you're good to go.
Yeah, exactly. You just gave somebody an idea, and they're going to go try that.
Someone try that.
Nice. Neat thing about this, though, or at least in this videotape, there are 2 skips we can execute. The first one is actually coming up right now. So we were introduced to that lovely gentleman. His name is Alan. He's actually very sick right now, and he also talks a lot. So a lot of the RE7 speedrunners, we don't really like him too much. He calls us on the Apple Watch a little too much. So we're setting us up for this first skip right here. So we're going to interact with this mold at max distance, turn around really quickly. So the phone is going to ring, but since we turned around quick enough, we are able to skip that phone call, and it saves about 18 seconds. So when you're on that phone, and by phone I mean your watch, you can't access your inventory, you cannot open doors, you can't do anything. You have to listen to Alan talk and talk and talk. So thankfully we're able to skip that.
Resident Evil 7 sponsored by Apple.
Alrighty, so we're kind of traversing a little bit lower here. This guy pops up, but we just kind of need him to get out of here. We don't need to kill him. We just kind of have to gently push him out.
Excuse me, sir. This is your floor.
That's me in every hotel lobby right now. I'm like, just my elevator.
I was so I'm kind of curious because again I haven't played Resident Evil 7 myself. These tapes that show you the past, are you playing as like present Mia playing this out in the past kind of, or are you playing as like somebody in the past that would have been in the proper context for this area?
So we're playing as Mia in the past, like we're controlling her as if she was there.
Okay.
That sort of thing. So every videotape is essentially like that as well.
So when she like meets this random character, she doesn't know who it is. She's confused and stuff. It's not like, oh yeah, I've been on this ship before and I know you.
She does know Alan and stuff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so she already knows him and stuff like that. So essentially what we're doing is just controlling her path and controlling her actions.
Okay.
Yeah. So you saw me set down a remote bomb. That's going to set us up for the next phone call skip. And before we can do that, we kind of have to sit through yet another cutscene.
Oh.
So yeah, we set down that bomb because we realized, or the folks who found this skip, they realized that you can detonate a bomb while you're on the phone. So you don't see the prompt appear to detonate it, but if you hit the reload button, it will explode. So what we're going to do, we're basically going to stand at the edge blast radius and spam confirm on this door because the door kind of like, blows open a little bit too. So let's see. We do it correctly. There we go.
Nice.
Yeah. So we're able to push through there. Of course, you can do it a little faster as well. But I was taking that one just a little bit slow. Excuse us, sir. Excuse us, sir. Sirs. Thank you.
In my head, by the way, my headcanon for why that works is because there's an app for that. There's just an app for everything, for detonating your remote bomb. So even though you're on the phone, you can still do it.
Oh,
no. Excuse me. Thank you. Alrighty. Now we can go. Yeah, sometimes I can squeeze by those guys and other times I can't. Also, you'll notice Mia will check her watch even though there's danger in front of her. Man. And the funny thing about these molded too, when you try to attack them, and it only happens with certain guns, it only happens with like the handgun or this machine gun, they'll go to block themselves, but it looks like they're dabbing. So, but they only do it with the handgun and this machine gun. If you have any other weapon, they don't do that.
Guys, so I've done the math. I sent it down to the labs. I had the boys do the math, and I just got the results. If everybody watching on Twitch and everybody watching on YouTube donated $5, we would make around $18,000.
Wow.
Now, that's probably not going to happen. So, if just like a bunch of people could, that'd be sick.
Absolutely.
Yeah. That would raise a ton.
My wife can't do it alone. She just donated another $15 who says, I just want you to watch Jurassic Park with me.
Yeah, I was going to say, I saw her post in chat saying, let's get a $5 donation trade going. She really wants to make you watch Jurassic Park.
Oh my gosh, there's Jurassic Park pop-ups on the screen.
Watch your profanity.
No,
well, actually,
Seinfeld.
Those were Seinfeld pop-ups. Those were Newman. So we got $15 from her. There goes my lunch money. And then we got Mike Step 111 with $50 who says Black Lives Matter, listen to scientists, love each other.
Agreed.
Absolutely.
And then we have
spread the love.
We have a lot of questions in chat. We knew they were coming. But we have a lot of questions in chat that want to know why you're wearing gloves. But,
alrighty.
But I feel like we should hold it. It's a big secret. Ooh. It's you'll never guess why. But once you know, it'll change your life. So
No, you're making.
You're hyping this up too much.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
So if we get to 34,700, you'll learn the secret, and you'll never be able to look at a rhinoceros the same way again.
Oh god, my cheeks hurt from smiling.
I can confirm, can back up everything Mark just said for sure. 34,700.
None of that was overhyping anything. That was all just facts.
Shut your mouth! So we're actually closer. We're getting close to the end of this videotape. You notice that we got infected with something kind of nasty. So that may or may not mean that we are currently infected with said thing.
Oh.
No, that means we're infected. We're infected now.
Oh no.
We totally are. We officially got infected by the mold. But here's the only skippable cutscene in the whole game. There you go.
That's so weird.
Whoa,
it's
we did it.
So weird when games have like just a few skippable cutscenes and the rest are unskippable. It's like, why even bother?
That was the one place they didn't need to hide a loading screen.
I guess you're right. That's what it always seems.
Well, that's because they're hiding it right now in this cutscene.
Well, funny enough, so for the console runners, that's actually a really, really, really long loading screen. You know, the loading screen is black, but then eventually, like down at the bottom, you'll see like this little tape roll and like a loading bar kind of go. And I know, like, I'm friends with a lot of PC runners, and anytime they watch, they're just like, "Oh my god, that load time gets me every time." Because on console, you're literally waiting like a minute. Like, I'm not joking. It's close to a minute. I'm sure someone in chat can confirm. You know, I know ZGL, he was in there, and like LP and all these other people, so you know they could confirm.
Does that count towards in-game time? Loading screen?
Yeah.
Oh, it does.
Well, the loading screen. No, actually, I'm trying to think. So when we do retries, I actually didn't explain retries in this game. You saw me like pull up the pause and then go to retry. When the game is paused and we do that retry, then you know, the timer is stopped. But on load screens, I'm trying to think. I'm pretty sure on the load screens, there's no, like, the timer's not going. But when the game is loaded and you have to press F to continue, the timer starts up, if that makes sense.
Okay. So you could be on a load screen and time might be going, but only once the loading is done.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Pretty sure. Like I'm like 98% sure on that. Alrighty, so we are present day Mia again, and we are now assuming the role of elevator repair woman. So the elevator is broken. We have to retrieve a couple items to fix it. And you may notice I did not pick up a single weapon. We are going to do this whole section without a single weapon because Mia's a strong, lovely lady who can tank all these attacks. So we just have to find a fuse, which we just picked up, and then we have to find a power cable. And, you know, easy enough, we can just juke past all these enemies.
Is this something you're only able to do because of playing on easy, or is this like even on Madhouse they do the same thing where they don't pick up a weapon and they just kind of fly by?
So yeah, on the New Game and New Game Plus easy categories, you don't pick up items, but it's been so long since I did a Madhouse run that, like, when I played on Madhouse, yeah, I picked up weapons. I picked up my weapons on Madhouse, but yeah, someone else can confirm. I'm pretty sure you end up picking weapons because, you know, you can hold your hands up to block, but even when you block, you still take a decent amount of damage, so we just gotta mitigate that. Alrighty, so we found our power cable, but we are now being joined by a friend. He's gonna spawn in here and start puking everywhere, but we're gonna get out of here before we even see him.
It happens.
There he is. You can see the stream of puke. He's in. Yeah, but we're just gonna go around him, and then he gets angry at you and starts to chase after you. But he won't. The interesting about him, well, he can run and puke at the same time, but not right now.
I was gonna say,
I've never tried to run and puke at the same time.
Well, yeah, when they puke, they kind of like they walk a little bit, and you see the puke spewing out of them. But
sure.
when they're doing the projectile, when they're doing the projectile vomiting, they have to stay in place.
As one should.
Shut your mouth. I was gonna say, what's he want to puke on you for? You've already been infected, but I remembered you actually got healed. You got fixed.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did get hit with that serum.
We got some donations rolling in. We got Flux with $5, who says $5 train. Good luck, Mar. We got Trey with $5. We got Choo Choo with $5, who says getting that $5 donation train going. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it.
Heck yeah.
And then we got Brody with $20, who says we're going to need a bigger boat. I assume that is also from Jurassic Park.
Definitely, yes.
There's our Seinfeld boy right there. I've never seen the movie Jaws, but I know that is from Jaws. I did play Maneater though, so I get it.
Oh, how is that? Because I've been tempted to pick that up myself.
It's honestly like a modern day. People are saying like it's like Ocean Grand Theft Auto. It's like Ocean Grand Theft Auto 3. Like it's juvenile and there's like collectibles everywhere and it's just like really dumb. It's fine. It's fine.
I just love the concept.
Yeah. I mean, you are a shark that does like eat people, so that's great.
When can you ever turn into a shark in your life? So
I never have.
Only every other Friday, so I really would love to do it more.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, man.
Exactly. You got to bump those numbers up.
Alrighty, so coming into this cutscene, I did do one retry. So I think I did brush up on the retries a little bit. So yeah, we did various retries throughout points of the run because it'll boost your movement speed a little bit. Well, when we were moving and stuff. The reason we do a retry here is because it loads us into this cutscene quicker. So yeah, retries are just things that we do as we start getting our times down in these runs because you know that just starts shaving off like a couple seconds at a time off your time. So I think there's about 7 total on PC, and there are 3 on console. In this run, I think I only do 5 or 6, one of those 2, but yeah.
It's always funny where you could start to squeeze out seconds, like especially in games that have unskippable cutscenes and stuff where you really want to maximize all of that time that you are playing the game or are not playing the game but could be playing the game.
Right.
It's cool, all of the like small little optimizations people find.
Right, so that's why menuing, like I mentioned earlier, is really important because if your cursor is in the wrong spot, then you have to you spend time moving your cursor to get it over the correct spot. So that's one of the things that we push on runners to learn because it will save you minutes once you get the correct menuing. Another thing we push for, max distance interactions. So if you're standing away at like the furthest possible distance and you could still hit confirm, that's another thing you can optimize. Another thing that I didn't think about until like a year ago, making sure you get flush animations, because when you use certain items such as the crank or the bolt cutters, if you're standing too far away, it'll pull Ethan in there and it slowly pulls him in there. But if you are standing at the right spot, then you just do the animation immediately, so that'll save seconds throughout the course of the run as well.
I had never heard that called flush animations before, and I love that term. I'm totally stealing that now because absolutely do that in plenty of other games too, and it makes so much sense.
Yeah, so getting those flush animations.
That's so good.
All right, so we're spawning back as Ethan, breaking out of our mold cocoon of sorts. He is hibernated.
Mia she looks great. She's never looked better.
So
her hair doesn't appreciate it doesn't respect gravity one bit.
Nah, it's not a bowl of noodles or anything.
No.
So if you chose Zoe back when we had to pick the serum, that part in there is where you would have to fight Mia, and you would have to fight her with a crowbar.
Oh wow! Half-Life style.
Yeah, it is not fun. And it's not as quick. Like, it's basically reminiscent of the guest house boss fights that we had with the axe. Mia has kind of like the same animations and attacks, but we have a crowbar. We don't have an axe that has the damage time to frame rate. We have to use a crowbar. So it's pretty gnarly.
Laser Shorts in the chat says it's very humid in low res. Yep.
That's great.
That happens.
You're not increasing the frame rate; you're increasing the humidity.
I can feel that humidity now too. Like when you guys say that.
So if Ethan was in the like molded cocoon thing, has he been infected himself now? Is that something that you gotta try to fix?
So Ethan has actually been infected since the very beginning of the game. When we walked into the guest house, the mold has the ability, like the mold basically gives you regenerative abilities. So that's why he was able to lose limbs and not die, essentially. Like he was able to lose his hand and stuff. We got it stapled back on, so we're good to go, right? We don't see it in the speedrun, and we're actually not supposed to see it in the speedrun, and sometimes it does happen in the speedrun. You can get your leg chopped off by Jack in that hallway segment. Yeah, it is not fun. You actually and you actually can bleed out in that section, but yeah, TLDR, we've been infected this whole time, and we will get healed at the end of the game. So
spoilers,
so yeah.
Right, guys?
So it's just a delayed reaction kind of thing. Like you have enough time to save yourself before you just go completely Mia before
basically.
Before you fix it.
And the mold infection also works as kind of like a mind control as well. That's why you saw Mia acting so crazy, is because she was being controlled. And that's why during that really long cutscene with Jack Baker, we were able to kind of see into a hive mind of sorts and be able to communicate with Jack that way, because he was being controlled as well. So yeah, that may or may not also imply that he's not dead. Maybe.
Whoa, are you spoiling the game right now?
I might not.
I think I got that implication more by when you said Jack 3 earlier. It's like, somehow I don't think you're talking about Jack and Daxter.
I thought they were talking about Jack and Daxter. I didn't know they were talking about spoilers.
Oh, I never thought about that, how it could be implied as that.
Yeah.
Because I knew the first game was called Jack and Daxter, and I totally forgot the sequels were called like Jack 2 and Jack 3.
Yeah.
Well, now I'm angry. So angry that I'm going to tell you to go to donate.ign.com. If you do, you have a chance to win cool swag, cool game codes. One of the game codes is Resident Evil 3, so you could be playing a Resident Evil game. And then, of course, $50 or more, you have a chance to win a custom Xbox One X Summer of Gaming. Jordan, let's see it on the screen. Let's see the Xbox. We need to do a quick splice right here, and so we're gonna cover it with B-roll. There it is. Nothing's happening behind this. This is just that's the console, and we're definitely not reloading a further save to skip 30 minutes in the game, guys. I promise that's not happening. Whoa, we're already at the end of the game. It's amazing.
Yeah.
I need to save those for if I ever speedrun a game. Just be like, hey, roll the B-roll, and it's like, whoa, Mark, where did you get 11 stars? It's amazing.
Well, it was like Aggie getting world record yesterday. It's like,
yeah.
I mean, we don't know what really happened in those moments.
Oh, that's true. See, it's a good thing he was local recording, because I don't think he'd be able to submit our recording, because there were definitely times where we covered the screen with full B-roll.
I was thinking of that at the end of it.
I didn't even think about that. Anyways, we got a $5 train going, but there's the engine and there's only 2 cars. I live in a town where there's a train that goes right through the center of town, and sometimes you have to stop when you're going to the store or whatever. I've never seen a train have an engine and 2 cars. I'm not that lucky.
Always has at least 36 cars, and it always shows up when you're most in a hurry.
Exactly.
And we're in a hurry, everybody. So we should.
Yeah, we're in a hurry.
A speed run. So
we definitely need to get that train going one more time. Remember, guys, at 34,700, we learned the big secret of why she's wearing gloves. I cannot hype it enough. It is something you'll never guess. And it'll really, really, really make you want to go to Wisconsin in April. And then we got $5 here from Jordan Parkhurst. I know him. He says, "Oh, hi, Mark. I hope you realize that you're going to be forced to watch Jurassic Park. Not if we don't hit 35K. You're going to love it so much. Your new nickname is going to be Jurassic Mark."
Oh, love a good pun.
Oh, that's great.
We absolutely do.
That was good. Good. But Only if we hit 35K. If we don't hit 35K, then it sounds like I'm off the hook, and I'm probably just gonna keep watching. I'm rewatching all the Black Mirror episodes right now, so I'll probably just keep doing that.
Video game one.
I haven't seen that one. I haven't seen. What's that one called? Bandersnatch or?
Well, no, it's called Playtest. It's called Playtest. I think it's from season 3.
Oh, you're talking about the one where he goes into the VR. Yeah. Everybody calls that the Hideo Kojima episode because it's like it's like this like visionary game maker, and I love that episode. That episode's great.
Yeah, it's great.
That was actually the first episode I saw by accident because I thought I was on season 1 because it's the first episode of season 3. I think I thought I was on season 1, and I wasn't. I was on season 3.
That's when it switches to. That's when Netflix bought it or whatever, and it becomes like an American show or something.
Probably, I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, the great thing about Black Mirror is that you don't have to watch them in any particular order. They exist as their own episode. So I've actually recommended to people to not start with season 1, episode 1. And people who have seen it will probably know. will know. So I'm just like, you don't have to start with that one because I started with that one and I was so confused about what the show was supposed to be about.
The first episode I watched was the Bryce Dallas Howard one, the Nosedive with the cell phones.
That one's really good.
That was the first episode I ever watched. I loved it. Yeah, the rating people. I'm like, wow, that honestly is real life. Yesterday I watched 2 episodes. My 2 favorite episodes. My favorite episode is White Christmas. That is such
a good one.
Such an uncomfortable episode to watch.
And John Hamm's in it.
John Hamm is just so good. He's so good.
Yeah.
And then I'm halfway through USS Callister. I love that episode.
That's a good one.
I don't know. I either don't know if I've seen that one before or if I just can't remember it right now. But
that's the Star Trek one where he, it's.
Watch out, I might not have seen that one. Might be behind.
You have to watch that one. That one's so good. That might honestly be the highest produced. I don't know. Could be best episode of Black Mirror. I don't know. Episode's amazing.
So I was doing some shushes there because I know my friends would be judging me. I tried to go for the 1 cycle Eevee. So when she's doing those blasts, you have to block the first one, but you can if you move at a certain angle, you can inject her with the serum immediately. But I had to end up blocking like 2 more. So I was like, you didn't see that, guys.
I was wondering what happened to have that girl just have like ridiculous blast powers.
Well, not only did she have ridiculous blast powers, she was actually the grandma the whole time. The grandma that we saw sitting at the beginning.
The roll credits directed by M. Night Shyamalan. That's organization. What is this? Oh my! Apparently, I have not watched closely enough the last couple times I saw it in FF7 Resident Evil 7 run. I can't stop doing it. My mind is just broken by this.
There's only one 7 in his life, and it's Final Fantasy.
I don't even like Final Fantasy 7.
That's funny. Nah, it's very easy to easy to mix those up because I just finished playing both the OG and the remake of Final Fantasy 7. Of course, I speedrun this game, so I was getting them like mixed up all the time.
Sorry guys, I missed that whole thing. I'm unfollowing J-Hobbs on Twitter right now for the Final Fantasy.
So Eevee, she has now mutated to take over the whole house. We already did the first part of this fight where we just threw a bunch of enhanced rounds into her. This part right here is basically an auto-scroller. We cannot speed up this interaction anymore. Whether you're on easy or Madhouse, you like shooting her with more ammo will not make this go faster. So you just have to sit there and let her hit you and take that scripted damage. But when she picks us up right here, we're just gonna, we're gonna do a little damage so she drops us. Just like that. And we don't die or anything. No fall damage doesn't exist.
No fall damage.
No fall damage.
No fall damage. We got $5 from Michael Scott. He says, would I rather be feared or loved? Easy. Both. I want people to be afraid of how much they love me. And then we got another $5 from What the? You're going to go broke, but we appreciate all the donations. You're amazing. He says, Mark, are you allowed to tell other people that they should watch something? Here we go. This is just my life. So, when you haven't seen Terminator 2 or Jurassic Park, also look at that giant man-bear pig. We got $55 from ZGL, who says, GG's, Mar.
Thank you, ZGL.
And then we got an anonymous $100 donation.
Awesome.
So now we have to hear why you should never
also
go.
Time.
Oh, we beat the game.
We're done.
Wait,
is time.
that was it? That's
time? Officially time. That is officially time. Yeah.
Oh, good.
I thought we had like way more in this for some reason. That was incredible.
Probably because the timer still says 40 minutes. I guess we have to ban for 40 minutes, guys.
I think the time just flew by so quickly. It was such a fun run.
Yeah,
well,
so,
good. So what was your time? You were timing yourself, right?
I was timing myself. So in-game time should give us 1 hour, 33 minutes, 47 seconds. But RTA, on top of like those retries and all that stuff, 1 hour, 34 minutes, 50 seconds RTA.
Wow.
So
Didn't you say your PB was like 132
yeah, I mean,
or something?
It's a minute off my PB, so it could be
that's
worse.
Really good.
Also, Chris Redfield just popped up. Sorry.
Since we hit the goal, now we have to learn the big secret about why Marforia wears gloves. Guys, you're not going to believe this.
Oh man, everyone's gonna be so mad.
You don't have to hype it anymore, Mark. It's fine. We got there.
Nah, so ever since I was a kid, my hands would sweat when I play video games, and when I started PC gaming and playing Overwatch, like competitive Overwatch and stuff, I like wearing gloves helped my hands not sweat. So I wear them because it's comfortable and my hands don't sweat. So that's it.
Now I want to go to Wisconsin in April and I'll never look at rhinoceros the same way again.
Hey, you got to do what you got to do. It worked.
So yeah. There you go. Thank you, everyone, though. I mean, if that got people to send in more, to donate more, then great.
Yeah.
Now everyone's gonna buy gloves.
Yeah.
We still need $190 more for the big one, the big goal. We got to get Mark to watch Jurassic Park.
I was afraid I'd be watching Jurassic Park in my near future, but it sounds like I've dodged a bullet once again, and I'll never learn why the dinosaurs are so mad at the giant shark, and
Come
why
on, people.
the guy
You hear this, right? You hear what he's saying right now. This has to be fixed.
and why the Seinfeld man delivers mail to the dinosaurs in a kitchen while people hide. We'll never know.
Please, everybody. This is
We'll
killing
We
me.
gotta get him to watch Jurassic Park. Everyone, come on.
This is killing me. Just like coronavirus is killing people, we should really please donate to COVID-19 relief for the World Health Organization and the Bail Project.
Remember, guys. Remember, you can go to donate.ign.com or click on one of the links below. There's all sorts of prizes. You can win some stuff. $50 gets you an Xbox, and I think we have a new pop-up. We haven't seen the pop-up yet, so that's been what's making me the saddest. But what's making me the happiest is knowing that I will never have to watch a movie about dinosaurs.
Come on, everybody.
I've never seen someone not wanting to watch a movie about dinosaurs.
I've never seen anybody not want to watch Jurassic Park. Like, if you watch it and you don't like it, whatever.
How
that's
many times have you guys seen this movie? What is with the obsession?
I haven't even seen it that many times. It's just a good movie. I'm just
it's just
surprised.
cool.
I never hear people hate on it.
Yeah, I've never met a single person in my life who's like, well, I've people haven't seen movies and that's fine, but like not
Sure.
wanting to watch it, I'm just like,
Yeah,
huh?
that's the weird part to me.
Yeah.
Why do you not want to watch it, Mark, if you don't know anything about it?
Because I feel like by watching Jurassic Park, I'm giving up a part of myself. The only interesting thing about me is that I haven't seen that movie.
Hey, you got a lot going on, man. You got a hat.
I do have a hat. I've also never seen.
Damn,
I'm just
that was
messing
a
with you.
short list. That was a really,
I gotta
really short.
sneak in some burns. It's like week 3 here, man. Come on.
we are running out of steam here. We did it.
We did it, everyone! Yay!
We did it. Man, I really Man Bear Paradox with $190 who says watch the movie. I guess I have to now.
Now you have to, and you have to live tweet it.
And I
We gotta
have to
hear all
live
your
tweet
thoughts.
it. Yeah. And then we just got another one from Pear, who's our one of the big bosses at IGN, $100, who says, "Life finds a way, Mark. You're not escaping this time. That movie is so good." I guess I can no longer say that I'm gonna have to take your word for it because I'm gonna have to watch it. And I'll be the one who decides whether or not that movie is actually good. Sorry, guys.
But you gotta. That's fine. But you gotta go in with an open mind. You can't be going in being like, I'm just gonna try to nitpick the crap out of this and like because I want to hate it now on principle. No, you gotta go in and just watch it. Have some fun.
Yeah.
Also, we hit 35,000, which means there's a pop-up now. So I kind of want to unmute VMix so I can. I want to hear the pop-up. Of course, it means I'll hear everybody twice. But
okay.
Let's see this thing. Jordan's very proud of it. Oh, this is awful. This is just awful.
Oh my goodness. What's up with Goku's mouth?
Why? What?
Take him back. Don't.
All
He
right.
doesn't have to. Take him.
Everybody, refund your donations. That was
terrible.
Watch out, that was, all right, Jordan. I think he's done too. This is his night.
Oh my god. I love it.
I am your father.
What a fun job.
I need people to know that somebody was paid to make that.
Oh boy.
Andrew K with another $20. Marforia, once this stream ends, where can we find you?
There's a link right below to my Twitch. Yeah, twitch.tv/Marforia. I run this game on the regular, and I learn some other speedrun. Like I'm in the process of learning some other speedruns, and I play some other things too. But yeah, if you do love Resident Evil 7, you can find me at my Twitch channel. Playing this. It's always a fun time. We talk about food a lot, and we crack jokes all the time about the Baker family and all that stuff. So it's always a good time. And I actually don't have him in here. Oh my god! So I have this big IKEA shark named Stuart, and he makes an appearance sometime. Some people will make me wear this Sonic the Hedgehog hat and Pikachu hat and all sorts of stuff. So yeah, we have a fun time.
I know exactly which shark you're talking about because that same model of shark has made many appearances on the GDQ interview stream.
I just gotta say that we just got another $100 donation. Everyone's waiting till the okay. If we hit 36,000 in the next few minutes, I'll watch all the Ghostbusters movies too. Anyways, Modulus Joe with $100 who says Jurassic Park. It's not that great.
Wow.
Ooh.
Shut your mouth.
Fighting words.
I don't know what to tell you guys. I don't know what to tell you. J-Hobbs, this is the first time ever that we're not rushing, so please tell us where we can find you.
Sure, I'll give like the long form spiel. Sure.
Let's get the long one.
So you can follow me on Twitter at @J_Hobbs. I pretty much tweet out whenever I'm doing stuff, which is great because I do stuff in a bunch of different places. If you want to follow my stream and speedruns and stuff I do, twitch.tv/jhobbs296. I have numbers because I'm a scrub at the end of mine. There are too many other J-Hobbs apparently.
Wow.
Then also, if you want to check out the show I do for Games Done Quick every Thursday, except for today. We're not having one today, unfortunately. But starting next week, Thursdays at 7 p.m. Eastern, we do a show called The First Step, which if you've ever watched and thought about speedrunning, but thought, oh, hey, I don't have the time to do that. That just takes hundreds of hours of time and practice. And I don't have the time. I'm not good enough at games. I don't have the effort. I prove on a pretty weekly basis that I'm really bad at video games and I can still speedrun. So you should check that out because we show people, me and my co-host Keys are on, we show everybody just how easy it can be to get into speedrunning if you want to get in low effort by doing semi-blind races. They're really fun. We try to have a lot of comedy in it and we have a lot of fun with it. So highly recommend checking that out. Follow twitch.tv/gamesdonequick for that. And because SGDQ is moving online this year and will be August 16th to the 23rd, will be great. I guess, yeah, dude, super long form. If you want to also catch another weekly show I do every Monday on twitch.tv/SpikeVegeta, Spike and I do a show called Speedrunning Underground, where we have two people race against each other in various video games for a cash prize pool, actually. So it's fun. It's a good time. Mark has left.
I made my
taking
background
over.
green because I have to watch a movie about dinosaurs, and that's the only thing I know about dinosaurs is that they're green.
They're not always green.
Well, I'm not getting up again.
I was like, Mark has left. I'll just keep plugging everything I do. It's fine.
I was done. I was like, all right, Jay Hobbs, he's just.
In eighth grade, I enjoyed mathematics, and I moved to NAS.
I have to assume that so many people have the name J Hobbs because they all want to take credit for the J Hobbs skit. Or
Hobbs
the
slide?
J Hobbs slide or whatever it was.
Yeah,
Hobbs slide? Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it is.
And then you can find me on Twitter. There's my Twitter right there. Apparently, I'm going to be tweeting about Jurassic Park. I don't know when that's going to happen, but
it better happen.
Yeah, that'll be fun. All right, so
Yeah.
I guess we'll go ahead and get out of here. Marforia, thank you for the speed run. That was super fun to watch. Jay Hobbs, thank you for commentating what seems like an endless amount of charity speed runs. You are a champ.
Thank you.
All right, guys.
Thank you so much for having me.
We're finally going to get out of here. Hey, look at my background. It's so green because of dinosaurs. After the speed run, remember, you can watch the Night City stream. We're going to replay it. We're going to watch it again because it was really, really, really good to watch. And then after that, we're going to do our special Summer of Gaming edition of Next Gen Console Watch. And even for more Summer of Gaming goodness, download the TikTok app, follow IGN, and check out the Summer of Gaming hashtag. Watch along with live events. Submit your own Summer of Gaming moments, reactions, and plays. Or leave a video comment yappa, I'm supposed to do one of those, on the comments section of this video on IGN.com, and your yap may just wind up on the stream. Hopefully mine makes it on there. That's it for today's charity speedrun. I will see you guys next time. Enjoy Cyberpunk again. Bye, everyone. Green background. Dinosaurs. Dinos.
IGN Summer of Gaming is presented by The Last of Us Part 2, available June 19th, rated M for mature. By the Army National Guard, working in our communities throughout the COVID pandemic to deliver food, build hospitals, and more. Go to nationalguard.com/esports for more info. And by Fuser, who will be partying with us all summer long.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game. But what if you got the opportunity to peek into the minds of the developers while they watch their games getting completely wrecked? That's exactly what happens in every episode of Game Devs React to speedruns.
Yeah, you can do that. Oh my god!
We invite you to ride along with the developers as they react to, question, and enjoy some of the most skilled players exploiting and speeding through a game it took years of their life to create. Join us every Saturday for a new episode.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art, memes, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
News, games, and more is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent, going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and you can find us on mixer.com/IGN, youtube.com/IGN, and twitch.tv/IGN. See you there.
You don't believe in no fate. Every day digging the grave. Stepping up here with the stakes. City of dreams, city of...
Hello and welcome to this, the very first episode of Night City Wire, a brand new series from us at CD Projekt Red where we'll be talking about all things Cyberpunk 2077. For today's episode, we'll be starting with a brand new trailer. One of our developers will be joining us to help unpack everything you're going to see. We'll have some news, an announcement about a secret collaboration. We'll be taking a look at some braindance gameplay and welcoming back our developers just to have a chat about everything you're going to see. But there is one more thing. Media all over the world have been getting hands-on with Cyberpunk 2077, and when this episode finishes, you'll be able to go and check out exactly what they thought. So, let's get started. It is time to take a look at our brand new trailer, and after that, our lead quest designer Pavel Sasko will be joining us because I've got a feeling you're going to have a few questions after watching this. So, let's take a look.
I love this town. The city of endless opportunity. Ready to get your cherry popped? Yeah, come on!
City like any other, just bigger.
Nah, mano, not just any other city. Legends are born here.
The major leagues. We're only here because Dex is pulling the strings. Doubt that puts us in the same league as them.
But we are. They just don't know it yet. But if you got the cojones and you know how to use them, you can do damn near anything.
Unless you catch a bullet.
Even then, you go out with a bang, right?
You know, you can make heaps more eddies as a motivational speaker.
Yo, Mr. V, a pleasure.
So what's the gig, Dex? You meant to come out in one piece? How about we go over the plan?
There's this prototype tech, a biochip to be precise. Job's to grab it.
Guessing it belongs to a court.
Arasaka.
We're robbing some heavy hitters.
Thought you could blackmail me, fucker?
High risk, high reward. First rule of the afterlife.
Ka-ting, baby.
Goes without saying, we do this on the hush. Ideally, no bodies, not a one.
Sounds simple enough.
Eat lead, assholes!
Is it gonna be dangerous?
Don't you worry, mi amor. We're bulletproof. Get your ass moving now!
What the fuck just happened in there?
Can't stop digging Night City.
Fucking major leagues. Happy now, Jackie?
Yep, that's fucking high! Time to bail!
Oh my god, we're so fucked.
Dex, what the fuck?
Can't risk it, V.
And you, who are you? Fuck.
So the trailer contains footage from the game's prologue only, but there was an awful lot in it. So Pavel, why don't you try and help us unpack everything that we just saw?
Oh yeah, I mean, absolutely, I can try. So what you have just seen is only the prologue of the game. So that awesome stuff is only happening in the first few quests. What the trailer shows you is really our stage, the Night City. You know, this gigantic city built of 6 completely unique districts, surrounded by the 7th one that we call the Badlands. As a player, you are meeting Jackie. Jackie's your friend. Now, they together are trying to reach out for something that is very precious. They're trying to reach out for this chip of immortality, this gateway to eternal life. Jackie introduces you to Fixer Dexter Deshawn. He's a very important person in the social ladder of Cyberpunk. He is able to provide the player with various jobs and contracts to be able to gather money, to be able to modify their bodies, push themselves to the limits, to put their hands on the chip. But as you can expect, not everything goes as planned, and but to see it, you will have to play the game.
There are an awful lot of really cool things in this trailer, and there's a few that I would just love to talk about a little bit more for the people at home. So let's start with talking about a gang called the Mocs. Now, we see a few flashes of them in this trailer. I personally think they're really cool and one of my favorites, but can you give us a little bit more information about them?
Oh yes, so the Mocs is one of the gangs that player is going to interact with throughout the game. The Mocs is the gang that has been formed in 2076 after death of Elizabeth Borden. She was called Lizzie. Now, she was an owner of a brothel and former sex worker, and she was protecting working guys and girls from harassment, from abuse, and the gang is really continuing her mission. And as a player, you are going to interact with that gang, meet multiple different NPCs, and craft your own relationship with them, and understand what they are all about.
So earlier on, you did mention a 7th district, a place called the Badlands. Now, we saw a few shots of this in the trailer, but I'd love for you to give us a bit more detail about the district outside of the city walls.
Okay, so the Badlands is this like dead, dried out space going around the whole Night City. And as a player, you'll be able to traverse that space in your car or motorcycle. This is a space that is inhabited by the nomads. Nomads are living in different families, and they are traveling across that space in convoys made out of the cars and motorcycles. And as a player, you'll be able to traverse and access different type of open world content that has been prepared specifically for you to get that awesome feel of the Badlands as an area.
In the trailer, we also saw like a completely metal creature. Now, he didn't look like he was from the Maelstrom gang. This looked like something else. So please tell the people at home, who is this giant metal monster?
Okay, so that big dude, that was Adam Smasher. He has been introduced in pen and paper in Cyberpunk 2020 by our senpai Mike Pondsmith. Adam Smasher is a fully converted cyborg. He was always a loyalist of Arasaka. And time has changed, and in 2077 he had to find his own space in Night City, but to find out, you'll have to play the game.
In this trailer, we do see some flashes of a Ripper Doc called Victor Vector. I think if people have watched our previous gameplays, they might remember him. But I'd really like for you to give the people at home some more information about what Ripper Docs are and how they'll be interacting with them when they play Cyberpunk.
So Ripper Docs in our game, they are surgeons. They are like a specific type of a job in the social ladder of Cyberpunk. They are accustomed and specialized in replacing limbs to the metal ones. They can basically update your body, enhance your body, change you into this walking war machine. And as a player, you are going to meet different kind of Ripper Docs in the game, craft your own relationship with them. Some of them are like important characters for a story. Through that, you will invest eddies that you're gathering to turn your body into this tool that allows you to survive on the streets of Night City.
Pavel, thank you so much for joining us. I know you'll be back later in the episode because you're going to be helping us to analyze the Braindance gameplay. But before that, we do have some news to share. Earlier in the year, we announced that if you pick up Cyberpunk 2077 on Xbox One, you'll be able to play it on Xbox Series X when the console launches. And just in case you missed it, it will be the same for PlayStation players as well. If you pick up Cyberpunk 2077 on PlayStation 4, you'll also be able to play it on PlayStation 5 when the console launches. And that's not all. There will be a free upgrade for Xbox Series X and PlayStation 5, but we'll have more details on that soon.
Night City.
Before we reveal our first look at the Braindance gameplay and welcome back our developers for a chat, there is just one more thing we want to announce, something that we've been working on in secret for a while. We are very excited to announce our partnership with Studio Trigger and Netflix to bring you Cyberpunk Edgerunners, a standalone anime set in the Cyberpunk universe, which we've been working on for some time now. Edgerunners is due to launch in 2022, but for some more information, let's go to the team in Tokyo.
Hi, my name is Saya Elder. I am the Japan-based producer for Cyberpunk Edgerunners. What I do basically on this project is that I am a fixer, to put it in the words of the Cyberpunk universe. We are a game company. We are a bunch of nerds, and wherever there are nerds, there's going to be anime fans. So it was always a dream for us to make anime. When we began this project, we were certain that we didn't want to make a recreation of the game. Cyberpunk Edge Runners is a standalone story set in the same universe. The stage is still Night City, but everything else is totally new. New characters, new story. I do like to think that it's going to be a great gateway for newcomers to come and check Cyberpunk game and also the Cyberpunk genre as a whole. Right now we're in Nakano, which is one of the biggest anime meccas of the world. I'm going to take you to Studio Trigger right now because we have the wonderful opportunity to talk to the dream team that will be bringing you this anime.
こんにちは。トリガーの代表取締役の大塚です。
監督の今石です。
キャラクターデザインを担当する吉成です。
ゲームのサイバーパンクのファンの方、今回初めて触れる方両方に満足していただけるようにアニメを作るつもりです。よろしくお願いします。
今回はそのサイバーパンクという僕らが10代の、一ファンにしか過ぎなかった頃に生まれたジャンル、そういうジャンルのものをまた、時代が何周もして作れるというのが非常に楽しみです。トリガーも10年ということで、監督に今石、キャラクターデザインに吉成というトリガーの最強の武人で、トリガー10周年にふさわしい作品にしていきたいと思います。お楽しみに。
Now it is time to show you some gameplay of Braindance. This is a feature that you'll experience when you play Cyberpunk 2077. Braindance is essentially a recording of somebody else's experience. It allows you to relive their sense of sight, smell, touch, and even hearing, all thanks to a special device. After the gameplay, I will be welcoming back Pavel Sasko, and will also be joined by Patrick Mills, our senior quest designer and all-round lore master, who will be helping to answer your questions and give you some explanation on how you'll be interacting with Braindance when you play Cyberpunk 2077. So, let's take a look.
Plan simple, do nothing odd. Don't get creative. You go in, snatch the cash, get out. And we sell the BD to those psycho freaks from the studio.
Got it.
And remember, everything on full blast. They'll spot us extra for a wicked adrenaline high. Okay, on you go.
Down! Everybody! On the ground! I want to see you kissing the flooring! Money! Now! Or I will fucking drop you! I swear to God! Well, yeah, hey... now! Before I blow your fucking head off! Ah!
Slow, deep breaths. Your cortisol and adrenaline spiked, but the soft activated your hormone blockers. Nothing happened. You're alive and well.
That was too much. Could feel the guy's pain, his stress, his hope. Hope wrapped up in something else.
Mm-hmm. Probably took a booster just before. You'll be fine. Got everything set up? Let's switch over to editing mode. I'll sever the link to the BD Roller's sensory array. You'll be able to look around freely. Whole scene's yours. Full cam control in analysis mode, so move around, zoom in and out, whatever else you come up with. Think of it as your own little sandbox. So analysis mode, you control playback. Can even pause when you feel the need. Then you use the editor console to unpause. Try it.
Plan simple, do nothing odd. Don't get creative. You go in, snatch the cash, get out. And we sell the BD to those psycho freaks from the studio.
Got it.
Dream as hell, right? Well, that's not all. You can speed things up or rewind, whatever you like. Give it a try. Rewind, roll it back to the top. All good, neat. Now try fast forwarding a bit.
Plan simple. Do nothing odd. Don't be creative. You go in, slash cash, get out.
Okay. You can also reset the recording. That'll take you right back to the beginning. Try it. Now for some fun. This here's why you came in the first place. In analysis mode, you get to view and even scan details of the enviro recorded by the BD roller. Focus on the heat, the gun this gonk gets from his buddy at the beginning. Now scan it.
Plan simple. Do nothing odd. Don't get creative. You go in, snatch the cash, get out. And we sell the illegal cycle for exclusive. And remember,
Okay, right here. Excellent. Let's move on. Now heads up. In analysis mode, you can ferret out background noise and conversations if the roller got close enough. This tech records everything, every little detail, even the sights and sounds the roller was never aware of. To see the sources of the recorded sensory signals, switch to the audio layer in the editor. Go ahead and try that now. Okay, good. Now you should see several sound signatures in the store. Choose one and hone in on it.
Pack of 6, case of brosif, and a couple of zappers.
Okay, we have a deal today on 2 flavors. Cuddy and
Down.
surfing.
Everybody!
So, any thoughts?
Unbelievable. Seriously, like what's happening right next to me.
Yeah, it's how BD recording implants work. They pick up everything, all the elements in the background. Then an editor tweaks them, makes them pop. Keep playing with the sound, explore it a bit. We'll move on when you get bored.
What I see you kissing the flooring! Money! Never!
Sometimes you can analyze extra layers in the raw, stuff the roller's cyberware picked up.
Like what?
Ev's got Kuroshi optics that grab infrared, meaning you should be able to grab heat signatures from her recording.
Huh. Hella nice.
Scanning works on peeps, too. Walk up to the wounded chick. Try scanning her. Alright, next thing. Scroll forward to the part where our artist gets a lead injection.
Or I will fucking drop you, I swear to God! Well, now, fucking head off!
See that? They shot him and he never saw it coming. But you will. Here it comes. My favorite part of the game. See the blinking thing over the entrance? Surveillance cam. Must have caught our shooter. You'll see in a sec. Cam feeds to the screen behind the clerk. Roll back to where the screen's in the kid's field of vision, then scan it. His own Chumba shot him. Probably planned to all along. Must have got a nice slice of cred on the black market for a BD like this. BD freaks are ready to pay a preem for a real flatline. Anyway, if you've seen enough, you can exit. Yeah, it's impressive, right? It's too bad most of the BDs we do here are only good for flogging the log.
So Braindance is a pretty big part of the Cyberpunk universe. It's not just something used for adult films. There is an awful lot to it. And there's 2 sides I'd really like you guys to help me explore. First is the lore, so how this actually fits into the universe. And then there's the gameplay side, so how players will be interacting with it. So Patrick, could you tell us more about the lore of Braindance?
I would love to. So in the world of Cyberpunk 2077, Braindance was invented way back in the early 2000s at UC Santa Cruz. It was developed as a way of recording a person's experiences and then playing them back for someone else so that they could relive them as though it was happening to them. It was originally used for things like therapy and prisoner rehabilitation, but by 2077, it's become this global media industry, including things like movies, mass entertainment, things like that, video games, some interactive things, and of course, adult fare as well. Now, in our game, we deal a lot with black brain dances, or XBDs as we call them. And there are different types of those, but the one that you saw in the trailer just there was a flatliner. Now that's where the person recording it actually dies during the recording. And it's popular with sort of an illicit kind of a thrill, but a mercenary can also use them for various things, and you'll see that in the game, of course.
And from the gameplay perspective, we have been working a lot throughout last years trying to figure out the best way how to use the braindance in the game as a mechanics. So what we have settled on is this braindance editor mode. As a player, you will be able to run the braindance in the editor mode and see different clues that have been registered on the peripheral of given actor. Now, as a player, you can slide on the timeline of the recording back and forth, trying to uncover different clues. And that clues are actually telling a story in the game. So as a player, you will run different investigations that will lead you to different mysteries, and you will uncover them actually using that braindance as a mechanics in the game.
So as Pavel was saying, we use braindance as a storytelling tool. It's not a collectible. It's not something where you're going to go in and you're going to play it and you're going to be like, I've seen this before. What we use braindance for is to give you a keyhole into the life of the residents of Night City. And we can explore things like childhood trauma, religion, various philosophical ideas in a way that you might not otherwise experience in a story about a mercenary on the tough streets.
So we've tried to talk about some of the aspects that we think the community will find really exciting, but you know, while you're both here, I'd love to know, what is it about Cyberpunk that you guys are really excited for? Patrick, why don't you start?
So one of the things that I'm most excited about in this game is the characters and the way they interact with the world. We've got this really interesting world that stretches all the way back to the Cyberpunk 2020 source material and all of these events and all of those things, but those don't mean anything unless they connect with characters. And so when we come up with a character, we start with their function. What is this person? What do they do in the story? But we don't stop there. We go back and we figure out, what was their childhood like? What was their upbringing like? What kind of obstacles did they face in this harsh reality, and did they overcome them? And how did they overcome them, or did they not overcome them, and why? And you can see all of those things in their environment, in their dialogues, in sort of how they operate in the world. And we come up with that for all of our characters. Now you look at someone like Victor Vector, and you're gonna see stories about his past in his environment and in his dialogue. You know, we come up with that stuff even if we don't use it in the game, because it helps inform us as to who these characters are.
And for me, I would not be myself if I would not say that I'm the most excited about our quests. Like with our Witcher 3 team, with Patrick and like everybody that has stayed with us since the Witcher 3 time, we really have grown so much. We have learned so much, and we have used all that experience to put them into the quests that we have made. And you will not find really a filler in this game. Like everything has a meaning. Like we put so much effort into making sure that everything is rewarding, is interesting, is talking about characters, as Patrick said, is talking about worlds, is talking about emotions, like touching the player in a really, like a real way. And I just can't wait to find out what you think.
Pavel, I know you mentioned story and quests and writing quests, and when I was last in the studio, I had a look and I saw a notebook on your desk, and I would love for you to show everybody this notebook.
Okay, Holly, I mean, you asked for it. So this is my notebook. It says Salsa Quest Designer. The reason is because I dance salsa, and I'm a quest designer, so you know. So I started this notebook actually when we were really starting Cyberpunk. At the very beginning, I wrote like a first note, and it says pretty much something along the lines of that we were starting with a prototype. And then, you know, I kept on basically noting things that we've been working on for like next years. I remember once when our concept artists actually approached me, and they said that they want to take a look on my notebook. I was like, what for actually? And they took some pictures, and they told me, yeah, well, you know, because we are looking for a reference material for notes of a psychopathic killer. Yeah, well, you may find maybe some of my notes in the game.
Pavel and Patrick, thank you so much for joining me. I'm pretty lucky because I have read some of the stories that you and the team have written for Braindance, and I'm pretty excited for people to discover them. But before we do finish today's episode, there is just one more thing we'd like to talk about. Earlier in this episode, I mentioned that media have been getting hands-on with the opening of Cyberpunk 2077, and they should be posting their impressions right about now. And if you missed anything from today's episode, don't worry, we'll be uploading everything to our channels very soon. And finally, on behalf of everybody at CD Projekt Red, we just want to say thank you so much for joining us for this, the very first episode of Night City Wire. But don't worry, we'll be back with episode 2 in just a few weeks. So, we shall see you soon.
Hello there. Earlier today, we got tons of new information on Cyberpunk 2077. In just a few minutes, I'll be joined by Ryan McCaffrey and Jonathan Dornbush for Next Gen Console Watch to talk more about that and so much more. But in the meantime, IGN's Summer of Gaming is presented by the Army National Guard, so let's check in with one of our gaming guardsmen and see what they thought about Cyberpunk's Night City Wire stream.
Hi, my name is Sergeant Robert Maldonado with the District Columbia Army National Guard. I'm currently a marketing NCO and esports team lead here in DC. In my off time, I really enjoy practicing jiu-jitsu and being an amateur musician. But what I really love is gaming. After watching the Night City Wire stream, I'm really excited about two things. First, gameplay. It was so great to finally see a more detailed look of what we'll actually be doing in Night City. We saw first-person shooting, mission structure, storyboards, and brain dance. That cool mechanic where you can play different events in different ways. All of those put together, I cannot wait for. Secondly, Adam Smasher. That man looks scary. He looks like the craziest human, robot, cyborg, all of those combined, and I cannot wait to see the epic battles that we have, or the way he's involved in the story, and how it all concludes. I'm so excited to play Cyberpunk in November. I'll see you guys then.
Well, I know I'm excited to dig into Cyberpunk 2077 on Next Gen Console Watch right after this. Don't go anywhere.
IGN Summer of Gaming is presented by the Army National Guard, working in our communities throughout the COVID pandemic to deliver food, build hospitals, and more. Go to nationalguard.com/esports for more info.
We're happy to present IGN's Summer of Gaming, featuring the latest and greatest in game reveals, news, trailers, next-gen coverage, and more. Our month-long event features our first-ever series of IGN Expos, where you'll get first looks at world premiere game trailers, exclusive game demos, and interviews you won't find anywhere else. IGN's Summer of Gaming, only on IGN and IGN One on Samsung TV Plus.
Tired of watching IGN on those tiny cell phones and tablets? Well, IGN is moving to your living rooms. Starting in June, tune into IGN One on your Samsung TV Plus to see all that IGN has to offer, beginning with our exclusive Summer of Gaming event. You'll get first looks at world premiere game trailers, exclusive game demos, and next-gen console coverage that you won't find on any other network, only on IGN One.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
News, games, and more is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent, going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and you can find us on mixer.com/IGN, youtube.com/IGN, and twitch.tv/IGN. See you there.
Welcome back to
Welcome back to Next Gen Console Watch 2020, where we track all the news and rumors on the PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X and their games. I'm Damon Hadfield, and as always, I'm joined by Ryan McCaffrey, host of IGN's Xbox podcast, Podcast Unlocked.
Hey, Damon.
Hello. And Jonathan Dornbush, host of IGN's PlayStation podcast, Podcast Beyond.
Hey there, Damon.
And we've got a very special show this week because both of my co-hosts each went hands-on with a highly anticipated upcoming game. Ryan has gotten to play a few hours of Cyberpunk 2077, and Jonathan has played Marvel's Avengers. With the Night City Wire so fresh in our memory, let's begin with Cyberpunk this week. Ryan, first of all, tell us what part of Cyberpunk have you gotten to play?
So it was the first 4 hours, straight from the character creator right into the beginning of the game. Now you have 3 different, basically, backstories, origin stories that you choose, which actually determine physically where in Night City or outside it that you start. Miranda Sanchez also got to play. She chose the nomad lifestyle, which actually does start you outside of town in the Badlands. I went ahead, since we had kind of decided up front, like, you do this one, I'll do this one, so that we could have a little bit of a different experience. I chose the corporate life. So I was sort of already entwined at the Arasaka Corporation, downtown Night City. So I'm up in a skyscraper. That's where your story begins. And so it was the first 4 hours, and it was just it just scratching the surface. I know that term gets overused, but there is clearly so much going on in this game that I barely got to tap into anything, but I did nevertheless learn a lot.
Okay, so what was your first impression? Would you say you enjoyed playing Cyberpunk 2077?
Very much. Yeah, this game, it has the potential to be very, very special, I think. I'm not going to sit here and hyperbolically say it's the best thing ever. We don't know that yet. I did see some things that I wasn't super thrilled about, but hopefully things that are going to get cleaned up between now and launch. But what does definitively seem to be special about this game, far and away above everything else, is the world building. There are so many layers to this game as far as the combat goes, as far as the physical world, like, from the skyscrapers down to the alleys, the like sort of economic, like they're almost just like, there's like a society within this game of the people you interact with and where sort of in the world they are socioeconomically positioned, and the way, and that even applies to quests. There are just so many different layers to the quests that it's, the world building here is really, really impressive. That's what stood out to me the most.
So Jonathan, what was your impression of the Cyberpunk presentation earlier today?
Well, I mean, the biggest questions I have for Ryan are what I felt like the Night City Wire did a really great job of giving us a wide view, but then honing in on the brain dance functionality that'll be in the game. But what startles me about this game every time we see it is just how expansive and deep it is. So I was sort of curious, like, what did you spend these 4 hours doing? Because it feels like you could just get lost in the city, or you could follow the quests you want to. How did you balance your time?
Ryan, you still there?
I cannot hear Jonathan, unfortunately.
Okay. Jonathan was asking for some specifics on how you actually spent your time during those 4 hours.
So I stuck to a lot of quests. Miranda intentionally just did focus more on exploration and on wandering around, but I went ahead and sort of just started digging into quests. I'm sort of a completionist in the sense that I get annoyed whenever I have a lot of quests on my quest log, so I started wanting to check them off. So I did some side quests, some little things like going to meet a net runner who's basically like kind of the hacker group of Night City, and then I started digging into the main quest, which ultimately presentation was to get this this brain chip called the Relic, which is some sort of key to immortality in the Cyberpunk universe. But to even do that, I was really just focused on the initial chunk of that quest, which is getting this spider bot, this literal like spider bot drone. It's like an assault attack drone, highly coveted. And I was hired to get it, by this fixer named Dex, who's you get in the back of his car and you ride along with him, and he's super cool, and he just tells you, hey man, look, this is what I want. Let's do business together. And then you have a number of options and chances along the way to either decide, all right, I'm going to go along with Dex, or maybe I'll go along with this other person from Militech, this woman named Evelyn Parker. Do I want to align with her? She's kind of aggressive, and I don't know if, do I want to stick with him or go with her? And she actually straight up tries to get you to betray Dex and said, just, hey, forget about him. And but I told her, no, I don't really want to end up dead, so I'm gonna not make this side deal with you. But there's all kinds of that stuff, and that's what I'm really eager to dig into more with this game.
The new trailer that we saw today really gave me GTA vibes. I know you're a big fan of GTA, Ryan, especially GTA 5. Does this game feel like a Cyberpunk GTA game at all?
Boy, I don't know. I don't know if I would quite compare it that way. I mean, GTA is you can play it in first person, but it's more of a third person. I guess GTA is more, I feel, about the world. In fact, I feel like even Rockstar would say that. Like that they always Rockstar talks about designing their worlds first and then building the game and the story and the characters around that. And that's not to say that CD Projekt Red hasn't done that here, but I do feel like this is more about you and the custom character you're making, rather than in GTA you're inhabiting this other character with a distinct personality, whether it's Trevor, Michael, Franklin, etc. So I kind of feel it does feel kind of a little more personal. It's not to disparage GTA, it's just a different vibe. So I mean, and you can drive around like you can in GTA. The driving doesn't feel nearly as good as it does in GTA, at least at this point in time. So yeah, I don't know if the comparison is quite fair. What I pointed to in my preview is Deus Ex. I feel like this is like the next generation Deus Ex, and I'm actually specifically referring to Warren Spector's original Deus Ex from 2000, which was just a groundbreaking game at the time. And the more recent ones from Eidos Montreal have been excellent as well. I would say they never quite lived up to the super high bar of the original, but if you kind of think Deus Ex and a couple of steps forward from that, that's what I think is a more of an apt comparison.
I see. Well, that's definitely exciting. Did you spend any time with the character creator?
I did, and I could have spent a lot more. There's so many choices, from face, hairstyle, hair color. There's different. It's covered before. There are multiple genital options. There's just all kinds of stuff. But I got to this point where I was kind of going through it, and but I knew that the parameters of this were everybody that previewed it had 4 hours. So I thought, I got to get into the world. I'm not going to spend too much time here. So I did dabble in it, but by design, I did want to kind of get out of there and get into the game proper.
I see. So your preview, it was a timed preview set to 4 hours. So it wasn't like a scripted thing where they were leading you down some missions and then it ended on a big, the E3 trailers always end with a giant boss showing up, then it cuts to black. So it wasn't that sort of situation.
Well, it did bizarrely work out to that exact thing where the quest to get the spider bot that I mentioned earlier, I finished it right at the 4 hour mark. I had to fight my way out of a building because of some choices I'd made. There were ways I could have handled it where I could have walked out of this building completely combat free without a scrape on me. But the choices I made led me to have to fight my way out. But I was assisted by some people that I had some help basically because of another choice I'd made earlier in the quest. But yeah, it did kind of work out where I finished that up, walked outside of this building with the spider bot, and encountered one of the characters who I dealt with previously, and then it was kind of the end of the day. After that, it looked like I was going to go back to your apartment, and you can sleep then, and then start a new day and a new sort of section of the next part of the main quest. So it did kind of conveniently work out in my playtime.
Did you get to hang out with Keanu Reeves?
Did not. Yeah, I did not see Johnny
Really?
Silverhand at
Wow.
all. So we know he's a part of this game, and I feel like we've been told he's a big part of this game, and he may very well be, but he did not appear at all in the 4 hours that I played. Now, maybe you could have played a little differently and mainline stuff, and maybe I could have gotten to him. I'm not sure. I haven't had a chance to read any other outlets previews to see if anybody else got to him if he does show up. But yeah, no Keanu Reeves sightings in the 4 hours I played.
Wow. Well, everything that you're saying has me super excited. Cannot wait to play some Cyberpunk 2077 myself. We do need to take a quick break. Then we'll be right back with more Next Gen Console Watch, a part of IGN's Summer of Gaming.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game. But what if you got the opportunity to peek into the minds of the developers while they watch their games getting completely wrecked? That's exactly what happens in every episode of Game Devs React to speedruns.
You can do that. Oh my god!
We invite you to ride along with the developers as they react to, question, and enjoy some of the most skilled players exploiting and speeding through a game it took years of their life to create. Join us every Saturday for a new episode.
Hey there! Do you have opinions on games, movies, TV, or other weird stuff on the internet? You can take part in our new show, Power Ranking, where you can vote on all your favorite things on the internet. Do it now! Do it! Just go! Vote! Go vote!
News, games, and more is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern. See you there.
Welcome back to Next Gen Console Watch 2020. Don't forget, all summer of gaming long, IGN is asking you to consider donating to the World Health Organization by clicking the Tiltify donation link in the description of your video player. All donations will go to the COVID-19 Response Fund, dedicated to studying, tracking, and combating COVID-19, as well as the Bail Project in support of Black Lives Matter and reuniting families in need. By donating, you have a chance to win codes for games like Resident Evil 3 and swag from companies like id Software. And if you give more than $50, you'll be entered for a chance to win this custom Summer of Gaming Xbox One X. For extra Summer of Gaming goodness, download the TikTok app, follow IGN, and check out IGN's Summer of Gaming hashtag to watch along with live events and submit your own Summer of Gaming moments, reactions, and plays. Or leave us a Yappa video comment in the comments section of this video on IGN.com, and your Yap could end up on the stream. Let's get back on track. Our resident tech expert, Bo Moore, had a chance to sit down with Jason Arnold about how the Series X optimizes games, both new and old. Let's take a look.
Hey everybody, welcome back to IGN Summer of Gaming. I'm Bo Moore, and I'm joined once again by Jason Ronald, one of the lead engineers for the Xbox Series X. Jason, thanks again for joining me.
Hey Bo, it's great to be back with you again.
So this week we are talking about optimized for Xbox Series X. Jason, just give me a rundown. What exactly does that mean?
Sure. So in its simplest form, optimized for Xbox Series X means that a developer has actually designed and built a title to take full advantage of all the power and the capability that we've delivered with Xbox Series X. And we really think about it in two categories of content. First is games that are natively designed and built for Xbox Series X. These are games that are coming to the platform, games like Halo Infinite or Assassin's Creed Valhalla, or even games that are exclusive to generation, such as The Medium or Scorn. And then we also have a series of titles that are actually going back and reopening the game to enhance the game for next generation, such as Gears 5 or Destiny 2, where they're actually going back and doing dedicated engineering work to really tailor the game for the Xbox Series X.
For those two examples that you gave, is there really any difference between the games that are built natively for Series X versus those ones that have gone back in and re-optimized?
You know, not really. I mean, ultimately what it comes down to is how do developers want to take full advantage of the power of Xbox Series X? And for games that were really designed to push those next generation boundaries, a lot of times they make different design decisions or different content decisions to really make sure they're taking full advantage of that. Whereas for titles that have already previously been released on, say, Xbox One, they're really looking at optimization opportunities as opposed to going back and rebuilding the game from scratch.
Really just break down for me what it means to be optimized for Series X. What's the main difference between playing a game that has that optimized for Series X tag versus one that doesn't?
That's a great question. When we really think about what it means to be optimized for Xbox Series X, we put it in three buckets. So first is titles that are really pushing the visual fidelity further than you've ever seen before. So this might be higher resolution games. This might be more dynamic living worlds, you know, much more vibrant. They might take advantage of something like DirectX ray tracing or one of the many features that are part of DirectX 12 Ultimate, like variable rate shading and mesh shaders, to really push that visual quality bar. The next area is on frame rate. You know, frame rate is a big thing with this next generation. So some titles will choose to move from, say, 30 frames a second to 60 frames a second. Or maybe they'll even push beyond 60 frames a second and use things like variable refresh rate, or be able to go all the way up to 120 frames a second. It's really about providing that ultra high frame rate, low latency experience that players expect. And then the last area is really leaning into the Xbox Velocity architecture and what that can really take advantage. You know, everything from minimizing load times to being able to actually have much richer, more dynamic, larger open world games. These are all different opportunities that developers can choose from, but it's ultimately up to the developer to really customize and tailor their game to what their players expect.
So for all of these different things that you just laid out, is there any sort of actual like feature checklist that a game has to meet in order to be considered optimized for Series X?
We don't dictate game design. We're really about enabling developers and really empowering them to deliver on their creative vision. So as long as they're designing the game and building the game on the Xbox Series X development platform and really tailoring it to take full advantage of it, we really give the flexibility and the creativity to our partners to really build the best game possible for players.
So when you say the Series X is capable of up to 120 FPS, will that be something that we can expect at 4K resolution?
So we are up to 120 frames a second with 4K. Some developers will choose to use techniques like dynamic resolution scaling because they want to maintain that rock solid frame rate, and they'll prioritize frame rate over resolution. There's other games that will absolutely deliver 4K at 120 frames a second. So it's about the flexibility and the capability that we put in developers' hands. Just like today, you have some games that say maybe have a performance mode and a visual or an image quality mode. Some titles will choose to do that as well. So it's really about that flexibility from a developer's perspective.
So for the games, for the developers that are going back to update their games, what kind of development work really goes into taking a current gen title and giving it that extra bit of polish to make it an optimized for Series X game?
We really designed this to be as easy as possible for developers. And if you look at some of the things that we shared earlier this year, you know, when we worked with the Coalition as an example, it took them about 2 weeks to get their existing Gears 5 game up and running on Xbox Series X. And with all the extra power that was available to them, it was very easy for them to start enabling a bunch of features that either they had prototyped initially or maybe that were only possible on the PC. And then it's really about really, how do I squeeze as much performance out of the platform as possible? Or what are the opportunities that I really want to go dive in on? And so far, what we've seen so far from all our partners building games on Xbox Series X, we're really excited by the early results that they're already seeing. And it's really exciting to see how far they're going to be able to push the envelope from what you've seen in traditional games.
So is optimized for Series X something that we can expect to see on every single first-party Xbox game going forward?
So as we've said, like all of the Xbox Game Studios games moving forward will work both on Xbox One as well as Xbox Series X. And our first-party studios are absolutely pushing the boundaries. And there's some exciting opportunities with, for example, previous games that have already been released, like Gears 5, which we talked about. But I'm really excited when we can start showing some of the things that are happening with Halo Infinite, where they've really designed the game with a lot of the capabilities with Xbox Series X in mind. And we're excited to share more of that later this year.
Cool. Well, thank you so much for joining me, Jason. And for more Xbox Series X, keep it right here on IGN.
Thank you, Bo. Ryan, let me get your reaction first. What do you think about how Microsoft is handling optimizing games for Series X?
Well, I thought that last question, that was a good question that Bo asked about, will every first-party game have a Series X optimized version? And Jason Ronald completely, he was Neo in the Matrix, just completely dodging that question. He just, well, Halo Infinite and this one, but refusing to commit to that, which I thought, I mean, that was a little bit of a PR answer, which got to call him out on that, because like I know you're leaving it in the hands of developers, but really we're not mandating you can't just clearly say every first party game will have a Series X optimized version. Maybe they will, and that was just a bad answer or what, I don't know, but that's what stood out to me in that interview. It's like, wait a second, that was a pretty straightforward question. That's why we're buying, it's the first party game should have this. What's going on?
Right. And Jonathan, what did you make of all that, especially from like a PlayStation standpoint, and how PlayStation is sort of handling, third-party games that are going to be coming to both PS4 and PS5?
I mean, on the PlayStation side, it doesn't matter. We're just waiting for all the stuff that's going to hit on PS5. No, it's, I think the whole optimized for Series X plan and initiative speaks to the way Xbox is really approaching this next gen versus how PlayStation is. And I think there's a lot you could say about, is it a smart marketing move? Is it a smart development move? Is it a smart consumer move? But their whole thing seems to very much be, we want you to play wherever you feel you should be playing, whether it's an Xbox One, an Xbox Series X, or a PC, whereas PlayStation is really pushing for saying, we want you to jump into the next gen and feel like you're finding a reason to jump in here, and it's not just more of the same. So I think it's a smart thing to do for transitioning people into the next generation to feel like they're not missing out. That said, when developers can just focus on making for this new hardware and not have to also take into consideration this older generation of hardware, I think we're only going to get to see better games once we get to that point. And so I'm kind of waiting for when we get a couple more years into this gen and people are just focused on developing for next gen hardware.
Got it. All right, we do need to take another quick break, but we'll be right back with more Next Gen Console Watch, a part of IGN's Summer of Gaming. Check us out on TikTok for bonus Summer of Gaming content. And don't forget, we've got news, games, and more, and Up at Noon later on today. We'll see you real soon.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
News, games, and more is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and you can find us on mixer.com/IGN, youtube.com/IGN, and twitch.tv/IGN. See you there.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art, memes, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
And we're back. This is Next Gen Console Watch. We spent the top of the show talking about Cyberpunk 2077 because Ryan McCaffrey got to go hands-on with that for a few hours. But Jonathan got to go hands-on with Marvel's Avengers recently. This coincides with the big presentation that Square Enix held yesterday. So Jonathan, how was it playing Marvel's Avengers?
Yeah, so if you've seen the War Table presentation, I played through the Thor gameplay level that was shown during that. It was called Once an Avenger. That primarily takes place on the top of a helicarrier that is quickly going down in the middle of chaos. And then I also played the preceding level of that, where I played as Kamala Khan. So I played through both of these levels a couple times because one of the big things that Crystal Dynamics, the developers, want to get across is that there's a lot of customization that you can bring to these heroes. And it's not just the costumes and the gear that you can put on them, though the gear can have changes to the gameplay. There are really deep skill trees that let you change how these heroes play. So if you want a Thor who is a little bit more hangs back and picks off enemies from the air one by one, you can do that. If you want a Thor who's more, up close and personal and fighting people both with Mjolnir and hand-to-hand combat, you can do that. In co-op, if you want a Thor that's a bit more supportive and plays as almost the healer, you can have that as well. So I was really getting a sense for the customization. And what was great was the different ways that I played all felt valid in the levels I was playing, and I didn't feel that one build of my character necessarily felt worse than the other to play as.
So was it fun? Did you think Marvel's Avengers was fun?
I did. I did have a fun time with it. I would say the first time I was playing, because what I was playing kind of comes a little bit further into the story, I was getting the hang of everything all at once. So, learning to fly well as Thor while also being able to deal with all of his different attacks was a little bit to get the hang of, and figuring out conversely how Kamala played differently, because all of the heroes essentially have a light attack, a heavy attack, and a dodge button, sort of the Arkham style of gameplay. But from there on out, their combos and their moves and all of that you can customize with them changes pretty dramatically. So it does take a little bit to get the hang of how they all play. But once I did start to have a lot of fun. It definitely, you can kind of button mash your way through a level if you want to and just get by like that. But I really enjoyed trying to figure out what skills that made the most sense to use against different enemy types, how they factored in some of the status effects, because one of the cool Marvel touches they've done is, in other games, you can cause status effects like burning and freezing, and there's those in this game too, but they also have PIM particles that you can imbue your attacks with. And so I could attack an enemy, and if I attacked them enough, I could shrink them down to size. And you can even do this, I was told, and I didn't get to experiment with this part, but you can do this with bosses. So, being able to shrink down enemies and then take Kamala's huge hand and slam them against the wall, it felt like it was really taking advantage of the personalities of these characters. And I was having a lot of fun with them as I started to get the hang of all their powers.
Ryan, what was your impression of the War Table presentation?
It's definitely the game's growing on me. I mean, we've been over, at least on IGN, how I think the initial presentation of this game last year was maybe not its best first step, but the more they show, the more I'm intrigued by. I'm kind of curious to ask Jonathan if does it ultimately feel more like a Batman Arkham game, or like Destiny, or is it just a marriage of those two things?
I would say, I only had played those 2 levels, so for the campaign, I can't speak to how large that ends up being. I would say it's probably a mix of the both, because especially the goals here just seem pretty ambitious. Like, we know Crystal Dynamics, especially coming off the Tomb Raider games, for these really well-crafted, somewhat open adventure solo campaigns. But the multiplayer, the way they've designed it essentially is the campaign gets you familiar with all of the different characters, and you will go through this structured, authored campaign. And I even got a taste of it. There will be collectibles and hidden secrets to find in the levels and things to actually explore. It's not just, go through a level, combat, scripted scenario, keep moving. There will be areas to explore and things to get a sense of. And then when you feel like you have a hang of that, you can jump in earlier, but the co-op and the Warzone larger environments are really meant to be played and take place after the game. And so there is definitely this marriage of both. And what I'm excited for on that level as a Marvel fan is that opens them up to tell Marvel comics like stories where they can have ongoing story developments and updates to the world and the game in a way that comic books do, but in a way that, we only get maybe twice a year with Marvel MCU movies.
Mm-hmm. I think the combat looks fun. I think I have the same concern that I had when the game was first revealed, is that just graphically, it doesn't really seem to be up to par with other recent AAA games in the visuals department. I think all the character designs they seem a little bit like generic versions of these characters, and also in the big cinematics, like when the air carrier crashes into the San Francisco Bay, and then from the Thor level yesterday, I guess it's the Chimera, their big floating airship is about to crash, and they're able to pull it up. It just doesn't feel like it has the weight that big, huge flying machine actually would. It looks a little janky to me. So I guess my question is, when you're actually playing the game, do the graphics hold up to other recent, big AAA video game releases?
It felt definitely, playing it felt like it looked a lot better than both the War Table presentation and most certainly what we saw after E3. I mean, it doesn't compare, I think, to The Last of Us Part 2 or Ghost of Tsushima from what we've seen of that game, or even, Cyberpunk from what we've seen from that. I do think there is definitely a difference in the graphical fidelity there. But that said, playing through that level, it looked really great to me. Like that whole sequence, what I was impressed by, I think, is that there's a lot of different effects going on all simultaneously between the way the enemies behave, the way the status effects can behave, and the way even, like Thor's thunder and lightning and all of those powers are kind of coming into play. It felt like the game was able to handle all of that very well and was running smoothly when I played it, and felt like there was more of a weight to it, I would say, when I was playing it. That said, that was the end of that level is a bit more of a scripted section, so I don't know when you get into a extended multiplayer scenario if it's going to hold up that way. We're really going to have to wait to see until we get to play those types of missions.
Got it. Well, I believe both of these games we're focusing on this week, both Cyberpunk 2077 and Marvel's Avengers, they are offering a free upgrade to the next gen version if you buy the PS4 or Xbox One version. That's correct for Cyberpunk, Ryan?
Correct. Yes.
And that also correct for Marvel's Avengers, Jonathan?
Yes, they just confirmed that this week.
Yeah. And then do we know about any sort of upgrades at the next gen versions that we should be expecting?
On the Cyberpunk side, there was a press release from NVIDIA today about the various ray tracing features that the PC version will have at launch. So I would imagine that's what will make its way to PS5 and Series X whenever we get the next-gen optimized versions for Cyberpunk.
Mm-hmm. And what are you expecting for Avengers, Jonathan?
So yeah, on the Avengers side, they confirmed the free update on both consoles, and they have said that they are looking to have an enhanced graphical experience. So this was revealed. They both had a press release and a PlayStation blog post, and they said they're aiming to look at targeting a 60 frames per second frame rate mode. So it sounds like, at least for this game, we're going to have some mode options that we can choose from, kind of like we've had on a lot of PS4 games for PS4 Pro. So it'll be sort of choosing 60 frame per second, dynamic 4K resolution. Some of those options will be in there.
Got it. All right, well, thanks for walking us through your hands-on gameplay of both those games, Cyberpunk 2077, Marvel's Avengers. It's very exciting stuff this week. We have the results of our poll from last week. Last week we asked you, what is your favorite PlayStation console design, going from PlayStation 1 all the way up to 5? And the winner, with nearly 31% of the vote, was the PlayStation 4. Maybe that's because it's that's the current one you've been spending the last
recency bias.
Yeah, exactly. The PS5, which was just sort of revealed and has been a little bit divisive, was number 2. And then all the way at the bottom, perhaps unsurprisingly, was the PlayStation 3 with only 6.5% of the votes. Of course, that was notoriously a very big, clunky console when it was first released. I would probably pick the PSX, the original PlayStation, but that was number 4. I don't know, Jonathan, which one would you have picked?
The PS4 is definitely my favorite. I'm gonna withhold full judgment on the PS5 until we get it in our homes, no matter how big it is. But yeah, I really love the sort of slanted design of the PS4. I think it looks really nice on my entertainment console, and it's sleek and slim and much better than that bulky PS3 we got.
Yeah, that's for sure. And Ryan, how about you? What's your favorite PlayStation design?
PS2 for me, and
Wow.
Granted, there's a lot of just positive video game memories associated with that. Grand Theft Auto 3 being first among them for me, but yeah, just at the time, the PS2, and I think it's kind of had a timeless design. It's fairly small. It's just fairly sleek. It looks pretty good stood up or laid down, and yeah, I clicked PS2 in that poll myself.
Ryan, what's your favorite Xbox design?
Oh, that's you know what? I'm gonna be guilty of recency bias too, because I actually would say the Series X. It's I just love that it's completely different than all the others. It's very minimalist. I like the sort of optical illusion of the top, where it looks like it has a green light emanating from it, but it's not actually a light. So even though I haven't even seen it in person yet, but I'm gonna be hypocritical. I just said recency bias, but I'm gonna go with Series X.
That is a nice segment. I also like the Xbox 360 redesign when they shrunk it down to the sort of black.
Yeah, that was
rectangle.
good.
It's a very good one. All right, I think that's going to about do it for this edition of Next Gen Console Watch. Thank you very much, Ryan and Jonathan and Bo. Don't forget, all summer of gaming long, IGN is asking you to consider donating to the World Health Organization and the Bail Project by clicking the donation link in the description of your video player or by heading to donate.ign.com. By donating, you'll have a chance to win codes for games like Resident Evil 3 and swag from companies like id Software and PlayStation. If you give more than $50, you'll be entered for a chance to win a custom Summer of Gaming Xbox One X. It's very pretty looking. Thanks for watching. Stay tuned for an update for a Torchlight 3 featuring Ryan right after this.
News, games, and more is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent, going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and you can find us on mixer.com/IGN, youtube.com/IGN, and twitch.tv/IGN. See you there.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art, memes, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
I'm joined today by Max Schaefer from the Torchlight 3 development team. Max, welcome.
Good to be here.
So there's plenty of ground to cover with you. You've got one heck of a history. People can listen for more from you later this month in IGN Unfiltered. You are part of the original core Blizzard North team that created Diablo and Diablo 2, which automatically puts you in the Hall of Fame. And now here you are with the Torchlight franchise, another action RPG series. So that's kind of, I want to start there with you. So for maybe Diablo fans, a lot of people have heard of Diablo. If you're not familiar with Torchlight, what is the sort of elevator pitch version?
Well, Torchlight, it's an ARPG. You know, that's all I know how to do. And when we started Runic Games, which was the company that made Torchlight 1 and Torchlight 2, we knew we wanted to do what we do best, but do it in a very different way than Diablo. So the world of Torchlight is much more lighthearted, more colorful. It's a place where it's maybe even easier to live in that world than in kind of the relentlessly grim world of Diablo. But we did want to have that kind of sense of, building a character and going to cool new lands and all of the cool parts of Diablo, just in a very different flavor.
So that's, you're segueing perfectly into where I wanted to go here. You mentioned Torchlight 1 and 2. Now, as I was reading up on you here, the sort of background on Torchlight 3 is really interesting because if you could explain it, we had a game, you guys were working on Torchlight Frontiers, but now it's Torchlight 3, different development team or different studio name at least. Kind of what's sort of the background there? How did we arrive at Torchlight 3?
Well, it's interesting. It's kind of the same way that Diablo went. By the end of Diablo 2 and the expansion Lord of Destruction, the team, these are very difficult games to make, and the team was just burnt out and extremely done with that sort of thing. And so the crew up at Runic Games in Seattle was just not enthused about making another Torchlight title, and certainly not about making a Torchlight MMO, which is what Torchlight Frontiers was steering towards. And again, I'm using MMO in a wide umbrella sense. But they just wanted to do something else. And our publisher, Perfect World, approached me and said, "Hey, Max, I was commuting to Seattle from San Francisco at the time, which was not convenient at all. And they approached me and said, 'Hey, why don't you start a studio down here and just make the next Torchlight thing, and we'll pay for everything.'" And so I thought, that's not going to happen very often in my life from here on out. So I took him up on it. So yeah, one of the big challenges we had was starting from scratch. We had to get an entire team together that had never worked together. We are using the Unreal Engine, and that's something we hadn't done before. So it was really a ground up, starting from scratch situation. One of the cool things about it, though,
go ahead. Yes.
One of the cool things about it is that we were able to get a bunch of the old Diablo 2 crew back together. So we got kind of some of the Seattle Torchlight crew, some of the old Diablo 2 crew, and it's just a great bunch. We've had an amazingly good time making this game.
That was actually exactly my question: was how many of the crew were you able to convince to come down and join you? And it sounds like so you're able to really hit the ground running on Torchlight 3 then.
Yeah, we got a few guys. The whole network engineering team, which is one guy, came down, and so our back end network side is done by the same guy that did the Torchlight 2. And the most exciting one, I think, is we have Matt Ullman doing our music. So this is the same guy that did the music for Diablo 1, Diablo 2, and all of the Torchlight series, and he's with us again. Actually, I've realized that I've been working with Matt for 25 years.
Wow, that's an excellent work marriage right there. It's worked out well for both of you, I would presume.
Yeah, and then from the Diablo side, we've got a bunch of guys too. The project lead on the Lord of Destruction's project is our project lead now. Art director from Diablo 2 is on board. We've got character artists, gameplay engineers, a bunch of guys from that team, and again, just a really, really cool team to work with.
So what are the classes? What are some of the the sort of core gameplay characteristics. You mentioned the more colorful world. It's Diablo-ish in some ways, but a little more sort of sounds like a little more of a friendly, approachable kind of situation. But for Diablo fans that maybe want to just get into the nitty-gritty of Torchlight, and we'll jump in with Torchlight 3, what sort of game can they expect to walk into?
Well, I mean, a lot of it's going to be familiar as far as the controls and the general sensibilities of the world, but there's a whole lot that's very different. We were able to do some things with Torchlight 3 that we were never able to do with any of the previous games. Like, for example, having MMO elements, I'll just say. Like, we have a shared town. So when you go to the town, you will see random players from all over the world running around. And you'll be able to party up with them and play with them just like normal. And our approach to the character classes is sort of the same, but again, with the Torchlight flavor. There goes the dog. So what our character theory is that we want to make characters that are not just the simple archetypes of the fantasy world, but they should be something that you understand what they do when you look at them. And so we created some really, really cool characters for Torchlight 3, including our first fully robotic class, the Forged. And honestly, he looks cool. like a steam, like a wood stove, basically, with arms. And like, really cool thing to upgrade though, because you get to, it's parts instead of armor, and
yeah,
a lot of fun. We worried a little bit early on that is it going to be something that you can identify with, when it's not a human or a humanoid or anything? And honestly, it totally yes. And he's one of I like to say that he's almost the most human of our character classes, because he expresses the most normal human emotions, and he isn't doing magic and things like that. So that was a lot of fun making him. We have a Rail Master class that is similar to the Engineer class from Torchlight 2, except he literally has a train that follows him around, and you upgrade the train, and a lot of your skills, put new cars on the train that do different things, and a lot of fun to play that one. And then we have a Dusk Mage that balances light energy and dark energy. So it's a mage class, but with some really cool twists where you have to balance the light and the dark to get the full maximum power of it. And then we have a Sharpshooter class that everyone loves, a gun-toting ranged class that moves quick and lets us have a whole new class of weapons for that character class. So they're really, really fun classes, all unusual, ones we've never used before. And yeah, so but anyone who has played any of these ARPGs will sit down and be comfortable. We'll have to learn the new mechanics and some new things, but those will come pretty easy.
Well, it sounds like your dog is a particular fan of those latter couple of classes, because that's when we started hearing your dog chime in. But my next question actually is a perfect segue off of what you were just talking about. Is you've done this enough where you're obviously a top of your field expert with action RPGs, but with now you're playing with some, as you said, some brand new character classes that aren't quite the typical archetypes. How do you balance, like, how much of development is spent trying to balance all these classes so you don't have, you got pretty excited about your new robot character, but does it kind of ebb and flow over development where the robot's crazy powerful at first because you guys are all super into it, and then you got to kind of dial it back? Like, I'm kind of curious how that process goes.
It is constant, and it starts from the very first time you put the character on screen, and will extend until we stop doing patches for the game. Balance is very, very difficult. I'm going to give a shout out to our designer, Sean Stone, right now, because he sits there with spreadsheets open all day and reacts to every change that we throw at him, because we are always changing things, always changing skills, always changing the way the item game works, and it means he has to rebalance everything. And it's frankly a nightmare. But we've got it. So now, we've been open with a very small closed beta for over a year now, and we just get constant input from the players in that closed beta, and we use that extensively to balance our characters. We ourselves don't have time to be, there's the dog again. We ourselves don't have time to be playing 20 hours a day, so we rely on our players to tell us from level 40 to level 60 it's a little grindy and things like that. So, but it is absolutely a constant chore. It is every bit as difficult as you would imagine it is.
How, I guess, next question I'd be curious about is just where are you leaning these days? Like, if you're firing up the game today, as I'm sure you will after this interview, who do you go for? Who's your main right now?
Well, I like to go between them, and I like to do one of my things that I do for my testing purposes is I pick a different character class all the time, and then I make a build that is exactly the opposite of what I think that is obvious. So I pick the skills that nobody's using. I pick the ones that don't just look like the craziest, most powerful build, and make sure that they're viable and make sure that they work. And actually, I stumble upon some really powerful, really cool builds by doing that. If I had to pick a favorite character class, it would. I'm a little contrarian on this, but I would pick either the Forged or the Railmaster, and that is exactly the opposite of what gets played most in our beta, which is the Sharpshooter and the Dust Mage. But all of them are frankly fun. All of them have certain things they do that are really fun to do in game. But I think for my main, ultimately, it's going to be a Forged.
What's the biggest lesson that you've applied from your Blizzard days to the Torchlight franchise that you feel like has really helped make Torchlight a great series?
Well, I think the biggest lesson is the process of iteration. So you start out with all these grandiose ideas in your mind, and you get the game up and running, and you play it for a while. And there's a point, like about 2/3 of the way into the development, where the game is starting to tell you what it is, and all of your plans go out the window because the reality of what's on screen and the reality of what you're playing can't be denied, and it starts to give you subtle messages of where the game should be going and what kind of things you should be making. And you have to listen to that. You have to put your ego aside, relax about all the plans you had for where this is going to go, and kind of let the game guide you. But you have to build it up to that point where it starts to speak like that. And I think that's the biggest lesson is don't deny reality, don't fight physics, and just go with the flow with where the game is going.
All right, now the important stuff. We've got everybody hyped up, including me. When can we play Torchlight 3, and where? What platforms?
Well, we don't have a release date yet, except this year. We're going to have, I guess I can say that there's early access on Steam. So PC is obvious, but we're going to be coming out on PlayStation, on Xbox, and we're thinking about other things, but those two are locked in. Again, I don't have a date for you on that, but this year. And we should have some clarification on that coming up soon. We just don't want to. Game developers are really bad at estimating dates, and so anything I tell you will be wrong, and then I'll look like an idiot. So I've learned to just not say anything until it's locked in.
Another lesson from the Blizzard years, I suppose. Max Schaefer, Torchlight 3, we'll look for it on pretty much all the major platforms at some point later in 2020. Max, thank you so much.
All right, it is time for this Summer of Gaming stream to end, but head back at 4 p.m. Pacific for news, games, and more, and after that, up at noon with your pals Max and Brian. Hope you'll join us. See you next time on Next Gen Console Watch 2020.
News, games, and more is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and you can find us on mixer.com/IGN, youtube.com/IGN, and twitch.tv/IGN. See you there.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art, memes, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game. But what if you got the opportunity to peek into the minds of the developers while they watch their games getting completely wrecked? That's exactly what happens in every episode of Game Devs React to speedruns.
You can do that. Oh my god!
We invite you to ride along with the developers as they react to, question, and enjoy some of the most skilled players exploiting and speeding through a game it took years of their life to create. Join us every Saturday for a new episode.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
A single weapon because me as a strong, lovely lady who can tank all these attacks. So we just have to find a fuse, which we just picked up, and then we have to find a power cable. And, you know, easy enough, we can just juke past all these enemies.